I've managed to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, it muted me again, though. Oh, it's just fighting to mute me and unmute me. This is insane.
I'm muting you. Stop it.
Oh. My bad.
Hi guys, you right? Will, you're on mute, I think, bud. So hi everyone. We're back. It's Gridiron Hub Live again. We've got a new format. You can see we've got some new software, so nice visuals. Hopefully, it'll be a bit more interactive with some of the tools we've got on this. I'm Steve from Gridiron Hub, and I'm joined by my usual panel. Although Oz wasn't here last week, I say the usual panel. These guys are here just while we take up on that big question of, what should all good Britball clubs have in place? And it seems to have, it has obviously drawn out for a few weeks now, which has been great with some really good conversation. So we've got a couple more topics to go into before we get to the Britball clubs thing. Let me just grab the comments up, see if anyone said anything. No. And before we get into that, guys, have you guys got anything to say?
Yeah, you're looking a bit jaundiced, mate. I'm not gonna lie.
I've got a yellow light on me. I wonder if I can.
Yeah, mate. There we go. I was gonna ask if you were gonna need some dialysis or something, because you were not looking good.
It's his birthday yesterday. He's a year older now.
gives you the Trump filter, just the orange down the face.
But they've got different. It's got different settings for different skin tones, and obviously I had the wrong one on.
What do you have it set for? Oompa Loompa. So we got actually. So you guys got other than my appearance. I've thrown you. I've literally thrown you. He's gone.
Well, I just want to know if you had anything to say, Oz.
I don't like the fact you've made me so big. That's a little bit disconcerting.
No, you made yourself big when you didn't diet.
I've always been big. Don't worry about that. That's a little bit rich coming from you, mate. I'm not gonna lie. They say the camera adds 10 pounds, and I'm feeling like you got about 4 or 5 on them right now. So you need to chill right the fuck out. I'm glad to be back and get into, like, it looks like you guys have I'm just having a look over the mural, and finally looks like we've made some headway, and a lot of discussions made from where we were last time I was on. So
yeah, we had obviously we finished off the coaching thing last week. That was really good, actually. Some really good conversation on the mural. I've actually created, if you scroll to the right, I've created another section for BAFA stuff, because I was like, some of the conversation pieces we were getting into were more of a league type conversation, and so while I think, yes, we should talk about them from the perspective of a coach or a player. In this, we should have a bigger discussion about BAFA another time. Well, not necessarily BAFA, but national governing body of the, or how to structure leagues or whatever. So, so I didn't want to get off of the question, and I'm going to use my banner here to show it. Look at this. So the question, I know, man. So what should good Britball clubs have in place? That's what we're going to be talking about. That's what we're going to be going back to later on in the show. And it was good last time, Oz. Lots of chat, lots of people, coming in and sharing their piece, and it was really good. We've got this new software now that hopefully will make those interactions even better. So guys in the chat, if you do have anything to say about, what we're talking about, as always, let us know. But what I can do now is actually pull up your chat, your comment on the screen, which will look pretty cool. But no one's posted anything comment worthy yet, or screen worthy yet. So
the arbitrary judgment of that's not worth being on the screen.
Yeah, no,
someone's put his heart and soul into the comments. Steve's gone, that's shit.
It's ignorable. It's ignorable. So I want to get into first of all this was something that I got shared. I got sent by various different people yesterday on different mediums, tagged in stuff, and it was a news article online about a player, a young lad, I think 22 years old in Wigan, who had he'd played flag before, practiced with a kitted team, and the way that the article's written, and a couple of that article in particular says that he had no pads on and went against someone that had pads. Doesn't give much detail about it. Says that he had suffered conditions or symptoms of whiplash, and then the next night was on a night out, fell over twice within quick succession, and on the second time he passed away. I think he passed away in the hospital, but he had a brain hemorrhage. This was actually from an article. This article was from March, so it sort of went under the radar for a long time. You can imagine COVID of assisted with that. It wasn't a BAFA team, so it was an 8GL team, which we'll get into as well. So I just want to sort of frame this, and I assume a lot of people that are watching this will have seen it, and this isn't news to many, but we will. I'll bring up the article and stuff so we can have a look at it. But so it throws up a lot of questions, right? That this thing has happened, and actually within our very own team, and actually within, even more specifically within this panel, there were two guys, Will and Adam, that had. Well, I don't see. It's interesting. I've been thinking about it, and I don't necessarily consider them opposing views, but I'm interested in hearing after you guys because you guys were going back and forth in our chat yesterday, and then nothing today. So I'd like to think like you would have thought about it like I have, and we can sort of talk about your different views, and you can share your views. I will, as always, play like the ringmaster in this and devil's advocate and ask all the
puppet
questions.
master, Steve.
Yeah. You will dance to my merry tune. And
I'd rather not.
And I'll obviously manage the chat. But Oz, I wanted to check with you, Oz. Actually, have you heard? Is this all new to you? Have you heard any of this stuff? Did you see the article?
Nope.
Before we unleash Will and Adam. So this is all new to you.
Let them go first, because I think generally I'm a little bit more controversial than they are.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that you haven't had any of the, I haven't
even seen them go back and forward because
of course that was in a private chat.
So I tend to ignore everything that we have that comes through. I'm not going to lie. But no, so this is literally the first that I've heard of it, and my initial reaction, and I had to stop myself because I realized I'm on camera. My initial reaction was to laugh, but then I realized obviously it's tragic because a young dude's he's lost his life.
Yeah, and he was a father. He had a little boy.
Yeah, so obviously I've got to keep that in mind. I've got some. There's obviously the knee-jerk reaction. But I think I want some time to think on it before you sort of chuck me in the deep end, and I want to know what these two think about it, what fucking Tweedledee and Tweedledum want.
Yeah, and I think that's fair enough, right? So I'm actually pleased that we're going to get your live reaction, because you may go for a roller coaster of emotions and actually change your opinion on this. But what I want to do is Wilkin or Will, which either one of you want to go first and sort of say your view of it. Does it matter who goes first? Have you guys got a preference?
No, I mean I don't mind. I think I'm happy to go first if you want.
Will, you happy with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Have we got subtitles for these Northerners? Just out of curiosity.
You dig the hole, Wilkin. You dig the hole, and I'll get us out of it.
So Wilkin, tell us about how did you learn about this? Talk about your view on it as well.
So obviously I've seen the article get posted, and I think it was in a coaching group. Had a read through of it. I mean, before I delve in any further, obviously, if there's anyone from the family or anything watching, I'm heartily sorry for your loss and things, and that shouldn't be happening in football. That's my view. I think reading the article, it states a few things about he's gone up against someone that's wearing kit and he wasn't in kit, and I mean, this is where me and Will are arguing. It's not that what's happened is wrong. It's the way that the article's structured, and it kind of like that. I think that's right, isn't it, Will? We're mainly arguing about the article itself rather than the situation, and I think
definitely.
for me, if that has happened, that is ridiculous.
If what has happened? Tell
So
us specifically.
If he has went into a team for a training session and he is not wearing kit, so he's not registered, he's not wearing kit, and he goes up against someone wearing helmet and shoulder pads, that is a massive no-no.
Okay, in what fashion? Oklahoma's, right? Pretty much a no-no, right? But,
Well, I mean, Okies are pretty much a no-no for anybody now.
yeah, I
aren't
know.
they?
Yeah, but no. So drills.
Drills for me. I don't even. Let's be honest. If you've got a team doing walkthroughs and you've got someone not wearing helmets, just take helmets off. Like,
Yep.
do you know what I mean? If there's one person without a helmet, take your helmet off.
What? So in your mind, when you read this, or when you're thinking about it, so you thinking that these are two, because we don't know this information, right?
Yeah.
But is your interpretation of this that they were going full pout, full contact, and just one lad didn't have kit on, and someone else did?
My interpretation of it is where it says that he's had an injury. He's had a run-in with somebody else without kit on. For me, it doesn't. I'm not bothered about whether that is in full speed drills or whether that's in walkthroughs. If you've got players that are in kit, get them away from the people that haven't got kit on. It's as simple as that.
And so that's the other question, right? How do you interpret the fact that person had kit? Is it lowers? Is it shoulders? Is it lid as well? Like, do we know any of that?
So for me, it doesn't state any of that in the article. Obviously, I mean, we can see you, Will. We're always shaking your head.
Well, you need to wait your turn and let Adam say his piece.
There is a part in the article where it states that they're in their equipment. Do you know what I mean? So realistically, for me, delving into that, me thinking, if you're playing American football and you're in equipment, I'm thinking shoulder pads and helmets straight away.
Like, that information to me. So thinking about that article, that information is third hand at best.
Yeah.
Right. So it's come from. So like, let's say I'm the lad and I've gone to training and I've said to my missus, "Oh yeah, I was up against someone in kit," and then it would be my missus or someone in my family who then tells the report of that. Right. So that's third hand information, and it could have been embellished at any point across that.
And I get that, and that's why I haven't go all guns blazing at the club. That's not my job. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the only thing we can't do, because that's not up to us to go and police this and all of that. Like, that's not up to us. But we need to make a fact now if that teams and coaches, whether that be the Porter Buffer, whether they're just HR, whatever it is, just let them know, give them some education and say, listen, guys, if you want to cover yourselves, do not put players in kit near people that haven't got kit. Do you know what I mean? Don't put them against each other. I know it's just this whole it's third hand, it's whatever it is. Just don't leave yourself open to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I think that's a fair point. So I've just used our new comment feature you can see on screen now. So, and it happens to be Ryan, and it also happens to be a message that Ryan still hasn't punctuated, but actually is legible. Which
I was going to say, how are we feeling about Ryan putting comments in here? Because, like, is he okay with the fact that people are going to realize he's a like an actual like medical grade retard when we put his comments up on the screen? Or
do you know what, man? Like, and what I'm hoping is that this comments feature acts as a deterrent against such activity. So I'm hoping that people think twice, right? Anyway, so let's just focus on that, and essentially what Ryan's put here, Adam, is agreeing with you. So players should never go against players if they don't have kit on the other. Sorry, if they don't have kit on and the other does. And the other does, it's completely irresponsible. Sorry, man. Always have a problem reading these things. I need to sort of vet myself. So yeah, and completely in line with what you're saying there, Adam. So, have you got anything else to say at this point before I bring Will into it?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why Will stands on an opposite standpoint.
He doesn't. Cool. Right, he doesn't stand on an opposite standpoint. I want to get that clear. What we argued about is the article in the way that it is. I took massive thing. I was like, "Whoa, you can't do this. What the hell are they playing at?" And Will was more the thing. it's the Daily Mail. That was like, do you know what I mean? That was our stance.
Right. Okay.
So, Will, see, you've ruined it now. I was going to say, Will, what's your problem with what Adam said?
Everything.
But the point is, you don't have a problem with what Adam said, right?
No, I am complete. Look, if he's gone up against an unkitted player has gone up against a kitted player, then of course, I have absolutely massive issues with that. I've started quite a stir today on one of the BAFTA groups by mentioning, that I don't agree with the Daily Mail article, and there's numerous discrepancies in the Daily Mail article compared to another article written on the same subject in the MEN, and then there's numerous discrepancies between the MEN article and an article in the local Wigan Press in regards to this incident. My point I was making was, and I still stand by it, it's the Daily Mail. They're looking to sell stories. If we had the option of, a lad falls over on a night out and dies, unfortunately, or, if we had that option as a story, or after playing American football unkitted, a lad falls over and unfortunately dies, which story are you going to go with? You're obviously going to go with the one that hits harder, which was the latter of them. For me, I'm actually totally surprised by the way that as a community, the British American football community has reacted to this news. They have categorically torn the club a new one without any substance.
Which club is this? Because I think we sort of said
St. Helens Cardinals. So they've categorically torn them apart. And my point has always been, unless you can prove it happened, like, they're innocent. I am firmly of the belief that you're innocent until you're proven otherwise. Mm-hmm. So, do you know what? If there was a video of this incident, and I'd be like, do you know what? Ridiculous. They shouldn't be run as a club. Shut them down. I'd be on that bandwagon. All I'm looking at is from the other point of view, and I'm saying, look, let's not jump to conclusions that what it says in the Daily Mail is what actually happened. For me, there's been people that, so I took umbrage today and yesterday because a lot of people in the coaching group on Facebook decided to mock the club. They were posting videos of the training drills and saying they should put Benny Hill music to it. They were literally just ripped them and took the piss out of them. And what I think we tend to stand on this pedestal. We put ourselves on this pedestal of American football and American football coaches. And then when something like this is going on, we instead of helping them and speaking to them, like, no one's actually spoken to the St. Helens Cardinals. They've just actually torn them a new one without there being any substance other than what was written in the Daily Mail.
And it's funny, someone just messaged me. There are instances posted on their Facebook, on this team's Facebook account, of players running drills or running some sort of American football exercise. I think is the easiest way of saying it. With some player in. Well, no one's got. I don't think
none of them have got lids on. The running back and the
someone got shoulders, and then a defender doesn't have anything. Is that right?
Yeah, again, my point on that clip was it was an 11-second clip. I've done coaching enough to know that well could have been a coaching instance. I'm getting feedback from somebody. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I'm getting feedback.
I'm not getting any.
No, so I've done enough coaching drills to understand that maybe it may not be. I'm not. Steve Rains has messaged you, Steve.
Yeah, no, I just looked at it. That's what I was talking about.
My point was, you can't just judge it off an 11-second clip and a post in the Daily Mail or the MEN or, I work in professionally, I work in risk, mitigation. And, we see false claims all the time. We have to be aware, there has to be proof, there has to be substance that what actually happened. For me, the kind of the price. Are you telling me if there was any evidence of what what everyone suggests, what everyone is saying? Sorry, if there was any evidence of what the papers have said had happened, this would be going through legal courts. This would be going through, Sport England. It'd be going through all them bodies, but it's not. It's got in the Daily Mail.
So this is what Coach Rains has shared with me, which is the drill there. So you can, I think exactly as you described, Will, which is two players there. It looks like a centre and a quarterback, actually. Oh no, there's a running back. That's a third bloke, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a running back, and then there's a
defender that has. And these guys, this guy's got lowers on. I assume this guy's got lowers on underneath his longer shorts. This guy doesn't appear to, and then this guy's nothing. He's just lined up. But
I mean, if you watch the drill,
and that's what. So this is what people have jumped on. Is this what you're saying, Will?
Yeah, I mean, again, people are jumping on this video because it fits the agenda that they have players playing that are kitted against unkitted. What my point is on this video, it's an 11-second clip. For me, my personal opinion is it looks like the guy playing D-line is a coach, and what they're working on is the snap and the standing up from the snap and the handoff from the QB to the running back. There's no contact. If you watch the drill in full speed, it's run at about 25. If that's full speed drills, they've got more issues. It's run at about.
I don't know if you get more serious issues than this. Yeah, their players are dying, bro. It's not more serious than that.
What I'm saying is, I know, I worded it wrong. What I'm saying is, though, like you watch the drill, it's definitely not 100%. It's probably not even 50%.
So okay, just a couple comments here. I'm gonna fire. So Ryan again. The only videos I've seen,
he's got punctuation.
Yeah, I know. I reckon he got his missus involved. Was just running drills with no contact though. I didn't see any with players doing contact though. And then Coach Rains has popped up and said, bottom line, Coach Rains has got a couple of kittens which he's used as his avatar. First rule of coaching doesn't happen. If it was a BAFA team, it would invalidate the insurance. It's not, and therefore the coach responsible, in my view, is liable. But liable for what? Is liable for any injury that would occur then, but surely not liable for this guy's death. Is that what people are saying? Is that are people linking? Because I know the article tried to do that, but are people trying to link this stuff up?
I think realistically now, if the courts and things have said, obviously they can't link it or whatever, that's fine.
The coroner, not the court.
Well, the coroner. Okay, so if the coroner have said that it can't be linked, but if it's gone on, it can't be proved. Let's say it can't be proved. So if that's true, let's just draw a line in the sand there. But education has got to happen now.
Yeah,
to everyone.
You are completely right, and that the only.
I know, Will. That's why I'm on the show. I'm always right.
Oh my god!
I had to do that when I was on big screen.
Coaching pedestal. Remember what I said about a coaching pedestal? No, you're right. And the only good thing to come out of this tragic event is the fact that everybody is now got to be taking this sort of stuff seriously. Like, if people weren't thinking about this, now they have. This is showed. That's not about being right. Everybody knows that.
Listen, we all respect Steve Rains. He said, "I'm right. I'm right. Done."
You are right.
Steve Rains is a coaching god.
It's not a competition about who's right and wrong. My problem is there was a massive overreaction by many, including yourself. And to be fair, you have toned it down a little bit today compared to yesterday. I
still think what they've done is complete. If they have done that, no matter what, I'm not saying. Listen. If they have done that, they are ridiculous. The education side of things now needs to step in and educate. So if it has happened or if it hasn't happened, it never happens again. Simple as that.
Well, it can't happen again if it never happened.
What?
It can't happen again if it's not happening.
We've got proof that they've run drills kitted against unkitted. I mean, and I use that term loosely, right?
Show me a drill.
But I think what we're saying is we shouldn't even have,
Steve Internet's got.
No, we're still on. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay there. You guys are frozen. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah,
we can still hear you. It's you.
Oh no! Has this cut us off?
No,
Hold on, guys. I'm just going to wait a
so.
second because it looks like you're frozen from my end.
No, I think we're still on.
Oh, it's kicked over to my Wi-Fi. That's why. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So
I'm pretty sure we're still on.
yeah, well, I mean, I can still hear you. Like you're coming through clear, Wilkin. Will's coming through clear.
Yeah, it's all sorted,
Steve is coming through clear, but Steve was panicking because
it's just catching back up. My computer, for some reason, it's flicking.
You done it again?
So, as you can see, if you're watching the stream, Steve's computer's done this. That's it.
Steve's computer's decided to reenact a story of when Steve last went fishing, and he was telling us about the trout that he caught. It was Will's when he was playing Fishing Pro. It was this.
Always change reviews as well. So
no. Luckily, I've got admin control as well. Thankfully.
Steve's back. He still can't hear us though, so there's no. Oh, maybe he can.
I can hear you. I can't see Wilkin.
I'm hidden behind the logo now.
Yeah, he's up the top, hidden behind the logo, because Will's changed the format to bring up the Facebook video.
No, I haven't. That's not me. That's Steve. He's gone again.
He's frozen again. Yeah.
So, anyways, if you're watching this on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, we'll probably end up having another break halfway through again. As you can see, we're getting forced upon us. But we'll be right back.
No, well, yeah. I mean, so far, Oz, what would you say? From the stuff you've heard, have you got anything?
I kind of want to save my my opinion on it until Steve returns. To be honest, because
if I'm honest, Steve looks like he's been hit by a Medusa, mate.
Yeah. It's because it's quite ironic a little bit because you guys are kind of arguing the same point in a way. But like you both agree on the fundamental side of if what's happened has happened, but then it's you're focusing on what needs to happen as a future, Adam.
Yeah.
Like it's whereas Will's focusing on the plausibility of whether it actually even happened in the past and whether it's just pure conjecture. So. I mean, balancing the two of them out, it's like it's a shithouse situation to put it bluntly. And I kind of feel weird in saying this, but I agree with you both, which is weird because I never agree with either of you.
This is getting recorded, isn't it?
Yeah. So you can take this back and play this back and be like, no. You agreed with me once.
Getting this from a ringtone, man.
To be fair, I think there has definitely been misunderstanding of the point I tried to make today on Facebook in regards to this. People think I'm against, or I'm for people not being insured, etc., etc. I wasn't. What I was trying to say is we can't have a massive overreaction on what's potentially real or fake news without knowing. We can't. The only thing we can do. I think Steve's back now.
Hey,
that was painful. Sorry,
I mean, we're not telling teams to go and lynch them, and I don't think that's what teams are doing.
Oh, they are. Believe me, they are.
But they're not going down there with pitchforks and things. You know what I mean? But realistically, I think
because Wigan's a long way to go.
I know it's not somewhere I want to visit. No, but realistically, it's just the education thing that needs to come now. There is nothing that's going to happen to this team because nothing can be proved, like you've said. But a bit of courtesy towards a family. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, if this has happened from the whole Britball community, we can only send our condolences. We hope, obviously, this doesn't happen to anyone else in the future, and an education system gets put in place so it never happens or will never happen again. Realistically, that's the only thing I can say on the matter.
So Tony's just popped up and said the coroner holds as high power, if not higher than the court. Yeah, it is higher. I know that from my personal experiences that it's they're like complete control over everything. So,
and if you want to lynch anyone, lynch Tony. He's a police officer. Go for it. Get him.
Yeah. Cool. So like, the one thing I just wanted to. So, is there any other points to make on it? Because I think we've come to like a.
I held my point because when we went off, when you dropped off, they sort of asked me, I said I wanted to do the justice of waiting till you jump back on, and you're right, it has been a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions, just because hearing the whole story. So when you mentioned it to start with, first thing that went through my head was play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That was when the moment you said like a dude went to a practice, kidded, like was unkitted, died, like, and then as a result died. That was the instant first thing that went through my head. I was like, okay, Darwin Award, well done. But now from what Will said, with the fact of like we can't even link it to the fact like he went to this training, but we have no proof whatsoever. So all I've seen is a freaking screenshot where there's 3 guys wearing some semblance of kit and one dude standing in front of them. And I agree with Will on the fact that the dude who's standing opposite them looks like he's almost in a coaching position. Like there's no proof at all from what I've seen, that's even like there's even contact happening in that drill or any of their drills. So I'm not gonna jump on the team about that. From the dude himself, obviously he's gone out and fallen over on a night out twice. We have no idea whether, like, from what you guys have said, like, we don't know whether he's pissed or not. Like, because for the reason I say that is because there have been reported deaths before of people who've gone out, gotten drunk, and have fallen over as a result of the intoxication, smacked their head, and died as a result of that. Like it does happen. So we have no idea whether there was even any contact. Like, so he could have been going unkitted, but he could have literally been he could have been at this practice and stand there watching. Like there's nothing that tells us that he was even in the drills hitting anybody or anything like that. So it's all completely unrelated. I agree with Wilkin in the fact of if there's enough voices coming out and saying, well, they are doing these drills and this is happening, then they do obviously need some education on that front where you need to be able to turn around and say, look, don't do it. Like there should be no instances whatsoever where, and I'm going to agree with the fact of like I'm seeing kitted as helmet and pads. Like I'm not seeing kitted as like if you're wearing lowers and someone else isn't wearing lowers, I don't really give a shit, to be honest. But helmet and pads, there is no instances whatsoever that any player in helmet and pads should be going up against a player not in helmet and pads. If you're wearing pads, that other person's wearing pads. If you're wearing helmet, that other person's wearing helmet. If you're wearing both, they're wearing both. You're not putting either player up against each other because it's just that is a health concern. So on that front, it's like I just feel like there's so many question marks around this and so much, like from what you said at the very start, Steve, with third-hand news, like there's so much Chinese whispers around it. Like I don't know what is true and what isn't, but the main thing I do know is like a young man who's got a family has lost his life, and that is the main thing that is instead of us jumping on the club, like. You know, if people know him or if people are you know, friends with him or if they're linked to the club or anything, you know, instead of talking about, well, if they hadn't done this, he wouldn't have died. Like, no, just be there for the family. Be there for the people that are going to need him. Like, I can't imagine what it's like to lose a partner or whatever at that age, or lose a son or lose a daughter or anything like that. So like I lost my dad when I was younger, but so I can kind of sympathize with the kid. So that they don't need people like us sitting here and going, oh, well, this shouldn't have happened and this shouldn't have happened. It's like what should be happening is people who know and are linked to the family is just being there and supporting them in whatever way you can. It doesn't, like, the dude died. It doesn't really matter how he died. He died. If the coroner says there's no link to it, then there's nothing that we can do, and kicking the shit out of a club doesn't matter. Like, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, so I just want to, and I've got a feeling that I might drop. Well, we'll see, but I'm going to try and share my screen again. But it was the connection rather than the what I was doing. But we'll see. But I just want to share my screen and show the um, the difference between these articles that Will was talking about. Have we got them? Yeah, cool. So this is the main one, which is the one that people were sharing yesterday, which is the Daily Mail, and probably one of the least credible newspapers or media outlets. And you can see right there, they actually mention American football in the in the headline, and comparing it to the two others. They don't mention American football. This one focuses on the family looking for the reason why that he passed away. And this one, it does mention sports, and it does mention American football in the subtext. Yeah, so I'm not going to go through and analyze all of the messaging, but you will see, and I'm pretty sure it's in this one, that there's information here directly from the coroner. And I thought this
it's right in the middle there. So died from a traumatic brain injury sustained following 2 collapses, but said it was not possible to ascertain what had caused it.
Yeah, and then the other one does state that that he basically fell over and then there was a laceration on the back of his head where the hemorrhage was on his head. So like that was the coroner, or it wouldn't have been the coroner, but whoever medically examined him, concluded that was the cause of it. And then they said the second collapse was actually the brain hemorrhage, and then he passed away sadly passed away in the hospital. But it's just like it. I when I saw that article, they're all posted on the same day, 19th of March, and I thought I'd wanted to have a look and see, was it being sensationalized by the Daily Mail? I think to an extent it was. It does capture, the side of the family, what the girlfriend says, what the parents say, whereas the other two feel a little bit more balanced when they talk about, what the coroners are saying and what was leading up to it. There's a lot more information in the Daily Mail one, like where they speculate that his dad said he never went out drinking, or he never got drunk or something. And I think that's what Will was saying. Like, there's some discrepancies between it, but and I think, as we already said, the bottom line is sadly this guy's passed away. It hasn't been connected to American football, but there is a cautionary tale here, right? There's and I think every single person in this panel and in the chat has said the same. Like, this should be the story that you tell when you're trying to tell players not to train in kit, or when you're trying to justify why that doesn't happen. I say from a coach saying it to players, it could be players saying it to coaches.
Listen,
but this is the
story.
Reason why we never have that happen, right?
This is the story that coaches should be telling other coaches why, to make sure they are 100% checked over with everything, every drill, everything. Like, you need to cover your back on everything. Like, make sure you do everything squeaky clean, cover your back, so nothing like this has the possibility to happen.
Yep. Yeah, cool. And Coach Rain said, as popped up, said the important thing is to ensure there's not a next time. Exactly. Yeah. So it's just, and I mean, I don't. Oh, well, let's ask you guys and anyone in the chat put in the comments. Have you been involved, or have you ever seen this happen? Non-kitted players against kitted players, even if it's walkthroughs or whatever. Like, have you seen it happen?
I've seen it happen.
Me too.
I saw it happen back home, because it was when I was part of a startup club, and we had players that had come from other clubs to help with the startup, and it was essentially guys that had kit that had come from another club, and then it was people that were joining and didn't have any yet, and the club didn't have any to give at that point in time. But it was never more than a walk through. There was never anything that went more than literally just walk past, hands, or just getting people accustomed to how to move in kit. So there was some like, you'd have guys that would be doing like sort of like easy ups, right? So the guys that had the kit would run and do the receptions in their helmet and their pads, and then there'd be a guy behind them doing the same drill, but just without the kit. But we never had going against each other. Like if it was
full contact.
Just so, yeah.
And just again,
the only other thing I can think of is we're 6 months down the track, right? From when this has happened. Like, yeah, we said it went under the radar, but the thing is, we've got to be mindful that there's a high possibility that the family's only just started to put this behind them, and then this has been but essentially, like they're essentially just going, okay, well, it's been 6 months, and then we're dredging it up. It's being dredged up in coaching groups and everything like that, and then it just becomes a point of argument. Like, just be mindful, guys. Like, whether you're commenting on Facebook or anything like that, and you're saying, "Oh, the club should have done this or this should have happened." Like, you got to remember, someone still died, like that, and that person still had a family, and they were a loved person. So and I get that this needs to be a teaching point in terms of, like Reigns has said here, with the making sure it never happened again.
Yeah.
But we still need to make sure that if we're going to be having this conversation, that it's not one that's going to be dredging up stuff that's going to be detrimental to the family. Because the last thing that they need is someone sending them a message and going, "Oh, did you? I don't know the young fella's name, so I'm just going to say old mate. But did you see that these guys, Jack? Okay, so did you see that these guys were talking about Jack on their show, and then next they've got to sit there and they've got to relive it all as we sort of tear a fine tooth comb through their pain. Yeah. So it's just I know I personally wouldn't want to log on to Facebook and have seen someone talking about a member of my family that had so I had a cousin about 10 years ago fell off the back of a motorbike in Greece. And had a brain hemorrhage and died, and about 6 months after that happened, I wouldn't have wanted to log on and see people talking about, like, oh well, shouldn't they all have been wearing helmets or something along those lines. So it's just something to be mindful on that front as well.
Yeah, definitely.
To be fair, I think us bringing up and talking about this now, it's not in a sense of to keep that going. It's more of a, we need to stop this from ever happening. Like, and I think, don't get me wrong, I don't want people going and lynching this club. I don't want people going and, you've done wrong, you need to do this, you need to change your ways. I don't think that's what needs to happen. I think what needs to happen now is just a thing across the board. Like, come on, guys, these are what we need to do as coaches, and just re-emphasize that a bit more. Just say, like, this is what needs to happen in a training session. This is the sort of thing that you need to do to cover your back. Mm-hmm. And
that's it. And it's also, so I think, as well as the instance in particular, the kitted v non-kitted, I think it's also, like I say, a cautionary tale. I think it's also relevant to, it's applicable to other things that you would say, look, it may seem like it's small, but something massive could happen off the back of this. And, this is why this is in place. Like, you could pretty much apply it to any of the rules, anything that you're putting in place, safeguarding, health and safety, all of that sort of stuff. It's the whole point is that there is a club in Wigan who came very close to being chastised and sued and tied to the death of this poor lad. I think
it could also be used as a thing. Like, obviously we haven't delved into it further, but it could be also used as a thing of, these guys have done a great job because they haven't done this at all. This hasn't. It was proved that they haven't done it. He did have a knock in training. It was in this drill here against this player. Here it is in an accident book, and they have everything covered. And it could be a story to say, actually, these guys have done it the right way. They've proved that this hasn't happened. Everything was covered. That people haven't looked at it from that angle yet. Like,
we don't know.
I know. They might have done everything right,
To be fair, I'd imagine that would come out.
I think that's Will's point.
Yeah. That's exactly my point. You've changed your tune, you have, Adam.
No, I've not changed my tune at all. What I'm saying is they could have done everything right, but it can also still be used as a point of saying, guys, make sure you do this so things like this don't happen again. Yeah. Like it needs to be turned into an educational point now. So, one, nothing like this happens again. And two, things are in place in case it does.
Cool.
I know you don't like us saying again, Will. Chill out, mate.
So on that, thanks for that, Adam, and thanks for all three of you for that, and the guys in the chat for your input. I think that brings that topic to a close. Like almost an hour in, which is pretty cool. Like I said, I've never got I've got an agenda of things I want to talk about, but I don't have time frames for this stuff. I want to have proper discussions, right? So we are going to move into something a bit more lighthearted now. So quite a transition. And this is before we get to the chat about the actual discussion. And that is, so did all three of you take part in our NFL picks this week?
Yeah, what I've done is I purposely lost 2 games so Will would win.
So I'm just going to get that up, and I'm going to put Will on. Will, let's hear what you've got to say about this. So what you're looking at now on screen, guys, is this is our global league table. So this is everyone who. Let me just make it a bit bigger so you guys can see more. This is everyone who entered some picks for this week. And I think we had 45 in total. Yeah, we did. Ashley, who me and Osno scored 1 point. I need to have a word with him about that.
Do you have to submit all the picks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or can you? Oh,
no,
Jesus.
You must submit every pick. Otherwise, none comes through. So,
where did ours come?
Sorry?
Where did ours come?
Well, we'll get whoa. Let's focus on top and bottom to start off with before we get into because I know he's just going to gloat, right? You can guess how well Will's done, so at the top, so there were 16 games, and we had 2 guys that got 13 out of 16. So Rory and David. So good, good on them. No one got. So this league this year is sponsored by American Football UK, and anyone who gets, so whoever wins it overall, so all these points added up at the end of the season, whoever wins that overall gets an NFL jersey of their choice, and whoever gets within each week, if anyone gets all of the picks correct, they'll win an NFL hat of their choice.
Week.
Sorry?
I just said, perfect week.
Yes, whoever scores a perfect week. So, close for these guys. 13 out of 16, awesome. And these are a lot of new names, right? So obviously we've run this. This is our 3rd season. Oh, we don't have the other season on it, but this is our 3rd season we've run this. And there's a lot of I'll start recognizing names. And there's a lot of new names up here. And I've also got you guys involved. And some of the guys that have been around a while. So like the Breens, for example, Chris, and Sean, they typically are there or thereabouts at the end of the season at the top. So, and I know this is only 1 week, but it's great to see like fresh faces in this and people, doing well. I only scored 9 myself, but I don't consider myself any sort of connoisseur of the NFL. I was quite pleased with my lot with that. Callum, who's he's our armchair QBs, he scored 7. Paul Stubbs, Frankie Pankhurst, both got 7. Lee Phipps, who he won the what did he win? He won. So I remember I sent him something recently. I think he won all of our raffles. I should know this stuff, shouldn't I? But anyway, I'm trying to talk for as long as I can without getting to Will, because what's happened here is I asked as many people involved in Gridiron Hub as possible to enter. And Will came out on top.
Now, just remember, I give him 2 games for free.
Yeah.
So we got. Wait. So are you serious? You're having a week 1 victory lap because you got 1 more game correct.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah, but
me, your
remember-
life must be sad.
Remember,
Jesus Christ.
some of the teams he's been in, he's not used to winning, mate.
Oh!
So that's like getting a safety in the first quarter, and now he's gone buzzing.
Oh, mate.
Like, I'm the first to admit I know nothing about the NFL. I didn't think I did, but I'm obviously the Gridiron Hub's NFL expert, so ask me anything and, I'll answer all your questions for you. I know everything about the NFL, obviously.
So
Well,
yeah,
obviously not,
good.
because there was at least 3 games that were complete and blatant upsets that nobody thought would happen at all. So
Which games were them?
so you probably picked them by pure dumb luck.
Can you go and find out what games I picked? I'd love to know if I got
think
one of them
I
up
can. Let me
there.
just have a look. I'm pretty sure we can click into people's profiles and see.
Yeah, can we see? Because there's got to be. He must have got at least one of the upsets.
Can we not show everyone this week's pick? Because I don't want when I'm top next week, I don't want everyone being top with me.
When you're top next week, it means no one else submitted.
No, we can't see it. I need to speak to.
You need to sort out your admin rights. You need to speak to Dom. What's going on?
Yeah, I know. Well, we're getting because the website's getting redone. Like this is all getting redone too. So we can look at the overall, like the results here, and red means that the prediction was wrong, and green means that the prediction was right. But the scores are correct apart from this one because we had a data issue with it pulling through. But which games are you talking about, Oz? I'm assuming
the three massive upsets were Washington over Philly, Jacksonville over Indianapolis, and Arizona over San Francisco.
Yeah.
I definitely had Washington to win over the Eagles. So the other two I didn't.
I need to. I can't check everyone. Like I do have record of what Will would have selected, but I can't get it up on screen. I need to get that fixed. So I'll see if I can get that fixed for next week. Actually, and we can look at people.
Yeah, definitely get a fix for next week when it comes out. He's only won 3 games.
Because if you'd looked at the Vegas lines for those 3 games to begin with, like if you'd picked an accumulator with just those 3 games and those three underdogs as the winners, you would have walked away a very, very rich man.
Can I give you a tip then? Don't look at the Vegas lines. Just think who was good in the past and go off that.
Well, then if you thought who was good in the past and gone off that, you shouldn't have picked Washington, Arizona,
I just realized
or Jacksonville.
No, I didn't pick Arizona or Jacksonville, but since the Eagles released Jay Ajayi, they've not been the same. So I was like, they can lose.
Oh my god!
So guys, just to
Washington was literally the number 2 pick last season. Like in the draft, they were fucking atrocious.
So just to let you guys know, what we'll have each week is we'll be able to see the table for that week. So the actual scores for that week, and then we'll obviously see the global table, which is obviously the total amount of them. So we'll be able to analyze both, and that'll be quite fun. So I'm just having a look at. There's a couple of chats, a couple of messages in the chat. Oz, this one's for you, mate.
Mate, I told you. I absolutely loved Ryan when he won his very first game. I believe it was his very first game of fantasy. And I said this to you off air. That I lambasted his draft. Like we did it live with me, Tyler, and James.
Yeah, this is the Gridiron Hub.
The Gridiron Hub Daft Kings Fantasy League. And when Ryan drafted, and I was drafting either one spot after, and he kept picking, and I was having the time of my life because I was like, oh my god, he's taken him. Thank you. And I was all over Ryan's team, and then he made a good trade to fill some holes pre-week 1. Made a couple of good waiver pickups, and then the guy that he was versing, Rory's team shat the bed, and Ryan's team went off. And literally, like on the Sunday night, you could see Ryan getting a little bit more confident, and a little bit confident, and a little bit more confident as he was starting to sort of put a gap between him and Rory. And then when I woke up on Monday morning, it was just like. It was just filled with shit talk, And then on Tuesday morning, after the Monday night games, it was literally just the same repetitive GIF, like 100 times, of just the little kid in the baseball stands losing his mind, like with his tongue out, waving his dick, and the admin of the chat, Tyler, had to remove Ryan from the chat because he was just spamming this GIF over and over, and then he would like send through another GIF of one of the Rams players with like a Ram helmet on. And then Tyler like brought him back in and spoke to him. Honestly, it was like, were you ever the disruptive child at school where you'd get taken out of class?
Not me.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. So you get taken out of class,
Yeah.
and then the teacher brings you back in after like 15 minutes of standing in the hallway, and they're like, look, all right, I'm going to bring you back in, but you need to behave, right? You need to be responsible. I don't want you distracting the other children. Tyler literally gave him that that fucking speech in the chat, and then Ryan started posting some gifs again, and Tyler was like, Ryan, I'm serious. And I didn't have time to see it all, and I just sort of checked in, and Tyler gave him the big old speech about like nobody likes a bad winner, and I was like, nah, screw that. I was like, go mad. I was here for it, man. I loved it.
So James from the Daft Kings, this is his Twitch. He said, ask if anyone's choosing the Jets over the 49ers this week.
No.
I wouldn't choose the Jets over anybody. My God, they look bad.
They've just placed Bell on into reserve as well.
I've gone for the other.
That's probably a good thing. He is washed.
I've
My
gone for
God.
the Giants to win. I think I've gone for the Giants to win this week.
Yeah, mate, that's not the Jets.
I know, but I don't think I think on paper the team the Giants are playing are not favourites.
Called yourself an NFL expert.
What's the over under, right, on New York teams not named Buffalo actually winning more than 4 games this season? So like the teams based in New Jersey essentially, because even though they're both New York teams, they operate out of like the Meadowlands is based in New Jersey. Like I don't really know if the Jets and the Giants are probably going to win more than 4 games each this year.
Oh, I think the Giants will.
I saw a really good thing, and it was who do you think wins more games? Teams from Florida or teams from like New York, essentially. So that includes Buffalo, but it includes Tampa. NFL. So but it includes Tampa. So you've got Jacksonville, Miami, and Tampa. Yeah, you've got Jacksonville, Tampa, Miami, and then you've got the Jets, the Giants, and the Bills.
Yeah.
Who wins more? Who wins more games, do you think? Out of like which state?
Being an expert, I'd go with New York.
Yeah, I'd say
in New York. Okay.
Is that right?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Well,
are you
how can you say
joking?
it? No, it's week 1. It's week 1. How do you know? What do you mean? Is that right? That was a hypothetical question. That was a hypothetical. No, because it was a hypothetical question. Who do you think wins? Who do you think wins more?
Yourself.
Okay. Anyway, right, we're gonna move on to the reason we're here.
Fuck it, I'll take Tampa. Gardner Minshew all day. I don't give a damn about Tom Brady. Gardner Minshew.
And that's gonna cut someone's head off. So sorry about that. We'll have to fix it for next week.
No, we're cool. I'll just
assume
turn
at
my
the
camera
moment.
off.
I'll just keep rotating them around, so if anyone's talking, they'll be seen. But yeah, so we're gonna go back into this beautiful mural. It's called mural that we're using and that we're going through. Right, let me just move that. And last week we got through, so we did get to players as Oz wasn't here. Oz, if you do have anything you want to add, feel free to add it while we're going, mate.
Nope, I would like to get this finished before 10 o'clock, so I got nothing to add.
Wow. We're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going. What I have done, because there was a number, and it wasn't just last week. It was when we were talking about coaches stuff. There was stuff that really was very good stuff to talk about, but really wasn't answering the question of what should good Britball clubs have in place, and was more about it was more about a wider discussion about the league. So I've pulled a lot of and I've duplicated some of these things. You can see like 55-man roster is there twice. I've duplicated them, but some of them I've actually just moved solid out there. And this is for us for another time, basically, like not during this exercise, okay? So where did we get to? So we covered Adam's sticky notes. That's right. So are we at Will's or do we want to do mine? Which ones do you want to do?
Do yours. They're usually useless.
And then give Oz a good 10 minutes to get his done.
Yeah. Well,
No, I got none to add. Everything seems good.
I say,
We all know Oz is only here for the comedy value, not for his input.
Oz is literally just here for hot takes. That's it. I'm just here for clicks.
so because we're going through mine, does anyone want to tell me which one they want to go to first, or
Just go in order across. Just go in color order across.
Okay, cool. So what? So website first.
Yeah, let's go with website.
Oh, you saying color order across?
Sorry, yeah.
no.
What you were yellow? Yeah, no, go with website first. Yeah.
So I'm saying that with this as a player, there's an expectation that the club has, and this is an entire discussion, and so is the social media one. Really has and updates a website. So there's useful information on there that also pertains to the squad, the stats, the fixture. Well, say stats, fixtures at least. Like there's a meaningful website in place and I've put that as like standard for all clubs, right? Is anyone going to question me on that?
No. What should the website have on it? Like, should it have roster on it?
So I actually think this is a separate, like another time, because I'd love to go deep into what a website's a bit easier than social media actually, but a website should have which teams play for the club, who the coaches are, a bit about the history of the club, obviously sponsors, fixtures and results, and the squad, game reports with images as well. That's fair. And I know like there's more that can be added or whatever. I'm saying that is like de facto. Everyone should have that. That doesn't matter what level you're at. You've got that data. You've got that information. You should be able to publish it on your website. And I suppose you should have information about like, I don't know, like joining the club. Because I've so you guys may not know this, but I've looked through most websites, pretty much every single website in Britball. When I pulled together,
you have some weird habits. You do,
huh?
You have some weird habits.
Well, because I've been pulling together the Find a Club stuff, and you just get to look at the websites, right? And some of them I've gone into, like some of them are awesome. Some of them actually don't even work anymore, and I couldn't use the link. Some of them are atrocious.
Name and shame.
No, I'm not going to. No, it's not. That's not what this is about. But what I'm saying is, this is about having a minimum standard across. As like it's almost like pride in your existence. Like, how are you going to attract people, potential like sponsors, players, coaches? Like, if your shop window is smashed, right? Like it or boarded up, like it just doesn't make, or even not there, as a brick wall. For me, it's like a no-brainer. I consider this extremely important, and I just wondered if anyone else didn't.
I find social media more important than a website.
I do too.
So I'd actually say if your social media is up to date, you don't necessarily need a website.
No, I disagree wholly.
Otherwise, Steve's going to go looking for you, and he's not going to find you, and he's going to spend 20 fucking minutes on the internet, and he's going to have a bad time.
Yeah. No. Sorry, Adam. Go on.
Right. I think all teams should have a website and things, right? The same as yourself. The social media, as long as I don't have to have anything to do with it. Like as a coach, I don't want to do it.
But that's a different matter, right? But I suppose it's a different matter. But
yeah, but would you think the players?
There are some clubs that the coach runs everything as well as.
But would you think the players should expect like someone like technical to be able to do? Like, let's be honest. I'm not very technical. Like, I know. Like,
shut up, curtain boy.
Like, I still hate typing emails. Like, do you know what I mean? Like a website and stuff to me is just
Yeah.
It's another planet.
Cool. So you're not the one that's going to do it. Someone else is. Like,
but
I'm not charging you with the responsibility.
I know. What I'm saying to you is, do you think players would expect to have like a specific website person, or do they just think like?
I don't think players care. I don't think they care how the information gets there. Just that it's there. Like,
just go on Wix and build one then.
Well, so these are easy solutions, right? And actually, we're looking at stuff for Gridiron Hub to help clubs out. But like, that's the future. John Wise has popped up, and this is a really interesting point. Everything accessible within 2 clicks, and I think that's a really good point, considering some of the websites I'd seen. You get stuff buried, really difficult to find. You want to make it easy to navigate as well, and I think so it's not just about necessarily having the information there, but also making it user friendly, having a good user experience on there. But I think as a you don't like that, do you, Will? But I think
no, because for me, if I want to know something about a football club, I go on the Facebook page.
But that's useless. Like, so a Facebook page.
It's not, because you can provide all the information on the Facebook page. You can provide on the website.
It's a perpetual, it's like looking for something up in well, it's even worse than looking for something in WhatsApp. Like, it's just, once it's gone, it's gone. A website is structured and tabbed, and you can read through stuff.
I tell you what, I bet teams' social media have far more hits than websites.
I imagine they do, but the whole point,
for sure,
I can tell you by running Gridiron Hub, the whole point is to make the website the center of your universe, and everything else should point towards it, right? Like, so social media, that's great, but what if Facebook just comes up, like, just disappears one day? What are you going to do then? You
put lodge a complaint.
Will's still got three of his old teams on Bebo, so he's not having a good time.
MySpace.
So social media, absolutely, and social media is fantastic, and I love, like, you guys know that I love building up stuff in social media. It's something I'm really passionate about, and I want to do some more live streams about it and talk about different types of posts and times of posts and all that sort of stuff. Like, that's awesome. But that stuff is about generating interest to then, it's like a funnel, right? And at the top of that funnel is your social media driving interest down into your website and hits on your website. Your website will put money in your pocket. Your social media will put money in someone else's.
How does a website put money in your pocket?
So
if you've got
advertising,
I know I get advertising. What I'm saying
and sponsorship.
Yeah, but who's gonna pay you to be sponsored on your website in 2020?
Well, what do you mean?
Google ads.
Well, Google ads, right? So you've got 5 hits a week on your website. You're not going to make any decent money.
And that's exactly what I'm saying is the problem. They shouldn't have 5 hits. They should have 10,000 hits.
Yeah, but if you're the Crew Railroaders, right? The people in Crew don't care about the Crew Railroaders. So you're not going to get 10,000 people on your website, no matter how good it is.
Of course you are.
No, you're not. Because you are. They're an amateur American football team in the middle of Cheshire, the same as the Cheshire Romans. They've got
the same opportunity as anyone else has online. So, one of the biggest blogging companies in all of business, who are like seen as like the standard now when it comes to blogging about, I don't know, like sales methodology and anything to do with like running a business, is a company called HubSpot. And do you know what they do?
They blog about business.
Exactly. but they don't do that. That's not how they earn their money. They earn their money from selling a CRM system. So they're a CRM system that's not applicable to everyone, but they get tons of different people from different demographics on their website, and that acts as a funnel to their wider products. And they're known for it. Like, that side of their business has grown exponentially.
So you're telling the Crew Railroaders to start selling Salesforce?
I'm telling everyone to start using your website effectively as a tool. Now, this has gone off piste a bit here, because I'm not telling you. I'm saying that there's an opportunity with websites that isn't something that players all look for. But there are too many people that just see it as something that isn't that important. And what I'm saying is that it could be absolutely enormous in a revenue stream for a club, but people don't take the opportunity.
Yeah, but it's all about driving traffic to your website. And people don't.
That's what I just fucking said.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, but what I'm saying is, how do you drive it if you've got people don't want to
social media? Social media.
What?
Okay, I think this is weird, right?
From Sunday's 35-6 loss to Chester. No one's going to read it because no one cares.
This is the weird thing. I think I'm gonna agree with Will for the second time tonight, and it pains me so much. As a consumer, right? Like, and someone who uses a lot of social media, yeah, you've been put in the naughty corner. As someone who uses social media a lot, like I spend a lot of time on Twitter, a lot of time on Facebook. If I click on a link and it takes me to a website, I close it down.
I'm the same.
I don't give a shit about your website. I don't want to be pushed somewhere where I'm going to have ads in my face and have to scroll through, like, because most of the time I'm on my phone as well, right? So websites get clunky when you get taken from an app like Facebook or Twitter onto like the app version of the browser, so to speak, and it gets very clunky. And I switch off the moment it happens. Like if I'm scrolling down Facebook and then I don't know, I see like a meme or something like that, and I click on the meme to expand the photo, it takes me to a website. I close the window down again. I don't want a bar of it. So it's like, I don't know if you're getting 1p from my like very quick like click on your website, but the way that people are moving now is they want instant consumer content now. They do not want to have to be clicking this and being taken through this link and this link and this link and this link. Like, it's just
if the content is valuable enough, people will go to it. Simple as that.
That's where again, like where Will's kind of correct in the fact of like,
but
how many people are you getting to games?
You're
how many people are you getting?
The crew railroaders into
it's
you
Britball.
are listen to me.
It's Britball.
No, you're pigeonholing the crew railroaders
games?
into just being able to produce content about the crew railroaders. There's nothing stopping them producing content about how to teach people how to play football or coaching things. Or like and
there definitely is.
There's a ton of other things that they can put content out about, but they're not doing it.
There's definitely a lot of things stopping them from doing that. One is people giving a shit and wanting to. Two is the amount of time.
Yeah, but that's a different matter. I'm saying that the opportunity is there for these clubs and these people to do that and to have an entire.
Who are you going to find to do it?
Well, realistically,
you've got a volunteer Div 2 club. You're going to turn up at trainings and be like, right, guys, it's rookie day today. Are you a web developer by any chance?
You don't need to be a web developer.
Strong safety web developer. Right. Do you have an interest in generating content for us on how to coach America? You don't know how to play American football, but you want to. Right. Okay. You're on the bench.
Yeah, but
that's completely besides the point.
I mean, realistically, what you could do there then is just film some of the drills that you've done, or even just film a little flag game or something and send it to local schools. Do you know what I mean? Just say, oh, this is what we do down here. Come out, yeah, that's going to get you a shit ton of clicks anyways, isn't it?
I mean, I've seen some film in the last couple of days. I don't know where it came from, but it's in one of the groups that I'm in that's been shared of someone's running drills and things like that. And it's not going to get you a lot of clicks. All it gets you is a lot of people commenting in the group chat of, this guy's an absolute moron. Look at what he's doing. Yeah, like, because that's the British way. We're not here to build people. Well, I say we. You're not here to build people up. The main thing that the British people love to do is they love to tear each other down. The moment anybody tries to do anything good, the first thing you do is go, look at that dickhead. Look at him thinking he can make something of himself.
Yeah, but if you're sending the video of drills to a school to say, oh, we have a junior team here, and it links to your website, maybe that would be a good thing. Like, I'm all for teams having a website, like I said before.
Definitely. I am too, but I think Steve's thinking anyway. I think Steve's thinking absolute pinnacle.
No, I'm not. My point of this here was like bare minimum stuff, and what I'm saying is, which the point that you guys disagree with me on is, I think there are massive opportunities for the different usage and leverage of websites and social media within Britball. But that's that's not on here, right? I haven't put that on here. All I've put is you need to have a presence online for your website and social media.
I think everybody needs a website. Yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I do not think that I don't think there's a team in the UK in Britball that could generate 10,000 clicks a week to their website.
I think there is. But that's
do we generate 10,000 clicks a week to our website?
yeah, we have, yeah.
So
Yeah, and look at how much work that you've put into this, though.
Yeah. So it's possible.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna go much deeper into it on a live stream, but you've sunk a lot of time and money into Gridiron Hub to make it what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think there's a club in the UK that could do that. Like, the Gridiron Hub has become your literal obsession, your baby, and you've brought it up from you've built it from the ground up to where it is now. So where we can sit here on this stream where people will literally take time out of their day to watch us chat shit.
Mm-hmm.
But the amount of time and effort that you've put into this in over 3 years to get it to where, like you said, we are generating at sometimes 10,000 clicks a week. Like, I don't think there's a team in the UK that could put that time, dedication, money into it.
Okay.
Agree to disagree.
But yeah. Right. So Marvin's just popped up and he said the first place any new player will search is Google. And if their website is not up to date, then you're not going to go search on Facebook.
Yeah.
If they do, it's a second thought team.
Yeah, Marvin is 100% correct.
You see, for me, it's just about having a website that you don't have to keep updated. Just have a splash page.
No,
links to the socials.
Pointless. No. I want to see like roster lists and all that sort of stuff, which actually ties into these four things here that I've put up.
What's a splash page?
It's essentially just a screenshot of Girls Gone Wild.
Yeah, teams have one of them. I'll sign up. Done.
So the next things that I've put up, and again, you could probably go in deeper into a couple of or a few of these. As a player, I want 4 things that once I've played in a game, there's 4 things that I want, and this has been since I first started playing over in the UK. Right, I want to be able to watch the game. I want to see some film of the game. I want to read a report of the game. Ideally, that I've done enough that I can read my name in the game report. I want to read the stats of the game and how I've performed, and the team has performed. But I'm always thinking about me, and I want to see some images from the game, preferably taken by a professional photographer. Again,
I agree with all of those.
That they've got some snaps of me.
However,
sucking in.
Yeah, like come on. Like an action shot. Sorry?
Looking for the ice cream van.
Yeah, that one's classic. That wasn't a professional photographer, by the way. Anyway, right.
Still my favorite photo.
I've got something to say on this. Your game stats thing. I think you've put it in for all of them.
Yep.
I think you can have that for just Div 1 and
No.
Yes.
No.
I think your game report and everything, I just don't think you need to be taking stats at Div 2.
Of course you do. You need if you're gonna have a midweek training, I want fucking stats, right? If I'm taking time after work to come and play this football, I want to be able to go to my mates. Oi, click on this website. I got a sack on the weekend. I want my stats. You want your midweek training? I want my stats.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you on the game film, game report.
I don't care. There's no trade-off. There's no trade-off.
There's no trade-off.
I'm not asking you to trade. I'm saying the stats thing, I don't think you need.
Oh, shut up.
Your team is... I hope no one ever comes and plays you. Your team is boring.
You must be a shit player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I'm a coach.
Adam doesn't want stats because he's like, I really don't want people to know.
I'm never on them anyway.
How many sacks? How many sacks I allowed? How many sacks I allowed this week?
I want to break records. I want to get the most tackles. I want to beat the guys that started with me.
No.
And if I didn't start, I want to beat the starters.
Adam doesn't need stats.
I
Adam
play
doesn't need
offensive line. The only stat on me is how many times I got beat. I don't care.
Exactly.
Like, I don't care.
No, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
No,
but you were at
pancakes.
fingers, didn't you,
Pancakes.
Adam? You were at
Do you really think how many times in a game, like me being a lineman, I know I've pancaked someone, I've turned around and goes, did you see his pancakes? Like, no, the ball was miles away, I was looking there.
Well, then
Great.
you've got a stat. Then no, that just means that your stat guy doesn't like you.
Yeah.
That's all that means.
The other thing, like, so you know, fair enough. There are fewer things in stats for linemen, but surely, you know, I know linemen I've played with have taken great pride of knowing that the QB wasn't sacked, that the running back got 200 odd yards and the backup running back got 150. Like there's, you know, there are indicators of success and performance that you can take pride in.
But I mean,
stats.
Throughout everything that we've discussed over the last few weeks, you have always mentioned that Div 2 is just a turn up and play sort of league, right?
Yeah, but you're still going to have an awards. You're still going to have an awards. No, but you're still going to have an awards ceremony at the end of the year.
I can't believe. So you think Div 2's like I don't know. Like I don't even know how to put it. Like,
I made my name in Div 2.
You ain't got a name.
I'd never heard of you. I'd never heard of you until I jumped on a live stream with you. So you didn't like shit.
Will, that doesn't help.
I just know you're the dude who jumps on a live stream from his attic, so he has to hang a curtain so no one can see the kids he's murdered.
No, to be fair, just quickly, like the first two, you've took them off screen now. I completely agree with the game film and the game reports. The game reports and the games. No, yeah, the first two I agree with. The second two, game stats and game day photographer, they require somebody to take a lot of time out of their day for no gain, no financial gain, and for me. They're nice to have. Have you got them in the nice? You should have them in the nice to have column, not in the absolute. I think
those are from a player's perspective. Those are the things I expect my club to.
How would you get a professional photographer down if he doesn't want to come down? Are you saying that they should up the subs so they can?
No, I said again. I said ideally. I didn't say definitely a professional. I said ideally a professional one, but if not, just someone taking pictures, dedicated taking pictures, and that they're shared and that people can see them.
Look, we all know. On a Tuesday and a Wednesday after a game, we all love to go and look through the photos of the game to see if there's any good snaps of us. I do get it.
Yeah, I love the pictures of us holding me clipboard.
You're boring. But I think what I'm saying is if you're a club who don't have somebody who's prepared to do that for free, it's really difficult to get somebody to do that.
Okay, well, why are you trying to solve the problems? All I'm talking about is what the players expect from a club, a good club, to have, and I think that is a reasonable thing to have in place.
Right, fair enough.
I think a Div 2, the stats are like that's nice to have, not a.
No, you've got a real bee in your bonnet about Div 2.
Mate, I'm in a Div team.
James has said, if I get stats from cheerleading, you guys deserve stats.
Yes!
He gets cheerleading stats. That's quite funny. I think that's illegal. So, I don't know. Yeah, so obviously those things also feed into social media and website. Like they're sort of like the content that goes onto the platforms. But, I genuinely, like as a player, like I've been involved in clubs at times where they don't do game reports and I think, or they don't do stats, and you're like, "Fuck off!" Like that's massive. That's massive.
I never had stats done. I have never in any game.
How did you make your name in Div 2 then? If you never had stats done,
I was joking.
He was the loudest bench warmer ever.
Fuck off! I got 7 interceptions in my rookie season.
He was the guy that shouted.
How do you know you got 7 interceptions? No one kept track.
So this may be
on that one.
This may be like pure narcissism, right? But between those 4 things, if my club's got all 4 of them, then pretty much everyone that's played well will have some sort of point of reference within it, right?
I do get it because
how do you have like a Hall of Fame or something, right? To your club,
that's massive.
I agree. I do agree.
So I was actually going to go on to say, and I'd actually cover this in another piece, but I actually think there should be standardization when it comes to those. Well, certainly the first three. The fourth one, I don't really, whatever. But the way that games are filmed, the way that games are reported on, and the way that the stats are captured should be universal across the league. So that a stat, again, the way that stats are applied in one game are the same they're applied in another. The same with game film.
So with that, so what you're saying,
so kind of like a league stat man.
If only there was a website
just like a league standard. We want you to record. So some teams don't record punt and special team stuff.
Right.
Some teams don't record assisted tackles. They just record one person per tackle. Like there's different ways that stats are done. I think that needs to be standardized so that then you could have a roll up of, here were the best performers this week in the UK across all three levels.
I agree with you. Apart from Div 2, yeah. Like
why? What? I don't get it. Why?
There's a lot. I think at that league, people need to concentrate on what they're doing. Like if they want to be a development team, if they want to be a push forward and try to get into Div 1 and then move forward and get better. Like, I don't think there's enough people around some of those clubs to do all of this. Like, Jesus, we talked last week.
The amount of time, but the thing is, the amount of times that we have like a new club start up because they're like, oh, we're gonna, and it's in a catchment area of somewhere else, and it's like, okay, instead of starting up a new club, how about you just go to the other club and then expand them? But they're like, no, I want to play with my friends over here.
Yeah, but like last week we talked about something. Watch, Steve. How many times have you avoided turning up to a game so you don't work on chains?
Oh, every time.
Well, there you go. Do you think you'd turn up for when? Can you just hold this pen and paper and take down tackles? You'd do the same, wouldn't you? You'd turn up.
I've done
when I was injured, I did do stats because I really enjoyed knowing when, like if my mates had gotten a sack or if my mates had gotten a pick or anything. I've done stats before. I had no issue in doing it.
Yeah, but then if you were an injured player doing it, you're relying on a player being injured.
Yeah, and you're playing Britball, there's definitely going to be injured people.
Just quickly, I'm going to. Adam's asked me in the chat. You wanted to see an example of a good Britball website. Yeah. So there's one. There's one. There's probably a couple, but there's one that I remembered like when I first started looking at this, and that's Aberdeen Roughnecks. So I'm just going to get their website on screen and just show you guys. Sorry.
The Scottish, they've got nothing better to do but build websites.
I think this website's really good. It's nicely laid out. I can imagine it working well on mobile. Obviously, I'm not.
Where are the stats?
Huh?
Where are the stats?
I don't know. I didn't say they did have stats. What I'm saying is, so look, you've got this about section. When you click on it, it actually, so the section at the top here brings a little submenu, but that submenu is available here as well. So nice and easy to jump between stuff. Really, like where we play, the actual team. When you go on the team, everyone's got a picture, all standardized. It's not like someone's gone into a photo booth. Like I just think that's really slick.
I saw a helmet.
One guy with a
helmet. That was not all standardized.
Oh yeah, I scrolled down too far. Anyway, right, and then there's a news section where they've put different articles that are laid out. And then there's fixtures that they've got. You can see their fixtures. I don't know if they've got results in as well. Oh, yeah, the results are there too. Youth and junior.
That is a good website. I think it's a
really good website. So this is one. And then their team store, I thought it was quite nicely laid out as well. So, yeah, just a pretty good.
Go to Football America by any chance?
Probably, yeah. It says there, head over to Football America.
They're missing out on revenue there, Steve.
Yeah, I know. Why is it funny?
Because it's just with Britball.
Because Will's got a really shit sense of humor, and he thinks a lot of things are funny.
It's Britball though. They're not missing out on revenue. I was being sarcastic.
But the thing is, you're being sarcastic, but Steve's being serious. And the thing is, I think this is essentially what this whole freaking last 3 days that we've done this for is about. It's like, at the moment, when you say it's Britball, it's said as an insult. Like it's that is the way that's the way that the word Britball it's like oh it's just Britball. That's the way that it's talked about, and the reason I'm assuming that we're doing this is so because when you talk about like it's the same way that people talk about like non-league football when they talk about soccer. They're like oh it's just it's Sunday football. It's said with like just a little bit of like well what do you expect? But the thing is if this is supposed to be like if the Prem division and those that follow are supposed to be like the elite level of what the sport is, then you're kind of expecting there to be a little like element of professionalism. And where if Div 2, because at the moment, right, if the final goal is to get it to a point where people say, oh, well, it's Britball, where you go, oh, yeah, you're right, it is Britball, as opposed to, yeah, it's Britball. Like, then there needs to be a little bit of accountability. So, where we sit there and you're like, oh, I was being sarcastic because you're talking about getting a little bit of revenue stream. It's like, yeah, but in the end, we don't want people to be sarcastic about it. Like, you want people to say Britball with pride or as opposed to derision, which is what currently happens. Rant.
I was just waiting for a comment.
Rant.
Look, I mean, the in regards to the apparel, no one's going to buy the apparel other than the players themselves. So, I'm all for clubs.
No,
I'm all for clubs. Sorting out local printers to do that sort of stuff. Like, no problem with that. Other than players and players' family, who buys Britball apparel? Certainly in the lower end.
Now you've added players' family. Yes.
Yeah, you did stipulate players only.
What are you talking about? How many people? Will. How many people are registered on a team?
Most teams about 50.
50?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many people are we talking about when we say their families?
Yeah, but we're not though, are we? Because
no. Okay, no, you are because I have a perfect example of this, right? So, Steve, you're going to know who I'm going to talk about, and I don't like. I feel like he's not going to mind me mentioning him on stream because it's in a positive way. A mate of ours, Matt Marriott, when he transferred from the Knights to the Dreadnoughts. So he has the most passionate family supporter group of anybody I've ever met in any sport.
Game sat there in the chairs.
Every game, there'd be about 8 of them sat there in chairs with drums, with the clackers, everything, providing all of the sideline noise. When they bought all of the Knights apparel, like they would all be kitted out in Knight stuff. When he transferred to the Dreads, they transferred to the Dreads. Game 1 of his first game, they were there in full Dreadnoughts supporters gear. And I remember mentioning it to the coach, and I was like, oh, you've met the Marriotts, and he's like, mate, they're the first people that bought from our store, and God knows what, and they've probably brought like what our season total is going to be. Like, people do it, and it's because the store is not the store's.
It's very few and far between. As you just said, that was the first one, the port.
Yeah, but the thing is, I asked him, I was like, do we promote the store? He's like, well, not really, no. Like, there's this, I didn't even know the store existed. And they had gone on, and Steve's gonna love this. They'd gone on to Google, they'd found the website, they'd gone through the link to the store, and they'd purchased the kit through the store link.
Wow. What a novel thing.
What an absolute lick horse Oz is, isn't he?
That is one example of you just said that's 1 in 50, 60 people, and it's probably even more than 1 in 200 people. Like, it's just not worth it.
What do you mean it's not worth it?
Not worth what?
What I'm saying is they may as well just use local companies and make money.
But we've already established that people don't want to go speak to local companies and get the printing company and get the sponsorship.
No, not sponsored. They should just use. So what I'm saying is. So I was kind of joking, saying, they go to Football America's website to buy the apparel. They could put that on their own website and, cut out Football America or EP Sports or whoever they use.
No.
My point is, like, and then you said, oh, we need to take it more, we need to be serious about it. But being serious, we're just never really going to sell apparel. Like, Football America must make peanuts on apparel for Britball teams compared to what they make on selling, NFL jerseys as well as equipment. pads, helmets, that sort of stuff. I bet the money they make on a Portsmouth Dreadnought T-shirt is nothing.
For me, I look at it a few ways. I mean, there is some T-shirts and things that we get from local printers that we just get in bulk and we'll just quickly give them out if we're doing like a bulk order. But we do have the Football America store also, and the reason that we have that is we like the selection that they offer. We also like how good they are. You can just ring them up and speak to them. And me personally, I like to know that I'm keeping a business running that I kind of need over here. Do you know what I mean? I need a business over here that's going to sell helmets and shoulder pads and things like that. And the fact that on our team store, they give us money back to buy stuff from them that we need for the club. So, like, parents buying T-shirts.
How much do you get a year back from them? I like Football America. I've got a very good friend who works for Football America. This is not me saying Football America. I really like them. My point is, like, selling apparel, like, how much do you make from it a year? Like, honestly, I don't know.
Mate, to be honest, I couldn't tell you a figure, but as long as I always know it's enough to at least buy a football, and if I'm getting one extra football that I can bring out and put on the field, then bonus for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, yes, it would be better if I went and bought a load of T-shirts and sold them a train. And yes, I get that, but that's a big lump sum of money that I'm going to have to put down. Whereas them, I've got a selection of product. People can go take the pick, and I'm still earning a little bit on the side that's going to help towards a club. They're all
That's
going to be
the big one.
Yeah.
So that's the big one. The lump sum is when people go out. Like, Steve, I'm going to use you as an example. When you got all of the Gridiron Hub hats made, right, and you got them done in a lump bundle, it got to the point where you're like, I need to give these fucking hats away. Like, it's when you go out in a lump sum and you spend this money in a lump sum, like, it's you can have a dream and you can go, you know what, I'm going to get all these T-shirts, I'm going to get hoodies, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that, and then you have to shed all of this money to get it, and then if you don't hit even your base target, you're either making a loss or like, because you're just not going to sell stuff, or you're making a loss because you're selling it as a discount. You're like, you know what, I have to cut my losses, and I was selling these for 30, but you can get them for 25, or you can get it for 20 or something. It's so much easier to have it completely managed by an independent source where people can go on and they can do it in their own time. It can get shipped to them. I hate people, right? I hate interacting with people. If I can order something through, like, if I could have my entire life done through a website and I never had to speak to another person face to face again, I would have the time of my fucking life, right? So you're telling me that I can order shirts and kit and everything else and not have to have somebody stand there and go, oh, how's your day going? Don't care, love. Piss off.
Like, we had an issue a couple of years ago where we had a bit of flooding, where we have got a container, like a big shipping container that we keep everything in. We had a bit of flooding, and I left like the bag of balls and all that sort of stuff in the container, which I used to do all the time, but they got soaked and ruined. Like, we got the phone call from the stadium, the container's flooded, come down, have a look. And that was on like the Tuesday, and got there, oh, nightmare, I need some new footballs, I'm gonna have to dry all these out, clean them up, make sure they're all right. I just phoned Football America, and because of T-shirts and hoodies and tracksuit bottoms that we already had, they could just ship us some new footballs ready for that Sunday because of money that we didn't have money to hand out. We just built it up in credit already. So for me, it's ideal. Like, I'm
for Football America, but what I'm saying is, like, there is other ways that people can earn money. So are we saying that we should add to the list then, Steve, that all clubs should have an apparel affiliation with somebody?
No. The only reason we got onto this is because I showed you Aberdeen's website and they had a store.
I forgot about that.
You wanted to see a good website. Oh no, Adam wanted to see a good website.
Yeah.
He showed us a good website, and then you had a rant about, oh, it's not worth the money.
Yeah. So no, I don't. Maybe we should add it to the nice to haves. But I don't think it's remember, I'm doing this as a player. As a player, do I want to join a club that's got or not got a store? Like, is that something that changes my decision? No. but yeah, it's good to have it and fine, you know. I think that there are other ways of, like you guys have listed, different ways of outsourcing the creation of it. There's actually a big drive in drop shipping at the moment, which would actually cut out the middle, well, one of the middlemen that we've got in the link at the moment, and you'd probably see higher revenues and quicker turnaround times to the apparel going out.
So I'm not going to comment. I am going to clear what you mean. So,
so you essentially you build a website through Shopify. You put all of your gear on there. It's like you've got your logo, and it will add it to all these different items that you want, like a bag, a top, or whatever. And then what drop shipping is you carry no stock, and it's just by order. So every time an order comes through, there's someone in a warehouse somewhere that pulls it through a computer, you know, figures it out, like prints it, and then it gets shipped off. So there's a huge growing trend in drop shipping, and retailers like EP, you know, whoever else, are starting to find them, because that's essentially what they're doing, right? Like, it's drop shipping, but what you're doing is going direct to like a dedicated internet-based site that doesn't have any retail space to look after and all that sort of stuff, so you get better margins on it. So I think, like, yeah, good idea. Like, but again, from a playing perspective, I don't really care. I don't.
I've taken issue with a few of Will's.
I've been at, but like when there hasn't been gear, I've not been like, oh, do I need to leave? You know, like, but stuff like game stats and game reports and everything, if that's not there, it's pissed me off royally. It has. Right, there's a couple of comments.
I've taken issue with a couple of Wills, but we'll grab the comments first.
So Russ Begbie, who looks like he's associated with the Hearts Cheaters, has said there are some good players and coaches in Div 2. Location of teams keeps them static. Div 1 or Prem may be too far away for them.
I'm assuming that's probably in reference to where I said like startup teams. People keep starting up new teams.
Yeah, probably.
That's the only thing I can think we've spoken about.
I mean, to be fair, people think I'm slugging Div 2 off all the time. So.
It
could be the fact that.
And then this is a massive comment. I don't know if it's going to pop up on the screen. If it's going to take up the whole thing, let's see. Yeah, there we go. So James Collins. So cheers, James, and thanks, Russ, for sharing your bit. James Collins has said, parents, children, wives/husbands, before you start on ex-players and random football fans in the area, when you've got 200 plus people at a game, and even 20% of that buy something every other year, it's still money off of people's subs. You can do it. You can do a really simple merch shop through AF UK and load it in your website, and loads of people will buy. Yeah, so
shut up, Will. Shut up, Will.
Yeah,
James has just put you in your place. Get bodied.
I'd love to see where James goes and watches an American football game in the UK where there's 200 plus spectators at a game.
Maybe your team just shouldn't be so shit, and you'd actually get more people to the game.
Even the Prem don't get 200 plus spectators. I don't know who you kids.
Yeah, they do.
What are you talking about? Don't get 200 plus spectators. Have you ever been to a Prem game before?
Only one.
Mate, it's Div 2.
Easy 200. Will,
you're probably yeah.
Mind. We need to open you up to the world of good football.
Should we do like a series on Will Travels when the league's back up and running?
Yeah,
no.
He's like Carl Pilkington, isn't he?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's like man versus Britball, and it's just Will. It's just Will, and he's like, I'm out in Aberdeen, not really sure what's going on.
Oh, this would be brilliant.
Anyway,
I hope he's on taking the mic. I hope that happens. I really hope we can do that.
We haven't got budget for that, but
Nick, get some sponsors. Tell the people how to get sponsors. We'll get that sorted.
Right, then we've got so these two, which I sort of put as optional: bus travel to away games. Hold on, let me, because I'm talking.
It is nice. It is nice to have.
Yeah, I put it as a nice to have. I don't think it is compulsory. What? Cool, that's good. Good that you got.
Because we're all grown ups.
So hear my take on why it's not compulsory. One is that the club may be quite close and everyone can just get there because it's like
I get that one.
But even when it's far away, so I used to always get the bus with the rest of the team. Now I don't. I drive myself to and from games because I can leave later. I get home sooner. I ain't got to fucking
but that's because the rest of the team don't like you, Steve. They won't
No,
let
I'm
you on the
scared
bus.
of initiations.
No, it's. I get what Steve means. It's because when you're with the bus, if you've got a 3-hour bus ride, right, and then you've got to go back because you always go back to the club, and it's especially if you're not living within like.
And if you've driven past your house, have you ever done that?
Yeah.
Go past your fucking house.
And you're like, stop the bus here, and they're like, no, we can't.
I think it's probably just because when I was younger and when I was playing, I didn't have as much money, so I couldn't really afford it was cheaper to just pay the £5 to go on the bus. But now I'm like rolling in cash. I get my chauffeur. Now
all this money. What we don't know is Steve's actually a millionaire because he's generated all this money from 10,000 clicks a week on Gridiron Hub. So he's just rolling in it.
He's also running a load of club websites, isn't he? Making money off them as well.
So getting back to the point, so that was my justification for.
I agree. I think it's a nice to have. I don't think it's mandatory.
No, but Will was saying you should have it. But go on, Will. I want to hear your.
To be fair, I'm coming off the fact that every team I've played for and coach, I've always had bus travel to away games. So for me,
it was nice to have. It was nice to have, wasn't it?
Well, no, but what about the players who can't afford? Petrol and stuff like that, like Steve alluded to. Like, certainly university teams.
Mate, the thing that gets me with it is
don't have cars. Certainly.
I don't see university on any of these levels here, so fuck them.
It says all levels. It says all levels.
No, Oz, he's right. He's right.
No, because if university teams can crown themselves national champions, they can drive themselves to the fucking game.
So, what about if you've taken your car and then broke your leg? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's gonna be a painful drive home.
There is an inherent risk with it.
Yeah.
I'm not denying that, but I'll take that risk, man, because I just cannot be sat around waiting for people.
I've actually seen that happen. We went up to Walney when they were Walney from Chester, and one of the guys broke his arm, and he couldn't, and he got driven, and I think his parents had to go up the next day to get his car.
Yeah, I had it happen to me. I had to convince. So my car was down. This was when I played for the Thrashers. I broke my collarbone in my first game for them, and I had my car and I was just me. No one lived near me. So I had to convince one of my mates that lived in Farnham to drive down to get me, to take me home. But what he then did was pick up another mate of mine so my mate could drive my car back. That was shit. So I've been on the receiving end of that, but I will still prefer to drive my own way.
Because the thing is, and so many people would prefer to drive, right? The bus is fun. It's like, I enjoy the atmosphere of being on the bus. It's good fun. But at the same time, especially if you're going to a long ass away game, like if you're going to a game that's about 3.5 hours away, right? That bus is going to turn that into a 5 hour drive. Sometimes you're not getting home till 11 o'clock, 11:30. So most people will probably choose, unless they can't, will choose to drive, and you can end up with 10 to 15 people on that bus.
Your away trips are nothing down south, by the way.
Oh no, exactly. That's the thing. Fuck making the trip from Gateshead to the Isle of Skye or wherever the hell you have to go.
Mate, you're like, get back home for 11 o'clock. Mate, I'm lucky if I'm get back home at 1 o'clock. That's a trip. That is honestly, get home 11 o'clock.
Ooh, mate, that's real football. That's real football.
There's times when I've left at 5 o'clock in the morning
for
a 1 o'clock kickoff.
You should live somewhere that's better populated. I was
going to say. If you're going to verse Scottish teams, live in Scotland.
Mate, there was a wall built hundreds of years ago for a reason. Right? Put it back up. I've been there. I've seen. That's not a big wall. We know you've been there because you want to be a Geordie, mate. We know that.
That ain't keeping nobody out. If we're talking about Hadrian's Wall, I don't know what he was thinking. Where he built that and was like, "Yep,
Like
that's
this big.
that's stopping people." Like he needed to get on his horse and head to China and learn how to get a real wall that'll stop people. And even that didn't stop the Mongols. What was he thinking? Idiot.
Right, so James has popped back up. Cheers, James. He said Edinburgh. Look, he likes his novels, James. He's taken up a whole screen. Edinburgh, when they were in Div 2 and 1 and Prem, in a stadium between 100 and 300 people, normally in the middle, every home game for multiple years. East Kilbride have similar numbers. It's about having a game day experience, absolutely, and not playing in a field. Buses were the best part of away trips. Chance to bond as a team. Everyone could have a drink, and you don't have to worry about drivers getting injured or people.
Nowadays, you're not even allowed to drink on the bus, though. They get real militant on it.
Get a team sponsor for the bus. Okay, for team is 10 minutes down the road. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't know. So it's a good point. So there have been instances where I've got the bus because of like it's been a laugh and I thought it's a bit far or whatever. But I will try and endeavour to use my own vehicle.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have. I don't think it should be mandatory.
I'm sorting out episode 1 of Will Travels, by the way. I am going to take him to East Kilbride because their game day experience is brilliant.
I'll lead him
They've got a little beer caravan and things. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, do you know what? I'd love to know more about game day experiences around the league. This is maybe something we can look into because
I can only comment on the teams I've played against or coached against. And so I feel like I've like if I genuinely didn't think that.
Get the sentence out.
Pilkington.
So with there, what team were you part of, Will?
I've been part of the Chester Romans and the Crewe Railroaders.
So you've seen like fuck all, really, then. Like you haven't been like proper like north and like
the most north I've ever been is Carlisle, and the most south I've ever been would be Sandwell.
Sandwell must have a good game day experience.
Yeah, Sandwell will have like
it was a night game.
They're a solid club.
It was a night game on a Friday. It was, there wasn't 200 fans there though.
That's because it was a night game on a Friday. People are at the pub.
But yeah, so I know. So I do want to. It'd be good to understand more like EKP's game day experience. Houghton, Manchester Titans, like all these clubs that play in their own stadiums and how it all works. Like I'd love to know.
I'll tell you what, Halton. Yeah,
I've been to Halton. Yeah, I've played against Halton at their stadium 3 times, and I've coached there twice. They don't have a game day experience. Like there's 50 fans if you're lucky, and most of them are friends.
So you're not getting changed in like a changing room under the like in the stadium, a proper purpose-built one, rather than a fucking shed.
We're talking about the fan numbers, like getting changed in the team.
No, we're not. I'm talking
game day experience.
Everything.
Steve.
Like everything.
Steve said game day experience.
Yeah, I'm not talking about everything. So it'd be good to know how many clubs charge to watch, to go and watch them. It'd be good to see it from a what's the best fan experience and what's the best player.
Yeah, I'd like to know that.
That'd be cool.
What do you reckon the worst fan experience is? Which team do you reckon everybody just goes, oh my god?
From experience, no.
It's got to be a northern team, hasn't it?
The Highland Stags, if they get let in the league, man, that's fucking game over.
Yeah, because you can only travel.
They are away.
Did you say Cornwall, Steve?
Yeah, Cornwall is a great laugh, like the night out. But imagine being a fan having to travel all the fucking we've been there.
Mate, I loved
going to Cornwall.
I loved it. Like they used to play in that little stadium, the little tiny.
That's right. Yeah, we played there.
Yeah, mate, Cornwall's a good experience though. Yeah, I'm talking about like if you've come home and you've gone, we've drawn X team on Friday, and everybody's gone, well, I'm not going there, or when you've looked at your roster and you've gone, oh shit, we've got to go here, and it's just the worst field in the world, and it's
the West Coast
changing the fucking
to have that.
Yeah, and you're just changing in a Portaloo.
Really difficult to get to. But then he moved them.
Fountain Furnace would be up there.
Yeah,
they used to be beside an estuary, like a field beside an estuary, and it was freezing.
Mate, any team that puts sand on the pitch, I can't stand that shit.
Yeah, well, so I was just about to say the Knights. They used to play a lovely like £2 million stadium. Well, in a stadium years ago, but in this £2 million rugby club really nice changing rooms, all that. But the pitch was like far from the clubhouse, had sand on it, and there was across the road with not much tree coverage between it was a sanitation unit, and it would stink as shit. Wouldn't it? It was awful.
It wasn't just the football then.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, right. We're gonna have a break. So guys, we'll have 5 minutes, and then we'll be back. And then we'll carry on. Unless Oz, you probably want to drop off, don't you?
I've been sleeping for hours, mate. I've been dropping off this whole time. Every time Will speaks,
I want him to try and tear my points apart. I want to know what he's
I'm staying around because I'm seeing about 4 in green that just makes me think that Will's the absolute fun police.
Yeah, Will's are going to be brilliant. Yeah, right.
Will's,
anyway,
okay. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on stream, but I'm reading these points, and Will's just a miserable cunt.
Right, 5 minutes. Bye. Will's not here.
Of course he's not. Of course he's not.
Right, let me ditch him off of the screen just for now. So, sorry, I'm eating some wine gums.
Good man. Good man.
Right now. So, what are we saying? What's the verdict on bus travel to away games then?
I think it's a nice to have because I am going to tear Will a new one linked into one of his statements that he's made if he's saying that buses are supposed to be mandatory.
Okay. Let's see when he comes back. Let's get on to the film session.
Yeah, I think it's got to be. You've got to have that.
Are you saying all levels? What about your the scummy Div 2 that you hate?
Nah, I think you need it. Like,
Really?
How else are they going to get better? How else are they going to get better?
Yeah, but no stats. But we can have game film review.
yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is, I think you can still get a lot out of film. Like, I know the stats is for me. The stats would be a nice thing to have. I would love to have it. Don't get us wrong, but I'm not necessarily saying I've got to have it. Whereas the film thing, I would like to see.
That's because you're looking at it from a coach's perspective.
I can't help that though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think as a player. Like, even as a player, I would still like to sit down and see what's going on. But it's for me the film thing is I think it's got to be in there. Like, I know you've put it in the nice to have.
We've got it as like not mandated or nice to have, right? But you seem to feel quite strongly. Are you feeling strongly enough to say that should be a need to have?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. I don't, right?
No,
what I mean by film
sorry,
session, right? So
I misconstrued.
What do you mean, Oz?
I thought we were talking about the earlier one that we spoke about here. Where I thought we talked, but I realized we're now talking about this, and I believe that that's nice to have. I don't think it is essential to have a sit down in a like a club room or a classroom or something like that and break down the film.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, no. I think people should still be reviewing it, so that way you've got it and it's on Huddle, and you should still be like, if a coach is doing their part right, then they're doing their cut-ups and their notes and everything like that, and they're sharing the film anyway, and they're showing what people need to look at and with their notes and everything on Huddle, so then you can still review that in your own time.
Yeah, so when I think of film session, I'm not necessarily thinking of sit down in a room and watch a film. I'm thinking of like, I prefer my film stuff to be online. Like, I prefer just to.
Like, are you talking about like a Zoom call or something?
Yeah, I mean, you can either do it that way, or just make sure that your snippets and things are done up correctly. Where
like annotate.
You can send it in a way where players have acknowledged they've seen it, and request a comment back from them, so you know that they've got it. Like that. That's what I'm thinking of when I think of film session.
Do you know what? I'm going to add that in because I genuinely believe that is like if you've got like a Huddle or some sort of game analysis software,
there needs to be a breakdown.
You've got to be using that, at least that functionality of it. You've got to be. But yeah, so I'm with you on that, Wilkin. That's why I've added that in. But no, what I mean by a film session is like a group, like, almost like a peer review. Everyone's looking at it. We're looking at scheme. We may even be looking at the opponents and talking about them. And I don't think that's always necessary for every club.
No, level. I mean, we'll put it in the nice to have. Keep it where it is, then, because, I mean, have you ever been in a film session where coaches just call people out on a film? Yeah. Like, I don't like that one. Like,
mate, I had it when I played in the States, the guy used to pause the film and then he'd zoom in on it, and it'd be on a projector and be in this like classroom, and he'd be like, "Why did you do that?" And you're like, I ain't got a clue. I play Iron Man football. I don't even remember that. That doesn't even factor into what happened. Like, all I know is we won the game and you're being a prick. And you're trying to show me up, But like, it'd be like, what? Like, it'd literally be like, why was your stance like that? Why was your hand so close to your foot? Why did why when the running back was running around, did you not shed to the left? And you're like, I don't know, mate, but I tackled the prick. You know, like,
No, like,
I don't
you know-
mind that though. I have
no,
a
man,
coach.
but no, like if it's
different.
up on the
It's-
screen and they're fucking scrutinising it, it's shit.
Yeah, I think it's different. Like if the coach leaves you some notes for you to look at and then says this is why you do, like we're doing that, and can you change it to this way? That's fine. Pulling you out in front of all of your mates in the team, that's not good. Like, nah, that's not for me.
See, I didn't mind. I had a coach like that back home. So he was, I believe, an assistant at the University of Colorado for a couple of years. Did DBs and wide receivers. Came back to New Zealand and did some coaching. And we used to get pulled up on film, and he would literally just be like, "Right, who is this?" And then someone would be like, "Yep," and then he'd break it down, and he would lambast you, and he'd be like, "Why the fuck have you done that? Like, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong." But you're sitting there with a pen and paper, and you're like, "Right, okay," and you learn from it. Like, unless it, like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people that are touchy-feely, and they're like, "Oh, I don't like being called out in front of everybody else." And I get that there's different styles of learning, and some people need to be coddled more than others. But it's like if you're getting called out, right? And he goes, "All right, dickhead, why'd you do that?" "I don't know, coach." And he's like, "Right, well, you did this. As long as there's a teaching point in it, I don't care. If he's just doing it, if he's just doing it to, if he's like, "Oh, you were shit in this play," and you were like, "Okay, well, how was I shit?" And he's like, "Because you didn't do this." And you're like, "Right, how do I fix that?" And then if he just pisses off to the next one and calls you shit on the next play, then but if there's a teaching point in it, and he is going, he's like, "Right, you were shit in this play," and you're like, "Right, okay, how do I fix it?" And he goes, "You fix it by doing this, 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 and this." I am so much more likely to not be shit on that doing that again if I've just been called out on it in front of the rest of my team. But there has to be a teaching point. Like, you can't just sit there and use the film session to call someone out and be like, "You're fucking shit," and then that's it, and that's all you say. And then you go to the next play and you're like, "Oh, look, you're shit again." Like, that helps nobody. But as long as there's a teaching point, I have no issue in you being called out in a film session.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Okay, Oz, before we move on, you wanted to speak to Will about this bus to
Yeah. So we've got the bus travel to away games as like what it's sitting at the moment is a nice to have. Will obviously wants it as a mandatory, but he's also put his own little fucking mandatory of no wives, girlfriends on the coach travel.
You're getting into his area.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So one of your, this is what, so you've got that yours, Steve, is you would like to have bus travel to away games, right? But in Will's area, Will said he does not want wives and girlfriends on that bus. How the fuck are you paying for this bus, my friend? Because the thing is, if I've got a girlfriend, if I've got a girlfriend or a missus or a wife or something that likes to watch me play, right? And then you're telling me she can't come on the bus. I'm not going on the bus. I'm going in the car.
What's the justification for it, Will?
I'm going in the car with her. So you're alienating about 50% of the squad that have got wives, girlfriends, things like that. They're no longer going on the bus, right? So that's 50% of the squad that's no longer paying for that bus. How are you having a mandatory bus if people aren't fucking paying for it?
To be fair, I think the bus travel should be in the subs anyway. So I've never been at a club where you pay for a bus when you go on it. You just, it's in
Probably why your clubs are shit.
Well, maybe so. Each to their own. For me, I think girlfriends and wives can distract from a lot of things whilst on a bus, whether it's talking, there's times when I've been a coach, we've used bus travel as a way to talk to the players about, their assignments, what to expect, what they're going to see in the game. I've also seen some weird shit on buses between wives and girlfriends and other players. For me, it just needs to be kept separate.
Again, I think this is a problem with the clubs that you're in, mate. Like,
very possible.
If you're seeing this, I've never heard of anybody else with an issue of having like wives and girlfriends on buses before. And the thing is, I would love to know. Like, I don't know if people are still watching us, Steve, because we've been rambling for 2 hours. But I would love some feedback on this from people around. Like, is Will like? Is Will on an island with this one, with no wives and
I think
girlfriends
it's an
on bus
interesting
travel?
point that why Will have you put that in the players bit? Like, why is that you put a player
Because I think a player should know that wives and girlfriends can, the bus is about the team. The bus is about, using the bus is part of the game. The start of the game day. So you
do
have
you know what? Before you said that, I think it's an interesting point. And I think you'll have people backing you in that. It'd be good to see if anyone does pop up and say anything about it.
You know what? My wife never watched me play American football, so it's fair to say I don't come from. Maybe if she had, I'd have had a different opinion. So
what, you sit there and you're like, oh, I can't talk to John because his missus is in.
Yeah, no, yes and no. No, it's just you can't have the same level of banter with the lads. You just can't sack Will.
By the sounds of it, Will's getting sacked if you're his O-line, but we'll never know about it because you don't want the stack kept.
If you're talking about banter, banter's different to game.
Well, no, because for me, it's all part of being a team. It just detracts away from the team in many variants, whether it's the kind of the team building on that side or whether it's the tactical analysis on that side. For me, it just distracts from a load of different things that is important in the dynamic of an American football team. So, let them all share a car journey together.
You know what? I kind of get that.
Me. How many can they fit in a car?
Oh, all right. Share 2 car journeys. You get my point.
Yeah, I do.
No,
okay, right. Moving on. So these are my last 3 before we move on to.
Sorry, what was that, Adam?
I changed my mind, man.
So I've got, guys, for Div. This is Prem and Div 1. So it's split into 2. I think they should be in their correct club kit.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah.
So no United colours of helmets that I see sometimes. And I know. Well, I don't know if it is the case anymore, but there used to be a playoff rule in Britball where if your team were in the playoff, you had to wear the complete proper kit, lid, and everything. I just think
especially with lids. The thing is, some people are like, oh, I don't want to have to paint my lid. You can get them wrapped for
yeah.
So
I know that. Yeah, I mean, you've seen a rise in wrapping companies now, and there's a couple out there that do it pretty cheap. And yeah.
It was a big thing at the Dreads where we played obviously in dark blue, or the away jerseys are grey. But then when there was an influx of guys, when there was me, Lloyd, Murat, John, Matt, all went down from the Knights, we obviously all had red. We all had bright red lids. Or when guys came over from Solent and they had gold lids.
Yeah.
Stand out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
So I fully agree that 100% should be correct club kit.
And if you're watching this stream and your company wraps helmets, get in touch with the sponsorship space on the website.
If your company wraps helmets,
put your logo on the website.
Trojan, if you're watching, help us out. Durex, help us out.
Right. This is a personal plea from Will.
Is that your missus, Will? Is that your wife?
Yeah.
Fuck your punching. Jesus Christ! You have outkicked your coverage on that one, my son. Holy shit!
Right, so the next one I've put, and I think that one was quite unanimous, so I'm moving on. Full team effort. So in the Prem level, as a player, I expect everyone on my team to put in full effort. It is, and so that's something, right? So if I'm on a team and I'm playing at that level, and people aren't pulling their weight, and it's okay, and they're having little breaks, and they're not doing the drills properly, people are to sit out because they're pussies or whatever, I'll find my way out of that team. I need to know that everyone's as committed as I am. I want to win these games. That's how I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Completely agree. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that one.
Nope. She's already in the wank bank, mate. Don't worry about that. It's gonna be a good sleep tonight.
Then we've got so I think everyone's and Right. Okay. So everyone seemed to agree with that, right? And actually, you could probably say this for the last two because they were quite unanimous. Should correct club kit drop all the way down to like all levels? Should it matter the level?
Yeah, I agree. I
think it would be a nice thing to have for Div 2, but the fact that there's so much that bounces around in Div 2 and you have so many new clubs coming up from affiliate and things like that, I think it should be mandatory for.
It costs 20 quid to get your helmet wrapped. Like, just do it.
Oh, so we've got a difference of opinion. But it's not just a helmet wrap, is it?
Well, what else is there?
You know, socks and the pants.
They're provided by a club, not.
Yeah, that's got to be provided by a club.
So the only thing you provide, you know, if you move, the only thing you need to change is your helmet if you move clubs.
If the only thing you need to provide is your helmet, then yeah, fine. But there's a lot of clubs that will say, "Oh, we've only got a certain amount of lowers, or like game pants, or we've only got a certain amount of game socks, or things like that." So they're like, "Come on, guys, you need to be buying your own," and like it can be expensive if you're changing clubs.
What 20 quid for a wrap, and then what 15 for what? 15 for pants.
So 20 quid for a wrap, 15 for pants, about 10 to 15 for socks, right? Then
Jesus Christ, where'd you get your socks from? Sports Direct. There are other sporting companies available.
Well, then no, but then they're not all in unison anyway.
Do not buy from that shop. Right.
Yeah.
Don't
get him started. The takeover hasn't happened. He's miserable. No, because the thing is, not everything's in uniform. Then anyway, you end up with guys with different color of blues or different shades of red, or everything like that. Like it's where do you draw the line for correct club kit? Is it
right? It's socks and things like that fall under uniform, and if you need a uniform, the club should provide it. Simple as that.
Yeah. So I agree with Adam on that front.
Okay, what about this one? Full team effort from teammates. Does that go down into Div 1? Does it ever touch Div 2?
No, I don't think it can go down into Div 1 because you're not going to get full team effort from everyone in Div 1.
I feel like it'd be a nice to have in Div 1.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a mandatory thing in Div 1 because some people will have the skill to play in the Prem, but they just can't because they can't commit or whatever, or they're just in it to have fun. So they will play Div 1 or Div 2. So I think it would be a nice to have in Div 1, but it's something that should be manned. If you're playing in the highest level, you should be giving full effort every single game.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And my last one, game film swap.
I think that's something, again, that would be nice to have in Div 1 as well.
What? Okay. No, that's... If you've got film is like a mandatory thing, that needs to be swapping. Needs to be mandatory as well
for everybody. Yeah, I agree.
No, true. Yeah, if we're putting game film as mandatory, then teams should be swapping film mandatorily as well.
So the reason I put this, and it does obviously couples with game film, and I touched on it earlier. There has to be standardized practices with that. Like angles have to be, the same quality of footage, so I know, for example, like Tony Allen from the Warriors, he gets really annoyed that he's able to provide some good quality film to clubs, but he doesn't necessarily get that back, and that's why he's always reluctant to do game film swap.
Well, it's because he gives over.
I understand that, man. Like, there's no standard, and there has to be standards for this stuff so that you can have that.
Well, it's because he gives over, like sort of BBC 4 quality film, and he gets back Michael J. Fox with a camcorder. Just
like stood on the sideline with with filming vertically, from down the line of scrimmage or whatever.
You've got old mate with a cell phone. He's not in the landscape view. He's in portrait. So when he puts it on huddle, it's like this big.
It doesn't matter how bad the game film is if you've got stats.
It does.
I nearly threw the laptop there.
Anyway, right, we're done on mine, so that's cool. Shall we go into wheels, which are going to be hilarious?
This is going to be a nightmare.
Will, what do you want? Will, you go, mate. I'm just leaving it over to you.
Just
Tell me
put
what
Will
you
on
wanna
full
say.
screen. Let him go by.
Nice.
Happy birthday, Steve.
It's not my birthday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And he picked an old pic. Why did you put a ballerina with me?
Well, look at your leg.
Yeah, that was a pose. Prick. Anyway, go on. Go to your stuff.
Did you have cancer at that point, Steve? Jesus Christ, you were thin.
No. I just
You
said-
want to see how small he is next to the man who was beside him in that photo. And
Yeah, that was my old housemate Ross. He was 6'6".
You're like a healthy crackhead in that photo.
Right, which one do you want to start with? I've done a load here, haven't I?
Well, you've obviously got some comedy ones in there.
I have.
I don't care. Where do you want to start, mate? You go.
Initiations. We'll start with initiations.
You think they're mandatory?
Yeah,
at
they
all
should.
levels?
I'm
think
not
they're
saying they
dog
have
shit.
to be horrendous initiations, but
No.
again,
I think they're shit.
for team ethic, for team building, you know, I think teams should have initiations. You know, they bond
Give me
players
some
together.
examples of what you think.
I don't know. We did what I've done. I feel like I've done more initiations.
100%. He's getting arrested in a minute. Wait there. Right, come on. What's happening?
I have done stuff where it's on the borderline of like I've done some horrendous initiations, but
Can I just say, Bafka, if you're watching, he is a level 1 qualified coach.
Yeah, Will's done some horrendous initiations, and now he needs to inform his neighbours every time he moves into a new neighbourhood.
no, but seriously,
Around knocking doors. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, I'm legally required to tell you that I have moved next door.
If you want to know what's behind the dust sheet, donate £10 to Gridiron.
It's his,
Well,
his
you're gonna-
shrine to find west.
Let's hear it. So I did ask quite a simple question. What sort of initiations? And your answer was, I've done some horrific stuff. That,
Yeah, but I'm not on about-
that immediately puts me well off of it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I actually do think the world's moved on from the rugby club style initiation.
Yeah, so that's what I thought of. Like, I've been involved in rugby and I fucking hated that side of it.
Yeah, no, completely agree. But I do think singing in front of the team, that sort of stuff, it just mellows everybody out. It bonds the team together, and you bloody hell, you watch, you change with other people where you can sing in front of them, it's just bonding.
Will's now applying for Eurovision.
No,
Well, to be fair, right,
on my
the
list.
university team I'm part of, they do a thing called rookie, where the rookies sing
Yeah,
a song.
that's what Dreadnoughts do as well.
I hate it. I
Yeah, I hate
absolutely hate it.
So for me, yeah. So I've been part of a club that does like a rookie show, and the rookies have to do stuff in front. And I think it's forced fun, and I think it borderline bullying, man. I just don't I don't see how someone feels comfortable coming into that environment. I genuinely think initiations are wank. Sorry,
They're not usually at the start of your journey as they're usually either mid-season or towards the end of the season once you've got to know the rookies a little bit more.
No, the one. Well, it's an interesting point. But the one that I'm particularly talking about was done in pre-season.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily go in pre-season, but even at the end of the year awards, I've seen initiations done then at the end.
It's not an initiation if it happens at the end of the year, is it?
Yeah, but it's the end of the rookie year.
It's a torture tactic.
It's not a torture tactic.
Yeah,
So a couple of rugby teams that I've been part of have done the naked away bus trip, essentially, where after your first away game, you are deprived of all of your clothing, and you essentially just have to ride the bus naked back.
I'd just keep punching everyone until that. Honestly, mate, I'd fucking lose it. I would.
You can't do that. You can't do that today. I'm not saying that sort of stuff.
So when I first joined the Knights, bearing in mind I played for years before that, and I knew the game. One of the more senior players there said, "Oh, rookies carry the bags," and I was like, "All right." And he's trying to get me to carry his kit bag, and he was like, "Rookies carry the bags." I was like, "All right, I'm not a rookie." And he went, "Well, you're a rookie to this team," and I was like, "Oh, all right. Well, which one's your bag?" And I was stood in front of it, and he was like, "I was that one." I was this one, is it? I fucking booted it, and I went, "Fuck you!" And then we sort of like went at each other, and then got pulled apart.
Steve. Such a hard man.
But that's how I react to that shit. I think like it's just disgusting bullying shit. You've earned nothing because you've been at a club a few years more than someone else, right? It's a meritocracy, a club. You get your time based on how good you are. I know that's probably another debatable point, but like just because someone is new to a sport, it doesn't mean that they have to be subservient to someone who isn't. That is fucking.
It doesn't necessarily
bullshit.
mean subservient, though. It's just
about carrying someone's fucking bag.
Oh, that was your example.
Get fucked.
That's your example. That's not.
You still haven't given us example, Will. You've just told us you've done some horrendous initiation.
Yeah.
No, I said singing.
I've got some stories to tell.
What's wrong with singing?
Yeah, he did say singing.
I did say, you know, what's wrong with you know
any of it. So, like, I mean,
tell a joke.
I probably
You know
wouldn't
what I
get
mean?
violent if
It doesn't
someone
have to
asked me to sing. I just say, no, I'm not singing. But like,
tell a joke.
All right, Will. All right, if it's not an issue, sing.
You do your initiation, and I'll do mine.
Nah, mate, I've got me 10k bottle of wine from Gridiron up. Crack on, son. Sing.
A bottle of wine.
Bottle of shot, isn't it?
I know exactly what he means.
he's run off to get his.
We've got ours.
So, rookie, sing.
But yeah, like I don't agree with it. I fundamentally, it's good that you put it on it so we can talk about it. But I've never been comfortable taking part of that stuff. I cringe now when I see it happening. Like even for like, so 2006 was when I joined the Knights, when I kicked that guy's bag, and even then it felt out of date. You know, like for someone to do that, like. So yeah, just bullshit. Like I don't like it at all. And I've not like, I don't know, I'm not. I probably sound like I was bullied or something. I never have been or anything like that. Like I just think
you're too hard to be bullied, Steve. No one to bully you.
Try and bully me, I'll kick your bag. Right?
But I have been in quite difficult social situations where I've like at a young age moved to a new country and then moved back, and like, not that that's you experience bullying, but you're an outcast, right? And I know what that fucking feels like. And for someone to try and rub salt in that when you're trying to be part of it by fucking making you look a mug, it's just not for me. Like I really, it doesn't sit well with me.
For me, it depends on the level of initiation. Like you can go from the absolute timid to the extreme.
So you think singing is a suitable?
Yeah, just you know, tell a joke in front of your team. You know,
I do that all the time.
you don't. Not everyone does. The sociable.
I'm only serious always, so I couldn't do that.
Like you look in the mirror and everyone laughs. You know.
Oi, glass houses.
If I'm looking in the mirror, I'm the only one looking in it.
Not necessarily.
So who's laughing?
Might be a double-sided mirror.
Your jokes are rubbish. Right. You wouldn't feel that initiation.
You two, stop. Right. So I'm downvoting initiations. I don't like them.
I don't mind them. I don't mind them.
What's an acceptable level for you, Oz? This.
Oh mate, no. I'm the same thing. I'm the same thing as well. I'm the same as well. I've done some horrendous shit, but again, I suppose I think I'm quite archaic in my view about the camaraderie and things like that. I feel like when you've sort of fully debased or embarrassed yourself in front of the guys. Like some of the best rugby teams that I've ever been in had some absolutely fucking atrocious initiations, but it's a little bit of like it's a camaraderie thing. It's you've gone to the lowest level, and these guys have become your brother, and you'll walk through fire for them. So
for me, you don't get that from initiation and you know, performing or whatever, humiliating yourself. You get that from going out to a nightclub and having a massive punch up.
That's your initiation.
You've fucking done it, mate. You the boys all of a sudden. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. that's one thing. New Zealand rugby culture is atrocious for it. Like because you all get dressed up and you get dressed up in your number ones, and you go out in the town. And obviously, so for where I come from, for Christchurch, all of the clubs. So what it is for what you'd have in Britball, and like sort of you'd have your Div 1, Div 2, so all 20 clubs, right, are all around the country. But for us, all of our clubs are in the same fucking city. So you all go out to the same town. So that's and there's like, you know, you all go to the same strip, and you go to, so you have like your local, so you start at your club rooms, and then you go to your local, and then you all end up in town. And there is literally like, you'll be walking out of a club there'll be you and your boys, and then there's another team walking in with their boys, and it just, if it's a team that you played that day, then you might be okay. But if it's a team that you hate, so for me, I played for a club called Belfast, and we used to fucking hate Shirley. We hated Shirley with a passion. We kicked the shit out of them every time we played them. If we saw Shirley in town, it was a team v team brawl. Because
why are you hitting on Shirley?
Because your mum's a lovely lady, and I take her out for dinner every now and then. Like, but yeah, so that was the thing. It was for us. It was because we were teams that were based in the suburbs of of a city. So it was we all ended up in the same fucking place. So it's a little bit different for Britball because, like, you know, if you play for the Dreadnoughts, you go out in Portsmouth, but you're the only team in Portsmouth. You know, if you're playing for the Thrashers, you're going out in in Southampton. If you're playing for the Roughnecks, you're going out in Aberdeen. So you don't need to worry about your rival teams going out in the same area.
But
I was going to say, how does it work for you guys? Because what is there? How many teams are there in your area?
So in the area that
like a night out, like that, like
that you
like
could see in a night out, Gateshead, Newcastle or Northumberland, sorry, Durham, Darlington.
But would Durham wouldn't, because I've been out in Newcastle, I've been out in Durham, and they're both individually, they're decent nights out. Durham's
crap, mate.
Durham was an all right night. It was a COVID night out, but it was still an all right night out.
No, if you want to go out, realistically, you're gonna go to Newcastle.
Right.
Right. So I can remember this, and this is like, you would have heard about this, Oz, but this is before you joined the Knights. When we were in Div 2, we had a night out in Guildford, and we dressed up as a Hindu, so all in pink and it was fucking ridiculous, right? We've had dick straws and all sorts of stuff. We're taking a piss out of girls when they go on hen, right? And we got obviously loads of attention. It was quality. We went to this nightclub. We was in the middle of it, and Sanchez, one of the other linebackers, said, let's run a play. So we were in the middle of the dance floor. we pretended to be an offense, lined up, and fucking ran a play. And whoever was the quarterback threw his fucking drink, and the guy caught it and then smashed it on the floor. We went fucking nuts. And then I don't know, it was probably about 20 minutes later, someone took umbrage to something that someone done, and then there was.
I was going to say, I'm assuming you probably all got kicked out.
Yeah, we got kicked out. Yeah. But it was it was just so funny, no one was made to feel bad. Everyone was having a laugh, it was cool, it was a brilliant night out. There were new people.
Yeah, so the initiations that I've been in,
fine for me.
Yeah. That's different though. The initiations that I've been in were always done sort of especially on rugby side, they were done behind closed doors, generally in the club room, in the changing rooms. So you'd have your lock in essentially.
What was the British
do you guys really have? Do you have court session? Do you have court sessions over here?
Oh, kangaroo court. We did that with rugby. Yeah.
Man, I used to. That used to be the thing that I would look forward to the most in the year. I loved court sessions.
I used to obviously because I was a team joker, pissing around all the time. I'd just get they just nail me with loads of stuff, And
me too. I used to love court sessions.
But I don't mind, because usually the penalties were drink stuff. I'll drink stuff.
What I am going
you have to. So court session, what it is, Will, is for us anyway, I don't know if it's a little bit different for you guys over here, but essentially what it would be is you'd have coaches that would be keeping tabs on pretty much everything that you did wrong during the season. So if you missed training, if you, I don't know, like if you got dick of the day, if you anything that you did to fuck up during the season, and then at the end, usually at the end of the year, you would have all of your charges brought against you in the court of your peers, and then depending on how serious your infractions were, would depend on the punishment. We did like I've done everything from fucking have to eat like entire raw onions multiple times, sardines, dry wheat bix, fucking you end up
not an initiation kind of no,
but it is like that's the thing. Court session initiation, court session and initiations are very sort of similar, but then you end up so one of the things that New Zealand court sessions have is you can't leave, you're locked in. So essentially you have a massive barrel that is situated in the middle of your changing room. If you vomit or if you need to piss, that goes in the barrel. And like don't worry, nobody ever has to drink the barrel that gets put in the barrel or anything like that.
Someone jumps in the fucking
no, because that's bullying, and you'd probably end up with a suicide every fucking second season or something like that. But you will be like there'll be times where if you're in trouble, you have to only stop when they cry. Yes, John.
John Lockhart, is that the DC presidency? I don't know.
He's geared to DC. Yeah, it's up this area.
Yeah, I agree, John. Only stop when they start to cry. No. But there's multiple things like called riding the bus, where you'd have a big fucking onion, and if you won't stop talking in the middle of the court session, you're told to ride the bus. So you have to sit there with this onion in your mouth. But if someone else starts talking, you don't get off the bus; they get on the bus, and you end up with multiple people, and you're literally sitting there face to face sharing this fucking onion. And sometimes the onion's rotten. Sometimes the onion, like it is a punishment, but at the same time, like some of the you come out of those court sessions at like fucking 8 o'clock at night and you can't stand because of the amount of alcohol and.
We had one on tour in Prague, and I was like, they did all like I was smashed anyway, and they were trying to tell me stuff. I was like,
you can't.
Fuck the judge, like I was just being a prick.
You're
the worst person to try and punish. Like,
you are. You're rebel society.
He will kick your bar.
I just get fucked. You just want to punish me. I'll make it worse for you.
Yeah, but anyway. you'd nick a liter of milk, then a liter of juice, then a liter of water, then a liter of beer.
Yeah, there was all that. Yeah. Anyway, right. So it seems that we got a split room on it, which is cool. I don't like them for the reasons I've stated, but then
because you were bullied at school.
I don't think they're conducive to.
Steve gets PTSD every time someone mentions initiations. He has Vietnam flashbacks.
Right, so let's move on because I think we're just going to go around in circles on that one. Where do you want to go next? No camp. Let's go camp next, Will.
I think teams should have camp, but I don't think it should be compulsory for players to attend all 16 hours over 2 days.
Why?
Because we're talking about adults. Like camp that starts on Friday night.
16 hours over 2 days. That's two working. That's like.
So I can't take my missus on the bus, but I don't need to be there for probably the most important cram session, like pre-season session of your year. Like you've got some weird priorities there, my man. You're like I can't. We found this American guilty for killing her. What a banging soundtrack in that movie, though. I don't know if you guys know, but that has one of the best soundtracks of any movie. Like you're sitting there talking about like you can't have girlfriends on buses because they're a distraction when you're trying to talk to your players. You know what's a distraction? Not having them at the fucking training camp.
Yeah, but you're asking adults to take, people. It kind of coincides with the point above this one in the that is a bit of a jokey point. But you're asking adult, 25 to 50-year-old men, if well younger, 18 to 50-year-old men to give up a whole weekend, for something they're not getting paid for.
But something they enjoy, right? Are you like?
I love training camp.
Yeah.
It gets me like training camp gets me. It gives me the feel like it's where I'm like, oh, okay, this is actually like I'm never going to play college football. I'm never going to play fucking NFL or anything like that. But it's like when I have training camp where I literally have, you have practice, and then you have film, and then you have practice, and then you have classroom, and then you have practice. You're like, this is as close as I'm ever going to get.
Yeah, but you don't want film. Remember that.
It's in a mandatory. It's in a mandatory. It's the closest that I'm ever going to get to the real thing. So I live for training camp. I love it.
Yeah, but it's still not the real thing. It might be the closest you're ever going to get, but it's still not the real. You know, you're not getting paid for it. You're taking time away from your family. You know, from your children.
Most people I know would love to get time away from their wife and kids for a whole weekend.
They might say they do, you know, privately. But in reality, they're probably getting a load of flack from the wife due to the fact, you know, they've been at training camp for 2.5 days.
But yeah,
buy her a spa ticket. Send the kids to the in-laws.
If only
I am literally sat here in shock that you were complaining the other week about a friggin' midweek session, but he's fine having a full weekend taken up.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
No, I know you're not. I'm on about them too. Don't think I'm directing everything at you, Will. I'm on your team on this one.
So hold on, you're saying that I'm hypocritical because I said people could optionally go midweek, but they shouldn't skip camp.
Like I don't. For me, I don't.
Let me just draw your attention back to this one. Like
the full effort.
Yeah, and my family knows. Everyone around me knows.
Yeah, but that's Prem.
The football is fucking so important to me, and fucking I will do. Yeah, I'll still make allowances for my kids and everything, and my family. But like, I massively prioritize football.
So if he was to move the no camp situation to Div 1 and Div 2, that would still make your one relevant for the Prem.
Yeah, but then, so I would still. Yes, definitely. But then I also think, well, if the club has gone through all that effort to put on a 2-day camp, which is no mean feat, and they've obviously got outcomes that they're trying to derive from it, fine. If you don't go to that, you can't then really complain about maybe not getting some game time, or you know, like if you actually can't commit to the club, then why should the club commit back to you?
I feel like training camp is the single most important coaching part of the season, because it's when you do install, it's when you do everything, especially if you have like a new OC or you've got a whole bunch of new players coming in. Camp is the most important. It's the most like midweek training. It's like, yeah, it's cool. We need to like we did this, we fucked this up on the weekend, so we need to fix this. Camp is everything.
See, I do. That just might be me, but I don't really run a good camp. I don't run a camp for the reason of I don't want to take up everyone's weekend. Like I'd rather just tailor my training sessions to fit in the sessions that I've got available. I don't take up. This
is a point actually that I think we need to understand from Will. Will, describe to me what happens in a camp, like a 2-day camp that you're referring to, at the level you're talking about. Because you said 16 hours across 2 days. That's 2 8-hour days, right?
Well, probably even longer. That's probably just rubbish. You know, you usually start at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning. If you've not met on the Friday night, sometimes you'll meet on a Friday night, have a meal with a team, go to bed, get up at 6 a.m., do an early morning session, go and do some film, do a weight room session, go for your lunch, do another session, go back and watch more film, do playbook or whatever, and then do another session late at night. So you're probably going 6 a.m. in the morning till 7 at night. So it's probably 12, probably 24 hours over.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
You know, my point is, like, you're asking adults, like grown adults with responsibilities, to give up pretty much a straight 48 to 36 hours. 48 to 60 hours of their time. Over a given, as a straight period. It's not over 2 weekends. Like, if you said camps one day, it's Sunday this week and Sunday next week, I'd be like, well, 2 12-hour days is probably easier than one, 24-hour block of football.
So just to clarify, my understanding of camp is exactly the same as what you're saying there. Like, plenty of time on all different types of things, eat together, all that stuff, right? So yeah, I just wanted to check that there wasn't like I don't know, like the reason I thought was like
you were worried Northern Camp was real weird.
Well, just that it was a lighter commitment, you know, like, and I'm saying, like we should definitely do that because, but then it may be that he's saying, well, there's only 3 hours out of the day that I'm actually doing something. What's the fucking point? Like, I get that, right? Yeah, but you are saying that there's like, you know, they're maximizing the use of time. Now, I can remember doing a camp back for the night years ago, and this is when we got back into the Prem after being relegated, like 2008, I think, 2009. And I remember the coach saying, in these 2 days of camp, we get something like 8 weeks of training done. Like it would take us 8 weeks, something like that, right?
Yeah, it's right.
And you're like, shit, like that's considerable. So now, if you then look at your entire pre-season. Camp probably takes up 25 to maybe 30% of your total amount of coachable time. Yeah, that's a huge chunk to miss out.
It's funny how both the coaches in here are against camp and both the players are for camp.
You think I'm a coach?
No.
He's saying me and you.
Sorry.
Yeah, you and Oz obviously, as far as I'm aware, Oz doesn't coach.
I just want to make this clear.
Got level one, but don't coach.
I just want to make this clear. I'm not against camp. What I'm saying is, I just don't think I'm for camp Prem, or if you're pushing to go up to Prem Div 1.
Yeah.
But I don't think Div 2 and middle tier to lower need it. I think it'll be nice to, but I just don't think. Like I don't run one myself.
I think it's just as important for Div 2 and Div 1 for the sheer fact that a lot of the time is that's going to be, like Steve said, it's like 80, you get like 8 hours or 8 weeks or some shit worth of coaching time in there. That's going to be a lot of time when that's going to be the best time that you can coach a lot of these players that you have.
I'll tell you what, right? I'll sit on the fence for this one, but what I will say is I haven't run one of the camps in which like you're saying now, so like you're there early morning all the way through. Next day, come back early morning all the way through. Just because I kind of try to give like my teams 1 day of the weekend, and the fact that I coach at every friggin' level anyways, that it's hard to fit them all in already. But I'll run a camp this year, and then I'll let you know what I think of it. Because at the minute, I don't want to comment. I just don't think it's necessary. But I will happily run one just to see the benefits of it. Because like I don't really want to comment and be like, oh, I don't think you need it. When if I do it and I think, oh bloody hell, yeah, we really needed this. It's made a massive difference. Then great.
I'm not saying for a minute that teams don't need it, because obviously you want as much time as you can on the on the training pitch. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're asking for a hell of a lot of requirement and dedication from people who are not getting paid for it and have got external factors, whether it be kids, wives, families, that they have to deal with. And I'm telling you now, you laugh about it and you might say, well, there's no wife who's going to be happy, if their husband is out for 48 hours over a weekend just doing football all day.
No. See, I think you're wrong there, because I did camps back in New Zealand. I did camps in Oz, and the thing is, guys that I was playing with have been married for years and years and years. And the thing is, their missus knew that camp came as part of football. There was going to be 1 weekend a year where they were going to be completely unavailable because they were at camp. And the thing is, if you
believe that, they might allege you to believe that, but in the real world,
well, just maybe it means that you need to do a little bit of work on your marriage and get you to a point where you and your wife have some give and take, and she understands that you have your own priorities, and it's not just.
You're right.
Can I just say, Oz, without that, he is really punching. Ignore them. We'll keep cracking on.
Will can't do camp. Will can't do camp because he'll go off and do football for 24 hours across a weekend, and she'll go get Dick down in town for 24 hours across the weekend. So Will can't do camp because he's too scared. He's got his marriage by such a tender string. He's
Do
like,
you
I'm
know
not
what,
letting you
though?
go. I'm not letting you out of my sight. She's
I know-
coming to camp with me.
I know we're joking about, but I know single players or players who have got girlfriends, so they're not necessarily married, who don't want that commitment of a camp at a week, as a whole weekend. Like for me,
So this is what makes me think Adam's right with his level thing, but I just can't see it. I think that's what the rule needs to be, but I just think if your fucking club are putting on a camp, why wouldn't you especially if you're a more casual player, why are you playing the sport? Because you saw it, like we said before, you wanted to be part of it. You've got your idols, you've got your Madden, and you want to get stuck in camp. Camp is as close as you'll get, as Oz says, is to live in that experience. I don't see why you would want to avoid it.
It's not only that; it's the fact of with camp. Like every team that I joined, whenever I jumped to a new team, I jumped to that team knowing that camp was probably going to be part of the. It was. I undertook the experience knowing I was like, right, I'm playing football this year. There will be training camp. It was just part and parcel with it. I knew when I was coming to play football. It was it's the same thing if I sign a contract for a new job and they go, look, you might have to work weekends. I'm like, all right, cool. I might have to work weekends. I knew when joining a club that camp was involved and I would have to give up one of my weekends because of training camp.
Well, why don't we just to settle this one on a I suppose the best way you can. Steve, why don't you make a poll on the hub page, the Gridiron hub page, get people to think it, and then we'd do it again next week, because I think this is going to be split. Realistically,
it's interesting. The two more points I just want to make before I think you're right. We do need to move on, but two more points I want to make. So, I've got two young kids, very young kids. I'm not married, but
you may as well be.
You might as well be.
We've got a house. We got a mortgage. We got cars. It's like. There's no difference between us. The way
you're missing the piece. The only thing you're missing is the piece of paper.
Yeah, and my missus would be fine with me going away if I said to her, "Look, I've got this on this date at this time." But then I do think my missus is very understanding of most of the things that I do. She's good as gold. So, but I do understand that, she still gets frustrated at times when I have to do stuff and like tonight, she'd rather I was sat in with her, watching fucking telly or whatever, but she gets that there's a greater cause that I'm trying to do. Right. So there's that piece. And then another, I don't want to kick back into the whole thing. Right. But I think we might with this, but, so Will, answer me this, right? So if you played for a club, that played in Europe, and you had a game in France, no, not France, let's say Germany, would you think it's okay to fly out there on the Saturday, play the game on the Sunday, and then fly back? It's
Sunday night.
Is that just, or would you just count yourself out of those games?
Depends.
It's the same time commitment.
If it was doing it every year, I don't think there's two external factors that I've never played in Europe in my life, but I'd imagine there's a cost to it that you can't necessarily afford.
Well, let's say the club are paying for it, or you got sponsored.
It's a discussion I'd have to have with my wife. I can't come. I can't just. I've got to be honest. I can't. And it might say more about my relationship than I want people to know, but I can't just say to the wife, by the way, I'm going away for a week in May to play a football game, because that's not the type of relationship we have, and I'm sure there's plenty of other people in the exact same situation.
Yeah, and I think there are, like what I was saying with me and Bex, I think it's quite exceptional that the way that things are with us, and it works really well in my favour. It works in her favour as well. She can do what the fuck she wants. We're quite liberal in that sense.
You're understanding adults.
Yeah, that's not fair, that though, is it? Let's be fair.
No, it isn't.
Joking, but that's it's not about being adults. It's very easy to without getting personal, to sit on a pedestal looking in at other people, going, well, they've got two young kids. that you've got to look after all weekend now, but it's fine. Like that's not how it works. Like unfortunately, or fortunately, depending which way you're looking at it, it's not the 1900s anymore, where the wives stay at home with the kids, and the men go out and work. It's not like that anymore. So it kind of moves on to the next point where I've put in green, don't have wives and kids.
Right, before you go into that, just one thing I want to put on screen. Yeah. I've only read the start of it because it's a Ryan Cummings comment, so one of you guys can read it out.
A camp is beneficial, don't have to be over 2 days, can just do it on one full day. On the day you would normally have training with plenty of notice, then say a barbecue after 2, which family can come down and be with each other too.
He did all right then, yeah.
Yes, but to me that's not camp. But I agree. What I'm saying is, I actually agree that if you were splitting camp over 2 weekends and say doing 2 12-hour days, that's more acceptable than over one weekend.
Okay.
Can I just ask, for your camps, are you just going home at the evening? I'm assuming you're not staying in a hotel or nothing like that.
Depends. I've, most. I'd probably always go home, but some people.
Yeah, some people. It depends where they're holding. Sometimes
the one I was
camps
talking
are held
about,
at
we stayed
external.
overnight.
Yeah, the ones I've been to have been held at external facilities, and then
like
you've stayed overnight. Yeah.
See that. See, I can get why people will be a bit iffy with that, but I still think it's just like going out.
What would you go away with your mates for a weekend?
That's what I was getting to that, Steve. I was going to say I can get like people go away with a pals to like on holiday or go to a beach.
You do a stag do. You go away to Budapest for a weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can see the benefit of it. Do you know what I mean? Like I can see like it. Surely people should be like they'll be okay with it and things, but it's just not everyone will be, and I can understand why some people will not want to do it. But I still don't know why you do it. Like, I still think there's enough training sessions to do beforehand. But like I've said, I will run a camp to see what happens.
Some people will make the sacrifice though. It'll be the trade-off. It'll be like Will says, you can't do everything. Everybody does have other commitments and stuff. Some people will make the trade-off where they go to camp at the beginning of the year, and then means that they can't make any midweek sessions because they've got kids or whatever like that. So they're making the commitment to say, look, I can't come to the midweek sessions at all during the year, but I'll make damn sure that I'm there for the two days before the season starts to make sure that I've got my playbook, I've done my install, I've done this, and this.
And that's what the reason I put sorry, I didn't get you on screen there, but the reason I put this up from Gavin is that it sort of speaks to the same sort of thing. Like, why not have a compromise, a trade-off? So give up one Sunday session a year so you can have a 2-day camp later. And but Will, are you saying that it's not that simple? Like, is that your position? And I don't want to put words into your mouth here, but does that that solution seems quite logical? But
like a compromise.
Is it oversimplifying?
It comes down to each individual situation. Like, I've got 2 young kids like you, Steve. My wife would not accept that trade because and to be honest, if the shoe was on the other foot and she said to me, I want to go shopping for 2 days, I'd be like, not a chance of my having 2 young kids for 2 days. I just couldn't cope. Like, it's just about it's about living in the real world.
Yeah, see, I would though. If my missus wanted to do that, I'd be like, I'll take the fucking kids. Like, fine. I'll just I don't like that. That's where my compromise is, maybe.
Yeah, so I haven't got kids myself, but I have at times when I've gone. My sister's got 2 young kids. I've gone down and I've played uncle babysitter for an entire weekend, so they could have time away to themselves. And I know in the future, if I do have kids, that I would have no issue in my missus going away for a weekend to, let's say, if she wanted to be with her friends or if she had a hobby that she wanted for the entire weekend, because I'd want the same thing in return. Like, that would be.
That's where it comes down to situate. A trade-off. Don't get me wrong. If I spoke to the wife and the wife said, I want to go, here for 2 nights with my mates, I'll be like, well, that's fine. But when camp comes along, I want to do it. But what my point is, people shouldn't be made to feel like they shouldn't be put in the situations which is going to cause problems at home. For
Should we
me,
look at camp then being a mandatory thing for teams, but an optional thing for players? Then
I think camps are a really good idea. I just don't think players should be forced to go to them.
So if you change it to camp optional, and then put it in the mandatory, so we're making it mandatory for camp to be optional for players, I think that works.
Yeah, because I think every team needs to run a camp. But it's the same thing where we say that,
what's the point of having it if you're not going to have people there?
No, I believe you should have a minimum level. Like you should, or like essentially, you should have sort of like an 80% attendance of.
There's someone I want to ask, right? So, do you know how we had Gav's comment there before about losing one Sunday to then get 2 days?
Yeah, let me just get that one up.
Right. Yeah, so why not give up the first Sunday session of the year so you can have a 2-day camp later? Now,
so why not just do?
Why not just do your 2 Sundays longer sessions and then you get the same time?
Yeah,
like why have a camp?
For me, that's a fair compromise, and I'd back that idea.
Instead of having 10 till whatever your session, just be like, right, we're coming in at 7 and do all the way through.
I agree with John.
The week after, we'll do the 7 and along. You need to commit to a camp. There's a clear. Man, I'm not being funny. I don't think many teams up here camp.
But not many of your team. Like you've been saying that you coach at like.
Yeah, none of yours end up in Britball, though, do they?
Yeah.
All right, Farnham, chill out, boys.
There's a clear evidence between teams that Adam coaches and success at a good level. So
Northeast champions under 17s. Thanks.
So what John said there, let's just read it out. So John Wise has popped up and said, if you're serious about competing and winning, you need to commit to a camp. There's a clear evidence-based link between players' approach to training and competition success.
Yeah, I agree with John 100%.
Yeah, I agree with what John's saying, but
but not everyone plays to win.
Yeah, but no, I completely agree with what John said. Can you not just make 2 of your Sunday sessions longer and you've got the same thing?
Yeah, I agree with Adam.
Okay, yeah,
I don't feel like it's the same thing. It's
not called camp. It's called longer Sunday sessions.
No, but people come with a different mentality to camp than they do to training.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I know
you're fully committed to it. Like you haven't got fuck all else to think about apart from football for that time. You haven't got errands to run before or after. Like you haven't got to be anywhere but there. Like
you're still going to be.
I think it does make a difference.
I mean, I'm guessing that's if you're having it at like a separate location and you're staying overnight. But from what you were saying before, I'm guessing there is some camps that do it at their own ground and they still turn up and.
Yeah,
are we
calling that not a camp?
I've always turned up to camp with a completely different mindset to what I have turning up to a Sunday training.
Right, but
we got a few more comments. Let's get these comments up because they're going to be quite good. So John's put, my version of a compromise would be not to train on Mother's Day or Easter Sunday in return for additional time elsewhere.
Hey, we need to get John on here. John is a smart man.
John's he said he wants to go on with Adam's one, so that'll be cool. Gavin's popped back up and said, because you can have the benefit of film sessions, team bonding, as some of you are fond of, plus classroom session for install and Q&A as well. It's not just...
Gav, you know I love you, man, but these guys don't, like, some of them want film, some of them don't want film. They say
Gabby hates you.
I know. But I'm telling you, they don't like film. Scroll along to the thing, you can see they don't want film sessions, but now they want it in a camp.
Who doesn't want film sessions?
Where's it?
Here.
Where's that top one? Right there. Let me get on it. Yeah, there. Just there. That's just a nice to have. Should that be down?
But there's a difference between a weekly film. There's a difference between a weekly film session and the install film session that you're doing at beginning of camp. Like I said, there is a massively different approach to camp than there is to your weekly Sunday training.
Right, but this is what I'm saying to you. So
this is fantastic. Read this.
Thank you, Matthew.
Adam, you read it.
Camp delivers a significantly bigger uplift in performance than the same amount of training in a normal session does. Right.
Thank you, Matthew.
But are we saying... Yeah, Spoonie, if you know. Yeah. So
we agree, Adam. Nice one.
Yeah, right. I just want to know, has camp got to be at a different venue for you to qualify that as camp? Is that what we're saying? Like,
Yeah,
it takes you away from all
I think
distractions.
it does. I think it does, and you stay overnight, and you commit, like you essentially do everything that Will does not want to do. You are
I'm
committing
happy with that. As long as it's not just like, oh, you're coming to training for this many hours and then going home and coming back the next day, because you still got the same issues that when you get home, the missus.
No. It's the full experience.
Right.
And this is why I maybe should have gone a bit deeper into that when I asked Will, tell me what camp is to you. But yeah, we didn't talk about venue and stuff. I do think it is somewhere away from everyone, from the norm.
I actually think that makes it worse. I'm not arguing the legitimacy of how good a camp could be. I get that. I completely get that. I'm not saying, like, you shouldn't have camps. What I'm saying is players shouldn't be pressured to the point where they feel like they have to give up 2 days in a row of their time to go to camp. Like, that's not fair. For an amateur sport where they will go there and gain nothing financially, that's not fair. Now, if they want to do that because they're committed to winning, then that's their priority. But at the same time, if their priority is their family and their wife and their kids, then that is also a fair approach for something they're not getting paid for, and they're paying the same subs as the people who are going. Like, that's their choice. It shouldn't be.
If I'm coaching, the attendance of camp is massively affecting the game time that you're getting. If you were at camp, you're getting a lot more reps. You're getting a lot more everything.
That's not fair. Yeah, but
someone who wasn't at camp.
So your best player in the team didn't go to camp. Yeah, you're not going to play him because he didn't go to camp, but he's still your best player, technically, athletically.
No, because technically, probably your best players will be at camp.
No, I know. I'm talking hypothetically now. Your best player didn't go to camp. Yeah, you come to week 1. He didn't go to camp. He went on a family holiday. Okay. Or, he couldn't, his wife was working all weekend, he couldn't come to camp. So you're categorically saying you're not going to start him because he didn't come to camp?
Not at the start of the season, no.
Because he had more
because he hasn't been there. He hasn't been there for install. He doesn't know the offense. He can be athletic as he wants. If he doesn't know the fucking plays, he's not getting on the fucking field.
Yeah, but so you're saying the only time you do install is at camp because.
No, because the majority of install is done at camp.
That happens there.
No, so but he knows the install. He knows the plays.
It still doesn't matter. He's still going to have to. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If this is one thing that, and I think Steve agrees with me on this, is players that don't turn up to training in terms like for on a rugby side of things, right? If you didn't turn up to Tuesday, they wouldn't turn up to Tuesday, Thursday training, but they'd still turn up on Saturday. They'd still start and they'd still play the game, and it's absolute bullshit. If you want to play, you're there. Yeah, if you want to play, you're there. If you're not at camp, you're not starting.
We had this conversation last week. Would you play a player who had not been to training if he was your best player? And I think the unanimous decision was we would because we want to win.
No. I refuse to believe that Steve agreed with that. Because
I would argue that that's not your best player.
Yeah, because if he's your best,
mercenary type player that
he may be your best
committed
athlete.
To the cause.
He may be your best athlete, but he will not be your best player. If he's your best player, he will be at training.
Depends what you define as player. If you define a player as all that sort of stuff, then obviously not. But if you're talking technical ability,
But you got to think about the contribution to the team, right? Like, this is a team sport, and it doesn't serve the team to pander to the ego.
It's not about an ego. It's not about an ego.
Or the individual needs of a single player. It has to be for the greater good. You have to make those tougher decisions in order for the team to survive.
But it's not just affecting. It's not. You're not paying that player's wages. You're not paying. That
you keep going on about paying, but that.
Yeah, but I'm assuming.
They've committed, right?
You're making the commitment.
Right. You're making a commitment to the team, and you can't meet that commitment, is what you're saying.
I've took this from a different level. So I was assuming you meant it was at the same local trading venue that you always go to and stuff. If you're talking about you go away for a weekend, do your training, do all your film at like a venue and stuff, I think that you should do that. That sounds class. It's like a Jags camp. Like,
done it then? How come you've never done it?
Me, because I mean, realistically, I coach kids more than anything. I don't fancy being away with.
I don't think camp's necessary for kids.
No, but I'm more than happy to do it with the uni team.
With adult teams though, and uni teams. So why don't you do it with them?
I mean, I've been head coach of a uni team for one season. It was kind of a late appointment, so that was kind of going on. But I can try and get it done this year, COVID allowing.
By all accounts, you've never done it with the adult teams you've played for. Like,
I've never been the head coach of the adult team unless I've had to step in at a later time.
Player though, you never did camp.
No, I didn't. You're right, I didn't. It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not the norm.
But that probably also speaks to the, no offense, Adam, but the level of teams that he's played for.
Well, not really, because when I played for Gateshead, we're in the Prem.
This is me.
Where's Gateshead now?
Div 2, because we keep getting these Aussies coming over.
Because he never did fucking camp.
Right, guys, we got loads of comments to get through. So, once again, Will has set the comments on fire. I love it. What are we on? Is like second or third green little sticky note, and it's gone nuts. Right, so Spoonie's come back and said the loop of practice, watch film, immediately go and correct the mistakes of film makes a massive difference. Yeah,
no, I agree with that. I agree with that. Completely agree with that.
Yep. John says domesticity is the killer of excellence. If you're worrying about what's for Sunday lunch, how can you give football 100%?
See, that's not fair because that's a bad example because you're not worried about Sunday lunch. What you are worried about.
Basically,
I get what he's saying.
Well, no, what he's saying, John Wise is telling you that you're under the thumb.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that it's not just me. Like,
did you see how nice John had to be to say that as well, though?
He's the most
such a nice guy.
Bloke you'll ever meet, mate.
I know.
For me, like,
can we put that comment up? Because I reckon he had the same grin. He had that exact same grin as he was typing it. just the smug sort of, I am going to kill this man's whole career.
John will come up now and clarify what he said.
All the other coaches that are watching, can you let me know when your camp is and if I can attend? Because I want to watch what these camps are like so I can host one myself.
So John's popped back up and said, you bond better with your teammates, spend quality time together. 2-a-days are brutal, but rewards are greater.
Yeah,
it's massive. With it.
Camps are the best part of football.
Ryan has said it doesn't need to be a different venue. I think it does.
I disagree. I would
say it was like. I don't think
you need to get them out of the comfort zone.
Like,
you've got to change the mindset. Yeah, you've got to change the mindset because if you don't do it at a different venue, people are just turning up to it like it's a long practice. You've got to change everything about it so people are coming in with a completely different mindset of this is camp.
And how do we pay for camp? I mean, we've not even crossed that bridge.
Oh, is this what it all comes down to with you?
No, it's not. No,
Will's not making any money, so he's not paying any money. Get fucked.
No, I'm joking, Will. From my recollection of camps I've been to, it's been like a one-off payment that you, I don't know, to pay the like 50 quid or whatever, and you pay.
Usually between 50 to 100 quid is what I remember.
So you've got the guy there paying £200 in subs, which if you look at me next, one of my points coming up, I do believe players should pay the full subs that they pay, and then he's got to pay more money for a camp.
And coaches.
Coaches, and then he's got the grief of everything back home. Like, you're just going to kill people. So again, I'll reiterate the point at the top, which is definitely a joke point where I said don't have wives and children. For me,
marry reasonable people.
It should be wife. Maybe that's the way you're going wrong. You got too many.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't even spelled it right.
No.
You're talking about being under the thumb.
Right,
hey, my missus is at home. Is where she is.
So Spoonie's come up and said, I've done both. Camp at uni at the home location to manage costs and residential camp with pirates. He had pirates at his camp. No.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Come on.
fucking guys, you got to come to camp. I'm bringing fucking pirates.
Yeah. He's got Johnny Depp turning up, and he walks in the door, and he's like, you must be the worst American football player I've ever heard of. And he turns around and goes, but you have heard of me.
You still heard of me, yeah. Blackbeard, what are you doing here?
It gives a whole new meaning to a jailbreak screen. I'll tell you that much now.
Pirates at camp, I'm fucking going. I'm going somewhere.
The kids are going. The kids have come. We're getting picture.
Yeah, you've got robber coverage, and you've got peg leg out at the safety standing there fucking hobbling around.
Right.
Sorry, Matt.
Sorry, Matt. We just falling apart. Ryan says, if anything, it's extra cost, so keep it at the training ground. So yeah, he's back in this training ground thing. Sweeney said the residential makes a different, but like all things in Britball, you have to work within your constraints and make the situation as good as possible.
See, like I was saying before, I think the residential one I'm all for. The staying at home one I'm not.
Oh, that's interesting. So why is that? What?
See, I just think.
I thought you'd have just been, I'll take any camp, like, times time.
No, I want the going away. Like, if you're going to do it, I think the going away one makes sense, where you've got them all together. You can sit down, eat your meals together. They're in the rooms, whatever. You know what I mean? You're in a hotel.
You're removing all external, like, everything external about it. Like, you become completely focused on camp.
Like, you're not going to have the the missus took the car this morning, I'm going to be running late. No, you're already at camp. Like, that sounds quality to me. They're coming in to trade, like, nah.
It comes at a cost, and this is what I'm saying. Like, in an ideal world,
sport costs money.
Then get out and get sponsors, like we talked about last week. Get it paid for, done.
Yeah, it's not that easy though. We were talking about the real world. Like, for kids, it'd be easier. But for adults, you know, if I think can you put up Spoonie's comment about it costs £100 for seniors and 70 quid for juniors?
No. Yes.
Right.
No. Like, he's like, nah, fuck you. You get no backing evidence.
Yeah. Like, does it make a point for you? No, don't worry, mate.
If it's not abusing Will, it doesn't go on the screen.
You know,
don't worry, Will. This is just your initiation, mate.
Yeah, that's fine. But seriously though, like, so £100 on top of your subs, as well as, you know, you've bought, you know, let's talk for rookies. You've probably had to buy kit, etc., etc. We're mounting up the costs, and then you've got all the external factors to why camp, you know, is causing separate issues at home. Believe it or not, like, I've never had a problem with camp. My point is, there are people out there.
Hey, you're making it out like every time you go to camp, she's getting the divorce papers out. Like, that's the impression that I'm getting from you.
You made it out that every time I went to camp, she was dicking people at the weekend. So
wait, she's dicking people? Oh, that explains so much more. I knew she was too pretty to be a real woman. You married a tranny.
Right. So Ryan said, I feel Will has had a lot of pressures from his team. He's been from the teams he's been at, and that it's football or nothing. Is that right for you, Will? Have you played for teams that have put a lot of pressure on you and created conflict?
Is it therapy time for Will? Will, tell us about how hard it's been. I think
it's an interesting point because you know we had Coach Rains on last week, and he said the whole family work football thing, right?
Oh, he did. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
No. Have I? Yes and no. Obviously.
Oh, fuck off!
I appreciate. No.
Can we get another fence for Will to sit on, please? Have we got any more?
Well, all right. If you want me to make a decision, I'd say no. I'd say no.
Go on then.
I'd say
go on then. Say no. Don't just say that you say it.
Oh God, I'm done.
I'm kicking. Just so you know, I'm logged in as admin, so I can kick you out.
That's absolutely fine. You were the one who kicked up the fuss when you found out I was going to be on today. You're like, oh, are you finally going to make one?
Right.
But you're wishing I didn't.
So John I see Adam nodding because it's John Wise and he loves John Wise. I don't agree with Johnny. I do think there should be pressures to get you start. Like you should feel incentivized. Well, there should be commitment. You know, your commitment as well as obviously your performance results in your game
Can I just get this right then? So if I attend every Sunday session, every midweek session, but I don't go to one day a camp,
it's going to impact. It's going to impact your position. In my eyes, it's going to impact you versus someone who's been to every Sunday session, every midweek session.
But that player must also be of a certain
of a certain caliber.
Like you couldn't just whack it because you find that like your rookies, you know the ones that are green. And I just mean that in that they haven't matured in the sport yet.
I thought you meant the initiation that had to be painted green.
Yeah. And the thing is, camp is going to affect.
You couldn't put them on the field safely. You know what I mean?
No.
So I think as long as it has to be that it's someone that can take care of themselves on the field and play properly.
Camp is not going to affect the entire season, right? Because I'm not going to be sitting someone in fucking week 8 because they didn't go to camp, but they've been to every single session since, right? It's the start of the season is when it's going to impact, right? Because once we get into sort of week 2, week 3, and we've had, if we've had our midweek sessions and we've had, let's say the odd Saturday session, or because our games are now fucking 3 weeks apart, we've had 2 Sundays in between as well. If that person who didn't make camp has still turned up to those midweek sessions and those Sunday sessions, and they've shown their commitment and they've performed to a high standard, then they're going to get their shot to start. But they're not starting week 1, game 1, if they're not at camp.
So camp is your be all and end all to whether you're a starter or not.
In week 1, game 1, yeah, I'll say it is.
That's ridiculous. Do you know how ridiculous that is?
So
yeah, thank you, Matthew. Thank you.
Remember, I've got a story to tell about this.
Oh my god, I love Matthew. Matthew just.
He's good as gold, mate. So he said, remember that camps aren't sprung on players. We book our camp a year in advance. Bloody hell. If you can't commit to 2 days a year in advance, then the problem isn't football.
Yes! That is my entire point. If you cannot commit to 2 days so far in advance, you don't need to be worried about your commitment to football. You need to be worried about what's going on as your external factors.
That's not fair, that though. Let's be fair.
Life's not fair, Will.
Why isn't that fair?
Not fair.
Why isn't that fair?
You can't go to camp isn't fair.
Because
in a year's time, I need to stay overnight somewhere.
Yeah, there's thousands of external factors to why you couldn't attend camp.
Why? Why is there thousands?
Are ill, your parents are ill.
Sorry, Spoonie, I can't make that date. My mum's ill.
Yeah, but we're talking.
What are you fucking? No, that's not a commitment.
1 second. You can't.
But then
we can't talk.
Because there's a difference between family work, football. Yeah, but there's a difference between pulling out last second because let's say your family becomes ill, and there's a difference. But see, that is an extraneous circumstance. That's completely different to you when they book camp, turning around and saying, "No, I can't go to camp. My missus won't let me." They are 2 completely different situations. If you've committed to camp, you've paid your money, you've committed to camp, you've paid your money, and then next thing you know, you're like, you know what, my mum's got COVID, I can't go to camp. You get your money back, and we understand because.
So what about work then?
Yeah, what if you can't get the time off work?
What?
I'm just being devil's advocate.
Yeah, with a year's notice.
Yeah, no,
well, because some people you don't get your holidays until April or whatever. So
yeah,
do you know what I mean?
I can't book next year's holidays in my work until October.
Right, and camp wouldn't be till well into pre-season, which is what
I get that Spoonie said they organise it a year in advance, but not all teams do. No,
they don't. No, you're right. That is exceptional.
What I'm saying is, there's.
We're going on ours next week now.
But it's just action and consequence. It's just action and consequence. If you can't commit to this, then this happens, right?
But
it's called being a grown-up. It's life, and you can sit there and say, "Oh, that's not fair." Life is not fair. Not everything is going to be fair. right? It's not fair that we have to fork out however fucking much money to play something that we love just as a base that we have to pay subs. It would be amazing if it was all subsidized by the government and the entire thing was free, but it's not. So, like, it's just life's not fair, and sacrifices have to be made. Compromises have to be made. If you are serious about wanting to play football, then you will make a sacrifice here to make camp, or you won't make the sacrifice here to make camp, and you will sacrifice the fact that you're not getting on the field to start week 1, and you may have limited playing time at the beginning of the season. It's just it's that simple.
I find it truly ludicrous that you will pick your week 1 starters from people who go to camp. I really do. Like, it just doesn't compute with me.
Because the people that go to camp generally are going to be the people that are most
generally,
committed.
but not always. Generally, but not always.
You're right, not always, but at the same time, they will be the people that are most committed to the team, and they're the people that I want. There's a difference between a guy who makes every single preseason practice, misses camps, his sister's getting married, the guy dips in and out. Yes, 100%. Fuck me, I love Matthew.
I'm not.
But
Do you know what?
just said
You will see your flakes. You will see your flakes. You will.
I just said that, I pretty much said, like, you can make every midweek training session, you can make every Sunday session, but on the Saturday of your camp, you can't make the Saturday.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden,
it just means week 1 that you're like, let's say if you are.
That's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous because you're saying then, so if you've got a guy who won't go to a single midweek session but goes to camp, he's going to start ahead of a guy. Surely it comes down to ability on the pitch.
He's going to be penalised too because he hasn't been going to the midweek sessions. I don't think you understand.
with it, like, I'm gone now. Like, on this whole camp situation, I'm not going to lie. Like, if. For example, you can't make camp, okay, for whatever reason. You've got a wedding or whatever. But what if you've learned that playbook, you know that situation, like, would you still not get the heads up? Like, or is that you, like, done? Like, week 1, you're on the bench.
You guys are making out like I'm saying this is the entire season. Like
no. I'm saying now, week 1.
I'm not saying they're not playing week 1, right?
No, they're on the bench is what I'm saying.
Yeah, people get rotated in games all the
every
time.
few players anyway.
They could be in for the second series, right, Oz?
Yeah, exactly. Or they may be in the second half or something. No, they may be in the second half or something like that. But they're not my absolute starter.
Ludicrous.
Right, but what if they're your better player and they just couldn't make that?
So this is Spoonie's commented on a similar thing. So he said exactly what is your definition of best player? Play the guys who are the most talented and ignore the contribution to the team, practice, etc., and watch the team fall apart. That is I agree with that, and I know we
100%.
No,
I agree with that. But what I'm saying is,
why don't you? Sorry, go on, Adam.
Will just wants to play a team of mercenaries who turn up in their athletic geniuses.
No, I'm just saying if a guy's missed one session, like if he's missed the camp for a valid reason, like, and he's still the better player, then do you know what I mean? Surely his commitment can't be.
There's a difference between missing camp for the valid reason.
I know.
And just saying straight off the bat, like the way that Will's making it out is the moment they release camp, Will's going to turn around and go, I can't make camp because I can't get 2 days off on any weekend at all ever.
Never said that.
That's the way that you're making it out, though. You're saying I don't know about other people's relationships, but I would never be able to get a week off from my wife where I'm leaving her with the kids. Like, you're literally saying the moment they release date for camp, you're saying no. That's the way that you've made your point. Is the moment camp is released and they've said it's going to be this weekend, you've flat out gone, I can't do it because I can't get a weekend from to just dedicate to football because I'm not going to leave my wife alone with the kids for an entire week.
I didn't say, 1 second, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say I couldn't. I said you can't expect grown-ups to be able to say that.
I can expect grown-ups to do it because they're making a commitment. When you sign up for a team, you are making a commitment, and I expect a grown-up who's going to make that commitment to uphold to uphold that commitment unless something that has an extraneous. So the thing is, I don't mind, right? If someone comes to me and they go, I'm coming to camp, right, and then they book, they commit to camp, they pay the camp, and then something comes up last minute and they can't make it, right? That is completely different from the person who turns around to me when the moment camp is announced and goes, I can't make it because I'll never get time off ever. They are two completely different people, because that is one person who's committed to something and is willing to get into it, and someone else who just won't even consider the option of it.
But
They are two completely different.
Just because one person can commit, 2 days to football, and one person can commit 1 day to football, doesn't, it doesn't.
It's a different commitment to the team.
Yeah, but they give. How is
One's
it?
giving, it is. It's one's giving 50% commitment, the other one's giving.
For me personally, I don't think camp can be the full reason to say you are day one starter.
You can have somebody who can go to camp.
It's literally that first series. That you are day one starter. Day one starter is that first drive in the first game, and then if I put my starters back out for the second drive as well, then that person is still not in that starting lineup.
All right, Oz, look at this, right? So you have
getting rotated in. If that person has made a valid reason that they couldn't come to camp, then they're probably going to get rotated in.
Look at it like this, Oz, right? You've got 6'6", big offensive tackle, missing camp. He's been with your team for 3 years. He knows what he's doing, but he's missing camp. He can't make camp. All the other linemen, 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", missed a few training sessions here and there, but make camp. He's saying that 6 foot guy's missing his first snap.
That's completely different, because at the same time, all the other guys are missing training sessions as well.
Yeah, but you've just said camp's more valuable than a regular training session. So
it is much more valuable. At which point, then I've got a tough decision to make. But at the same time, that guy who missed camp, will not be starting my starting series in week 1.
I find that decision strange.
That is crazy.
It's a commitment to the team. I'm not gonna sit there and just rotate people in who can't commit to my team.
I'm glad you're not.
Realistically, you're more of a boys' club than a team, then, aren't you? Let's be honest. If that's how it is.
It's not a boys' club. It's a team itself is you are showing commitment to other people. If you can't make the same sacrifices that other people are going to make, if you're required to do this,
you're expecting everyone to be in the same situation here.
Yeah.
I'm expecting people when they're signing up to understand that they're signing up to a certain amount of sacrifice. Yeah.
So right, if I told you that I've come to your team and I get there and you go, oh, we have camp, so depending on when I sign up, so imagine I'd signed up 2 months before camp.
Right.
Okay, I've transferred over from another team. I've came over. I've said, even just looking like this, I've come down from the Prem. I've transferred down to a Div 1 team, your team, 2 months before your camp, and I've said, mate, I can't make that camp. I want to be part of your team. Are you just going to say?
And I will turn around and say to you at that point in time, great, love to have you as part of the team. You are not starting the first sequence in that first game.
And you're going to get that player to just go like this straight away.
Why?
Why would you? Why is
if that player's prepared?
What's so important about you playing that very first drive?
That player is going to want to come there and compete for his position. And if he's only going to miss, realistically in their head, 1 weekend of football, surely
he's going to miss the most important weekend of football in terms of preparation is what he's missing, right? So I'm not putting him on the field in that first drive in that first week. I'm not saying he's benched for the entire season.
Yeah, but
that's what you guys are making it out that I'm saying.
So no, but you're literally saying there now that you are just going to make a decision. It's not based on ability or anything like that. You're just purely just basing it on you want him to be a camp. Yeah, you're just saying if he's not a camp, I'm not putting him on.
The best ability is availability.
What?
Not true. That's not true.
Definitely true. If you're not available, I can't use you.
All right, man. All right, I'll give you 10 skinny as shit offensive linemen that's available whenever you want, or you can have some big meaty bastards from the Prem that can make 1 in every 2 training sessions.
Or make 1 in every 2 games. That's going to be great when they're not there.
No, 1 in every 2 training sessions, I've just said. You're gonna take the ones in the Prem. Simple as that. You're gonna take the big meaty blokes.
No, you shouldn't. I'm really surprised that you guys as coaches are saying this stuff.
Your team ethic is
awful. I'm making a valid point regarding camp. You are basically you're like discriminating against people that can't make the camp
for one drive. For one drive in the opening game. You are literally saying to people, if you do not make this camp,
you are not starting that first game. You're saying you are not doing this. No matter what you've done the rest of the time there, you are not starting.
I'm not saying they're not playing. I'm saying they're not starting.
I guarantee people are pissed straight off from that team.
I agree.
What sort of ego have you got to have to do that to a club?
If you're the sort of player that finds out,
mercenary.
Yeah, if you're the sort of player that finds out you're not going to start the very first drive of the very first game because you didn't make camp and you're going to quit a fucking team, I don't want you in my team anyway. Yeah. You're a twat. You're an absolute twat.
No, not really. Not really, because let's be honest, right? If I'm not starting the first player or the first series of that game, I'm not going to get on until the other guy that I'm replacing does something wrong, am I really?
No?
Not at all. Especially if you've been to all the other trainings and you've balled out in the training.
So on this point, right?
If I'm a good player, right, and I know I'm a good player, and I get and the coach goes and I go and I can't make camp, and coach goes, right, you're not starting. All that's going to do is that's going to motivate me to be even better to get my fucking starting position back. I'm not pissing off to another club. I don't need my ego massaged.
Yeah, but I don't think clubs need to be threatening a player that if you're not making camp, you're not starting.
Yeah, I agree.
For me,
that's ludicrous.
I'll tell you what, you can start demanding me turning up the camps and things when you're putting money in my pocket. That's what I'm thinking as a player.
That's my point. That is my whole point there, Adam. If people aren't getting paid, you can't make them come to camp.
It's nice to see you two getting on.
No, I'm not. The thing is, I'm not making them come to camp. If you can't come to camp, you can't come to camp. But that's the price you're paying is you are not the starter at that position on that first drive of that first game.
Yeah, but then what gives you the right to take it off a guy that hasn't done?
I'm the fucking coach.
Yeah, the coach.
But realistically,
I can name my lineup because I'm the coach.
Yeah, but if that guy that you're saying, so say if someone's replacing me for that one drive, doesn't do anything wrong, does everything right, what can you say to that guy? Sorry, I'm subbing you off now because he missed camp.
I'm not if he's done nothing wrong and he's doing everything right.
Yeah, so then I'm still.
Yeah, so you've got to do. So you've got to do
tough shit.
You've got to do better.
I don't think I'd want to play for a coach who wouldn't take my personal circumstances into consideration.
I think there's a lot of people like that, mate.
Like if you're not going to play me because I couldn't come to camp, you know, I'm committed to football. Let me finish.
You're not attending a camp.
Let me finish. If I can give commitment to football 100% other than the weekend of camp, I can't do a full weekend of camp, and you're then going to drop me for that reason, then you're not a coach I want to play for. Simple.
It depends on the reason that you're not committing to the camp. And
no, it doesn't.
It does. It definitely does.
I can't make my prerogative. I'm an adult.
I don't want you on my team.
As Coach Ray said last week, family, work, football in that order. Family, work, football.
And Steve, you agreed to that last week, to be fair, man.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
If I'm a coach and I'm taking so much time out of my life to coach you guys, I want your coach.
I am. Me and Adam have coached, and we're fine with it. Like we understand how the real world works. Maybe you're looking at
football. I haven't coached like Div 1 or Div 2 over here. I've coached women's football. I've coached rugby. I've coached. I've coached basketball back in New Zealand as well.
I think to be fair, you're looking at it as a player's point of view. You're going, I want other players to be as committed as me.
Yeah.
I completely get.
I want the most committed players.
But for my team, as a player and a coach, I'm going, I just can't commit the same as other people. Now, I shouldn't be punished.
No. If you can't commit the same as other people, you're not going to get to play the same as other people.
Yeah, but I'm better than other people.
And if you're better than other people, then that means that you should be like reveling in the fact you're better than other people, and you should be putting the commitment into something that you're better at.
Yeah, but commitment isn't a thing that comes for free.
Correct, and that's why you are 100%
money.
Right.
It can cost time. It can cost a whole load of external, factors. Like my point from the beginning was, people shouldn't be made like they have to go to camp.
They don't have to go to camp, but they have to be prepared to pay the consequences if they don't.
But your consequences, your personal consequences, are ludicrous. And like I said,
because it's not like I'm benching you for the entire game, right? How many times do you see people rotate in and out all the time?
Yeah, no, for me it's the principle. It's the principle. You can't understand.
You do not start the first snap of the first game.
Well, if that's your beliefs as a coach, you're not a coach I want to play for.
You're not a player I want on my team.
Fair enough. We're going to have to agree to disagree.
Right, guys, we got loads of comments to get through. So, honestly, there's tons. We've been popping people off again. Will, again. We need to get Will doing the topics every week. So John said, if the other players aren't getting better by attending, then perhaps there's other things needing reviewing. Yeah. So his point there about
to a certain extent, that's correct, but it's not.
It is.
It is. It's 100% correct. If you're not getting better by attending training camps, attending training sessions, attending training camps,
I think his point was, though, those good players that don't attend will eventually should get overtaken by the players that aren't as good that do attend.
And you know what? If you drop
me, but that's not going to happen over a weekend, though.
Exactly. And if you drop me because the other player starting is better than me, because he's been to more training sessions than me, then I'll hold my hands up and go, look, I should have come to more training sessions. Yep. That's on me. However, if you're dropping me because I had different commitments to that guy, but I am the better player, then you
show yourself to be the better player and you'll get back on the field in no time.
Yeah, but for me, it's about the principle of it. Like, you've not taken my considerations in. The only considerations you've taken in is of that team. But we discovered, as we discussed last week, family, work, football in that order.
I have taken your consideration into it because it depends on the way that you have, told me you can't attend camp. If camp is pre-booked,
but when you say family, work, football, I agree with this. But then family and work, like family in particular, just because you mentioned something that's related to your family doesn't give you an automatic get-out clause. And I suppose what needs to be understood more of is, okay, so what is an acceptable family reason for not being able to make an American football commitment?
So, all right. So, what about this? So, let's for example, you had to meet your girlfriend's parents.
Yep.
No, not an acceptable reason.
I don't think that's acceptable.
So, Oz, why the fuck did you miss the live stream a few weeks ago?
Because it was a brother. No, because I don't treat this as the same level as football.
But
I got benched. I got benched for the next show. So
Will, like, I think
no, you didn't.
I think if there's something that's deemed as like a real work or a real family reason that has prevented, let's use the example of camp, prevented the attendance of camp, then that cannot be held against you.
So
right?
It's completely different. It's completely different, and it's time frame, as well.
So, if you've gone on a fucking family holiday on the same time
especially if my camp's booked beforehand, and my camp's booked beforehand, and you've gone, yep, I'll be there, and then 3 weeks, 2 months later, you come to me and you're like, oh, I can't come to camp. The missus has booked a holiday at the same time. You are 100% because you've committed to it. You've told me you're going to be there.
Yeah.
You've broken a commitment.
We're going to have to agree to disagree.
Yeah. So then this is the defining piece. Is like what within that family. Work is pretty straightforward. I'm traveling for work. I've got to work. Fucking, or I've got homework or whatever. Like I've got something that ensures I pay my bills and I don't get a disciplinary. I've got to do that. For me, that's like cut and dry. But then the family thing, I think there's different levels of application of that rule. So I think it is completely circumstantial. But what I'm saying is, and I don't want to get into the detail of it, what I'm saying is if there is something that is deemed as perfectly acceptable reason because of your family, then it does not count. It's no red mark against you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not benching you. If you let's say we've talked about camp, you're like, yeah, I'm in, and then 3 days before camp, you come to me and you're like, look, my mum's sick. I can't make camp. I've got to take care of her. I'm not benching you week one because of that.
Yeah, so if you go to book it and you come up and say, this is the date, and I say, listen, I don't want to commit to that yet because a family member or my mom's ill or something like that. I don't know what's going to happen a year down the line.
I'm not going to penalize you, especially if a family member's ill, right? Yeah. I'm not penalizing you for an ill family member. But if you come to me and you say, I can't get weekends because of my kids, I'm going to go, right, okay, I understand that. But the fact that you can't even find a compromise with this a year out.
I'm not being funny, right? there's plenty of blokes out here, right, or out there that can only see the kids on certain days of the week.
Yeah, I agree.
Again, that's different. That's different. Because, like you say, there's plenty of guys that can only. If you come to me and you say, "Look, that weekend of camp, I have my kids that weekend. I only see them, once every 3 weeks or something." I'm not penalising you for that as well, because that's again completely different.
So no, do you know what? Like, I think you've kind of proved my point. Really, camp isn't compulsory. Like, there is legitimate reasons.
No. You're not.
There is legitimate reasons why you don't have to go to camp. There's legitimate.
My missus won't like it.
Yeah.
No,
that was completely different.
I said all along, there's loads of external factors. Whether it's kids, family, work, you name it. There's lots of different. It could even come down to money. Like, you can't penalise somebody because they can't afford £100 to go to camp. Like, you just can't. Like, that's
but you're acting like the penalty is this massive fucking that they're being benched until week 7. Like, they're not even getting a sniff of game time.
No, but it's still a penalty that you shouldn't really be discriminating them for, especially money. Realistically, if money's the issue, then there's something seriously wrong if you're discriminating against someone because of money.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, the way that I'm looking at it is, like, even if it's just that first drive, I'm going to have a chat to you. I'm going to go, look, you are clearly the better player. I know you're the better player, but I've got an ethos to uphold. I've got a principle to set. You're not getting that first drive. And the thing is, unless you're a complete fuckwit, you're going to turn around and go, you know what? I understand. Because I've missed camp before.
They might understand.
And I've had coaches come up to me and go, look, I'm not starting you week 1.
Listen,
I've gone, is this because I've missed camp? And they've said yes, and I'm like, right, I understand.
Funny? Like,
I'm being as nice as I possibly can here by this and keeping it as toned down as possible. But if you are saying to someone, if that person comes to you and says, I don't have the money to do this right now, and you're saying you're not starting, you are discriminating against them for their money issues, and you are fucking messing up big time.
See, the thing is, I would probably, as a coach, look to explore options so they can, like, where they would have the ability to make camp. I'm not going to go, look, pull 70 quid out of your ass.
Well, most clubs have benevolent funds and stuff.
Exactly.
You'd hope so.
Let's get off of this because there's loads of comments I want to get to, and I feel
like we're going to be stuck on camp for 5 hours.
I think we've only got 10 minutes.
We're going to be arguing about this forever.
I think we've only got 10 minutes of airtime left, or 9 minutes of airtime left now, anyway, because I think we get chopped off after 4 hours on Facebook. But that's how long we've been going. But anyway, I don't want to keep finding little weird intricacies and to test these fucking rules because we'll just keep going round and round in circles. But let's just pull up some of these. Oh no, we've already seen.
We've seen that one.
Yeah, Ryan said I didn't pay anything for camp with my team or uni team.
Golden, absolutely golden.
John said, if organised in advance, camp costs should be included in the team subs. Yeah, good point.
I like that.
That's understandable.
Spoonie jumps on the Jack Sparrow, the Pirates thing, saying Captain Jack Sparrow did motivational speeches worth every penny.
Well done.
John said about how he sold the 7 season pursuit of Buckfast. Right. It's funny how we see these things not in delay, but I haven't got down to them yet. I can see all the comments coming in. Hold on, let me just see. If you're there every Sunday midweek, but then not camp, then we'll defo wonder why, Will.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I disagree.
I feel if your workplace knows a year in advance, I'm sure it is a year.
Then there won't be a problem with work unless you're an astronaut.
Mate, Ryan, you work at Morrison's, like you can book a year in advance, no bother, but some people can't.
Yeah. So John said, surely in Will's example of the 100% attended missing day 1 of camp, of the 100% attended missing day
there'll be a compromise.
There will be some compromise. Non-attendance at camp heavily influences selection, but it kind of correct. Yeah, can't be the sole criteria. But I don't think we're ever going to be in a situation where you're going to have every single player. It's like all things are equal apart from this one didn't do camp. Like
no, correct.
Think, there's always going to be different
100%.
things. But yeah. Spoonie said make the exceptions clear up front. Yes, this is what we were talking about. So we train Sundays, January and to end of August. Thursdays, April to August. Have a 2-day residential camp in March. Are you in or out? Yeah, and I think that completely makes sense. It's sort of, and that was what I think he posted that when we were talking about that commitment thing, right?
How with it? You agreed to that, but when I said that about the bloody midweek sessions, you disagreed.
Well,
Don't
I
start
disagree
now,
with the midweek
Adam.
session.
Now's not the time.
I literally said, tell them beforehand. He's like, no, fuck that. You can't make them do midweek.
Hey, I said
I've changed my tune on the midweek.
Are you talking about Oz or me?
It was me and Will. Me and Will. We're against Adam on the mid. Yeah, I actually, after we came off stream a couple of weeks ago, I had a
Epiphany.
well, not an epiphany. Yeah, as I was saying, if you miss camp, you'll only really miss the first drive of the first game. Yeah, if you're that good of a player, 100%. Whereas if you're the same talent as the person that's replacing you, then you may miss more because there's no push or shove.
Ryan said, all Oz is saying is that the first set of plays they won't be on as it sets the tone, which is practiced in the camp beforehand, but they will still get a chance to play in that game. Yeah,
even Ryan understands.
And then Gabs asked me, so Steve, Kev Cohane in his prime tells you he can't make the Saturday of the 2-day camp for a domestic reason. You telling me you wouldn't know? And I think we've already covered this, Gab, since you posted this, is that the whole family work football.
I got you, Gav. I got you.
Yeah, if it was like a genuine reason, then no problem. Like it.
Don't get me wrong. Can I just say quickly? If somebody said I can't be asked to come to camp on day one, I can't be asked to come to camp, then of course it's your problem.
I probably don't want that person on my team. Like,
I get
straight
that.
off the bat.
Yeah, I think we've already asked this, but I don't know. Do you guys know who Kev Cohane is?
No,
I know of him. I've never met him personally.
My good mate of mine, me, him, and Gavin played together at the Knights, and me and Kev used to live together. So we know each other quite well, and he's just a fucking phenomenal player. And yeah, you want him in your team. He's just tremendous.
From what I know of him from you, he would also be the sort of person that if he got benched for the first drive, it would be a motivator for him. He wouldn't never sulk about it.
He would. I don't know. He would sulk about it, but it would be a motivator, mate. He would be fucking livid.
Yeah. He wouldn't bugger off to another team. He would.
No.
Yeah. Yes. That's the thing. From what you told me about
he wouldn't want to talk about it, and he wouldn't want anyone near him. Like I know exactly what Kev's like.
Again,
and then he would go on the field and absolutely annihilate.
Yeah,
everyone.
he would ruin everybody in his path from that point on.
But for the same reasons about the initiation thing, people are going to react different to it. So if they've got a valid reason, that's what I'm saying. Like it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. So Ryan said, "This gets me. I'm better than the other people. That don't matter. American football is a team sport, and all players need to be the same wavelength and know what is happening with the plays." Cool.
So I think that's Ryan's just talking about like the your best player can't make camp.
Yeah, he's talking about the ego thing. Yeah. Marvin said, "So I have 3 kids every other weekend, Friday to Sunday, from a previous relationship, and the ex is a bitch." He doesn't say that. I put that word in. Sorry.
I was going to say I can't see that.
And the X is a it could be it's a five expletives. And camp on that weekend.
I added that. And camp on that weekend, can I still start? Yeah.
So
that's
completely separate. I'm not going to sit there and turn around and go, well, you're choosing between your kids and football. Like, especially if you're only seeing them once every. I did have to miss a game for uni once. Because I had a trip with my course. It was the first important for my course. I told them at the first training session we had. So they knew in advance. I didn't want to miss the game, but my course is important. It's just there's a push and shove, and the thing is if you're packing an absolute sad over that first drive of that first game, like you need to give your head a wobble. Like that's the main thing for me. Like. Is if you getting benched for that first drive of that first game is such a massive deal breaker for you, you definitely need to give your head a wobble.
I don't necessarily
think some people
I think it's the principle, to be honest, mate. I think that's what pissed me off more than anything.
But I'm bringing them to match days. Go on, Marvin.
Just
Marvin
don't,
popped. Yeah, good lad.
Marvin, do you buy them
Someone
there?
look after him, Marvin. Just put him on the sideline, mate.
Yeah, make him run chains. Make him run chains.
Also,
Get them hybrid.
So one for you, Oz, from Gavin. Oz, if you aren't going to truly punish the player for missing camp, then what's the point of not starting them if they are the best at that position?
Because I believe that first drive that you are setting out is a punishment, because from literally what these guys have been saying, that's going to send people wild.
Yeah.
So if you're having such an overreaction to getting sat on that, then it is a punishment.
So what about this, Oz? So if just for example it was a safety that you benched, and on the first drive the other team throw a deep ball over the top, the safety you've got in messes up and they score a touchdown. Everyone's looking at you then for dropping that guy.
Nah, fuck that.
I'm looking at the safety for being bad.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the other guys in the team are looking at you for not starting the other guy.
Yeah, it's still the, and at which point I would have turned around and gone, right, well, he should have been at camp and that wouldn't have happened.
All right, guys.
And they're going to turn and say you should have coached him better.
Well, I'm going to have to interject because I think we got less than a minute of airtime left. I think if this is a 4-hour cut-off, but we should stop here anyway. But awesome stuff tonight. Will, what are you shaking your head at?
I don't want to stop. I want to keep going.
Yeah, I do too. It's been good
I'm
fun.
not here next week, so I can't even bring the fire next week.
Ash, we might do
Jesus, he hasn't even got the commitment for next week.
We should do it.
Oh my god!
We should do a weekend one.
Adam, ask me what I'm doing.
No.
No.
No, we don't care. We don't care.
fishing.
Nobody asked. Don't tell us. We don't care.
John's put, what about the impact on the player who gets the start, only to know the better
Yeah,
players
true.
come on the next
True.
day?
Exactly, that's what I was saying.
Well, we
No,
we'll
no,
have
because
to
the
come
thing
back
is,
to
the thing
that
is,
'cause we're running out of time. Guys, I think we're off in 4 seconds. So just
I'm at 3 minutes 55.
let's wave for now.
Bye, guys. Thanks for us
We're
being
still
right.
going, we're still going, right? But
Oh no, we're still going.
yeah, I don't know. Have a look on Facebook, see if we're still on.
I am. We're no.
So
think we're still going.
Okay, right.
Can you bring John's comment back up? Right, so only to know the better player is coming in on the very next drive, and the rest of the team know there's a clear difference in performance. So the thing is, the other player is only coming. They're getting rotated in, right?
Yeah.
But it's not going to be on the very next drive if that player that's already in there has done nothing wrong whatsoever.
Ryan's coming in next week.
Oh, I'm busy, mate. I've got family thing.
Is it fishing with Will?
Yeah, we're going fishing.
Sorry. Back to Oz's point.
It's so you're getting sat, right? And that person that's coming through, that person that's playing that first series, unless there's a clear fuck up, I'm not rotating that next person in, like the person who missed camp, until I'm rotating in the other players. I'm not just pulling that one dude off with the other starters. Once I start rotating my other players in, then he's getting to rotate in. But if you've done nothing wrong, and if you've got that start and you've played well, and you've earned the right to stay in that position.
So then
It's only if there's a clear deficiency in your performance where you've been given that start and it's clear that you're like, oh, okay, it turns out you're not good enough to be in that position. That's when it's like, okay, well, I've made my point, in we go.
Yeah, but then you're saying camp can actually cost you more than just one drive. Then you're saying you could actually lose your starting spot altogether, and that's when the issue.
But if the other person's better than you, then they've earned that starting spot anyway.
No, but if you're saying that on an even keel and you've been to every training session but you missed camp,
Yeah, but that other person's probably been to every training session and been to camp. So they've earned that. So they've earned that start. Well, because it's not like, as Steve said at the time. There's balance and mitigating factors. Missing camp is like the final cherry on top.
Right. I still don't agree with it, but we'll agree to disagree.
Yeah, exactly. If they were at camp and they ran through that coverage and they fucked up, they're getting benched because they screwed up.
Wouldn't that depend if there was a huge difference between first and second string?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. I think that's to the point. And then Gavin said he hasn't earned the starting job. The starter just missed camp.
This is my point.
But if he's proven that he can play at the starter quality, he has earned that starting spot.
I just don't see it. I just think you're giving a guy a starting rule for no reason.
I'm not. I'm giving him a starting role because he's shown commitment.
Apparently,
To
he's
the team.
earned it because he went to camp. So I suppose that's the way they look at it. He's earned it because he
paid an extra £100, he gets a starting role.
Well, no, because he was there.
pay to win.
There you go.
It shows that you've never been to camp, Adam, and you've never run one. It shows.
I mean,
What if
I've
it's a lineman?
never
His
coached
neck-
my own camp, and I've never had one with a team. But I've been to the Jags camp. I mean, if that's what you're talking about, but
Then I take it on the chin. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, right? So I have to deal with the consequences. You can throw what if situations at me until the end of time. You could say, well, what if he goes down and he gets killed? And then his wife sues me because I put an underqualified player in front of him. So now you're saying the backup can only play if he plays at the starter level. What if he isn't as good as the starter? Well, because the thing is, it depends on the commitment to the team. Again, but this is like I say, you can throw as many hypothetical situations at me until the end of time, Gav. But I'm going to make my decisions, and I'm going to have to live with the consequences from those decisions. It's the same thing as every adult who makes a decision. Doesn't matter if it's in football, family, life, whatever. Every time you make a decision, there is going to be a consequence to that decision, whether it be a positive consequence or a negative consequence. And then you have to take on the chin what that consequence is. You should not be making decisions thinking, well, there's going to be no repercussions for this whatsoever. That's just a foolish way to go through life. It's like going through life with a pair of sunglasses on, like Stevie Wonder, not seeing a fucking thing in front of you.
So what if, for example, it was your...
How many what-if situations are we going to throw?
Well, you've just said I can throw them at you all day, so I will.
You can. It doesn't mean I'm going to... Doesn't mean I'm going to answer them, though. You can throw them at me until the cows come home. But like Steve said, we're over 4 hours. I think we spent 2 hours on camp.
No, man. Well, do you know what? It's funny how these things just come out of nowhere like this. Like, I would never have expected that topic to be...
Neither would I.
I thought it would have been eye black that really got us going.
Oh, don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that.
I didn't even call it eye black. But I think ironically, after all that, everyone's sort of saying the club should hold residential camp, ideally. Oh no,
yes.
We're saying residential camp is nice to have, but then any camp. So a domestic camp, is that we're saying is like a minimum? Yeah.
If it's we're
then saying the rules in terms of attendance on that are still like Steve Brain said the other week was, you've got your taxonomy of rules and how you just apply them to different situations, and no different here. Hold on. Gav has popped up another what if. The backup misses 2 Sundays. Yeah.
Then I've got a really hard selection process on my hands.
They're in a world of trouble, Gav.
Yeah. I'd rather he miss 2 Sundays than 2 blocks.
Hashtag it depends. Perhaps the comment for another live. Yeah. I think everything is it depends.
100%. Everything is contextualized.
At the end of the day, the camp should be something players look forward to, and it's a chance to bond and get better, and we'll even get your.
Can we just block?
Who's
Ryan?
got 7th string?
Fuck me!
Fucking 7th string.
He's a Falcons player, isn't he? So like they had like 17,000 Americans that were going to play for them.
Leicester Falcons.
Oh,
Leicester.
right.
There are more than like 10 Falcons as well.
Did they all move? Did they just move up from Bury? Is that what happened? They just migrated north for the winter.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, they're different Americans there. But,
what? There's more than one set of Americans?
Yeah, these ones get paid.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
Arguably.
Allegedly.
So let's just I think this one's going to be another Will rant. Should we guys? Are you okay to still go?
I wouldn't mind some tea at some point, but fuck it, let's go.
This is the last point. I
want to just do this last one because it's another Will rant. Is it this one, Will? You want to go? Actually, Gav wants us to talk about this, so let's do these.
Yeah, I want to know why that's at all levels. I don't know why old fucking Joe Blogs Div 2 backbencher gets a pass to an NCAA school.
Wait, let Will talk about don't have wives and children first.
No, to be fair, that was in jest to a certain extent. It's kind of just. I think
it feels like you're harbouring some angst with this stuff.
No,
Are we going to have to turn this into a marriage counselling session for Will?
No.
Come on, get the wife
Will.
on. Get the wife on.
I've been around.
Will.
Yeah.
Do you love your wife?
More than football, obviously.
I thought for some reason, because he stuttered, I thought he was going to say, it depends.
Yeah,
and I was like, she must not be in the room. Like, the ball's on the man.
No, I don't want to get into it too much. I would literally put it for a bit of jest. It's a bit of fun. For me, the biggest killer of like the biggest reason for losing players is that, and so I'm kind of saying, look, if you want a long football career, you can put that off as long as you can. Yeah. But I'm saying it as a joke. I'm saying it as a joke. I don't want a massive argument about it.
Okay, I'm removing that then. Right,
everyone. Here's Will's email address.
I know I said I'd go there
as well, man. I was on your team. Damn.
I want to go here because I feel this one's a personal attack.
We can get some free viewers.
What? Where are we going?
Spam. Let's get it up.
We got some spam.
Yeah, look at this. Look.
If you need real and free high quality service,
is that Oz when he was younger?
Yeah.
Shit, no. I wish I had a full head of hair like that, mate. He's an Italian stallion. That was an Adonis.
And then Will is under the thumb. He's lost the will to carry on with life. Oh my god, that was.
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't say that.
One. Will, I want you to talk about this one.
Why?
Yeah, I want to talk about that one as well.
Personal attack.
I want to talk about that one as well.
No. I actually really hate it. Like, I've not coached a player for 5 years, and I'll talk to him and be like, "Hi, coach. Man, just call me Will." Like, for me, maybe it's a personal thing. I get why it's done. It's a sign of respect. I do get that, but I think it's a archaic kind of, respect. Like, you don't have to call me coach.
I think it's actual respect. I
think it's actual respect.
There's been positional coaches or even offensive. Actually, in my case, I think a head coach that I've had before that I wouldn't call them coach because I didn't respect them as a coach.
Exactly, I'd call them their first name.
And like you'll hear me talk about Coach Rains. Like it feels weird for me to call him Steve Rains, right? Like for me, that's me being respectful to him and recognizing that he's my coach or was at some point, and he's coached me and the same. Do you know what I do? I have done it occasionally when I know of someone within the sport who is an accomplished coach, and I will refer to them as coach as well. It's
an honorific title.
Yeah. So for me, it actually holds a lot of weight.
I'll take it as a win then when my ex-players call me coach.
Yeah, man, like it's a compliment.
You should, man. Like I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, 100%.
John Wise had his first child at 41 and married at 44.
Married at 44. Had a successful career before.
Yeah,
smart man.
Very successful. Yeah. So, John, I need to remind Bex of this because she keeps going on to me about marriage, and I just turned 38, so I've got at least another.
Yeah, but you're not playing again. Let's be real about this.
No, I'm with Bob on this one. I
don't believe you're playing again.
No, I don't. No.
I've been speaking to you for 3 fucking years, and you keep telling me you're like, oh, I just got to get slimmer. And every time I see you, you look a little bit more rounder.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm fat.
You're not playing again.
All right, I'm not arguing with you. I'll prove you wrong. Right. You're
gonna join like a President's League or something, and it's gonna be for like over 40s.
The Gridiron.
I will play in the Premier League again.
What, of snooker?
No, Britball.
He's gonna get really good at Madden.
I will play in Britball Prem again.
Mate, you're 38. The days have gone.
Do you know how fucking good I am at American football?
What do you mean? Do you mean right now? Or do you mean historically?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, if we put you on the field, we're going to see a completely different. There's going to be a completely different Steve to the Steve that I saw, and even then, you were a little bit outside of your prime then, and you admitted it yourself. You were like,
Yeah, but I was still starting.
I used to be a fucking firecracker. That said more about the people that were behind us than you yourself.
I was still starting back then.
Yeah,
Even
like
though
I said, it was more indicative of the people behind us than me and you.
Right. Anyway, I'm not talking about me. Right. Anyway, so Ryan said, "Hey, come on now. We'll oh fuck's sake, I hate
Well,
this.
can you capitalize names, please, Ryan? Fuck.
It's the wrong there as well, and that's Rich coming from me.
Yeah, so it's hey, come on now, Will. There is nothing wrong with it. It actually shows how much respect the player has for you and an impact you have on them.
Yeah, nice.
I'll tell you what, though.
Do you want me to read all of Ryan's comments? Because you guys are struggling with them.
Yeah, when me working in schools, I hate when the kids call me sir. Like, it really pisses me off. They're like, sir, can I have it? No, it's
What do you want them to call you, Adam?
Either call us coach, because I'm just there to coach American football. Either call us coach or call us Adam. I don't care. Like, I'm not a sir. I've never been knighted. Like, don't call us sir.
So John said,
I think the sir thing also sort of ties into age. Like I used to teach back home.
Man, 29.
Yeah, I don't want to be called sir. Or I used to get really sort of uppity about being called Mr. Evers, because I'd be like, no, that's my dad. My dad's Mr. Evers. So it's a very sort of like sir and that, but coach is one that definitely is. I don't call every coach I've ever had coach. I feel like I'm the same as Steve as this. Not every coach I ever have do I have the will or the want to know as coach when I see them. Some of them I'll just say, oh, hi Simon, or hi Bruce, or whatever. But there's a select few who've had a massive impact on me in rugby and in football that I will, every time I see them, until the day I fucking die, they will be coach.
Yeah. So John said, I get players to call me John from the get-go. Totally comfortable with them using the name that they feel the most comfortable with. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's a preference thing. But yeah, man.
I thought that as well, Ryan. I thought it was at least 35.
Leave them alone. They have in Newcastle. You get your pacifiers made out of asbestos. Give them a fucking break.
Right. Okay. So let's get on to this one. This is the one that I think a lot of people are really interested in. Well, I know Gav Collins was. If he's still there, I can imagine that we've had.
He's going to find more hypothetical situations for me.
Can I just say, while you're laughing, this is just weathering, right? The weather up here is different.
Weathering? You're not a fucking rock face, Adam. Start calling you the cliffs of Dover. Oh, it's just weathering from being outside.
Is it the thing from Marvel?
This thing. Right.
Fuck off, weathering.
Let's keep going.
Your nose is going to fall off in 6 years from erosion.
Get halfway to NCAA schools, and you've got this at all levels as a nice to have. Let's hear it, Will.
I mean, I'm hoping Adam will back me with this, but I think certainly the kids coming into the sport should have a clear pathway to NCAA schools, whether that's through, BAFA incentives. I don't exactly know how the NFL Academy works. That'd be good to know more about that. I just think because we all know the easiest way into the NFL is, and it's not an easy journey by any stretch, is through the NCAA kind of model, going to an NCAA school, getting drafted. So it'd be good, for the younger players to have that clear and understandable kind of path to an NCAA.
Well, what does that look like, though? You know what that looks like? Or you're just saying you'd like it to be?
No, I don't know.
Right. So at the minute, I think it's obviously youth team, and then hopefully if you're playing there, get to a certain level. You're probably at the minute there's probably 2 options that you can. Well, 3. You can either go to a high school in America, go through the high school system, hopefully get picked up, go to college. There's your NCAA way, or you can go to NFL Academy. You'll get a grade there, get trained up, coach, film, etc. go to an NCAA school, or you can go to Bristol, so you can go to Pride. It's the same sort of way. They get you your high school equivalents. They put film on for you, and then obviously go that way. That's probably the three main ways that you can do it. Currently, I've got a player at the NFL Academy. Playing offensive line, decent player. I don't know what his aspects are, whether he wants to go further or if that's it. I've got a player at Bristol who plays defensive line. He wants to go as far as possible, and he's just gone down there in September, which is great, by the way, because Bristol are still giving me feedback on how he's doing. I mean, he's only just got there, and they're still telling us, like, oh, he's come down, he's working hard.
So just quickly, right, and I'm sort of saying this because we've got John Wise, and I think Gav, if he's still here. John was associated to Bristol. Gavin is a coach at the NFL Academy. Both ex-teammates of mine. So, you know, and this is why I'm hoping that they pop up in the chat, but it's a question for you, Adam. If indeed what Ryan's saying is true here, and it sounds like it is, academies are the way forward, they're the path to the end. How long has Phil and Wise been in place? It's got to be coming up for 10 years. I
think there's more than 10. I think it's about 13, you know.
Okay, so why now have we only got one more academy and that's only been a year? Why are there not more academies if this is like a genuine... Is it because we don't like sending talent overseas? Like, what's the problem? Because it seems completely viable. Like, I can't think of a bad thing about it. We've seen results from it, you know, like... Why doesn't this exist en masse? Why aren't more people doing this, or colleges?
For me, realistically, it's took a long time for Bristol to get that model right. Like, there's been a lot of people. There's been people behind the scenes there grafting their backside off to get that model right. And I'm hopefully John and things.
Do they own the model?
No, I don't think so. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think they do. But I think it's took a lot of tried and tested things to get that to happen, and they're a fantastic model to base things off. And now, obviously, you've got the NFL model that's going on. I mean, Gav might chip in and tell us something that's happening there, but it's one of those situations that it's took. Let's be honest, you don't always want to be the first person to do something. Do you know what I mean? You'd rather see your mates do something first. Okay. And I think.
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
I think now, realistically, we've got Bristol, who has this model in place. We've got the NFL Academy now. There's going to be a lot more startups soon.
Can I ask one question? Because I honestly don't know, and I'm not knocking anybody by asking this question. But have we had the player in the NFL yet that has gone through the Bristol Academy?
Yeah, Tiggy.
Mm-hmm. Who's that? Sorry, I don't. What's his?
Tiggy, I think it's Tiggy Sango. He's with the Cleveland Browns as a cornerback. I think he's on a practice squad now.
Right. Okay. So he came through the Bristol Academy, did he?
Yeah.
Perfect. No. So that's fine.
I think Alex
had one success story.
Yeah, Jenkins did. Yeah.
He's been bounced around NFL teams. He was with the Saints, wasn't he? But now he went to the Battlehawks, is it, with St. Louis with the XFL? So he'll probably be back in that, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's like it's worked, right? Like,
I mean, let's be honest. If as a country we can start pushing for this to happen, so we can start getting kids to have these goals to go into the NCAA. Like if we can get a kid, like, we're not just trying to get kids to the NFL here. We want to get kids to get the education paid for. Like, gee, that opens so many doors. Like,
well, send them a Scotland.
No. If you can get your education paid for, like at that high level, play football, get your education paid for. Anything that comes after is a bonus.
So right, there's quite, again, comments are kicked off here, which is awesome. And both Gav and John. Oh, Gav just said he's still here, but John's also chipped in quite a bit. NCAA route has to be a BAFA pathway review for the under 19 or younger age group structure, and or in conjunction with SGS Bristol or NFL Academy. And well, I actually want to come back to something that you just said there, Adam, as well. But let me just go through some of these comments because I don't want to sort of lose the context. I had a player last year go to NFL Academy, and now he's at a prep school in Georgia. That's awesome. Well, I mean, I follow the NFL Academy on Instagram and on Twitter. They're not on Facebook, and they were posting up saying what's happening to all their kids. You know what they're going on to do, and it's awesome. It's so good to see. And we need to do a little report on them. Actually, I need to see if we can get someone. I need to approach them, see if we can get someone to do like a.
Can I just say? That would be the biggest game in this country. NFL
those
Academy
two
versus
academies
Bristol against each other. That would be. You would get the most views on any live stream. You'd get the biggest attendance.
Yeah, it'd be
bigger
massive.
than Warriors, Blitz, anything. I'll tell you now, that would be the biggest one going.
So John said the week after he started there in 2008 is when is when the academy started. He said lots to unpack on the great work that Ben Herod and Dan Mayer plus others have done. Yeah, I think this feels like it's a separate fucking thing, right? Like quite a big meaty thing to talk about. But let's
just falling asleep.
Yeah.
I just it's I'm just listening because the thing is I don't know enough about this to have an impactful. Like I don't know next to anything about Bristol Academy or the NFL Academy and stuff. I know how players from Australia get to the NFL. Or get to college teams predominantly, and that's through an old coach of mine who was a University of Hawaii alumni. And he essentially started his own program where he would get in contact with scouts and things like that, and he would then run camps and he would run combines and things like that for the prospects that they'd found across Australia in the uni teams and the team and the senior and junior teams and stuff, and he would put that together, and then they would have like scouts or people that he knew that were associated with schools in the States come over, and he would send them tape and things like that, and he was the sort of the main affiliate for many years to get guys into schools. So some of the guys that he's done, Adam Gotsis is one. So currently he was the starting defensive tackle for the Denver Broncos for a couple of years. I think he's gone to Carolina now. There was a massive influx of Australians that go through the University of Hawaii. They usually get about 2 or 3 each year because of his connections. So that's how I know it's done from that side of things. And he's got he's set up his own business and everything around it, a company called Bring It On Sports. But in terms of the UK model, it sounds like it's working, I guess, but I don't know enough to sort of comment and add to how you guys go about it.
You know what it is, right? We mentioned on the show last week about how I want, as a coach, more feedback about my players on the international level and things. So I talked about how there's kind of the coaches have been effective at being able to pass their information back to other local coaches. Now, today, for example, I text Ben at Bristol saying, "Hi Ben, how's Kieran doing?" "Oh, he's getting on really well. We're just about to do a D-line classroom session. Do you want an invite?" He's going to show me stuff. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, I had to go do something. Otherwise, I would have been in on that call and things, getting to see what they're teaching her. That is brilliant.
Yeah.
For me, just passing on so that when he comes home in the holidays and he comes back and he's working with us again, we're carrying on that progression. And that, for me, is fantastic. And that's why things like these are happening. It's... Their model is a one to copy from, and obviously with the NFL Academy is fantastic. They're doing the same sort of thing now. It's very closed house. We don't know what's going on. We see the videos, and I love seeing their Madden things and stuff that they're doing on Instagram as well, which is brilliant. But if the sooner we get more of these academies up and running in the UK, the pathways I think will just start shooting up. People are starting to actually take notice.
Yeah, so that's something I want to sort of go on to discuss. Let me just get through some of these comments, Adam, and come back to that, because I want to I want to get your view on that a little bit more. So Ryan said schools in America, I feel, will take more notice of an academy player than a player who's in a club team.
Yeah, people listen. It's kind of like when you think about this is something I can comment on. It's kind of like how you think about when most of the time when you're going for jobs and things like that, right? A lot of people say it's not what you know, it's who you know. So the thing is, if you're a player coming through an established system where there's been talent that's come through it beforehand, they are much more likely to take notice of you than just getting a random film of a club that you've never heard of from that. Like it's like, let's say somewhere like East Kilbride has an amazing talent, right? And they've got someone who's got a contact, and they send that film through the line, and then it finally ends up on some coach's desk in the middle of like a JUCO or something like that. And they look at it and they're like, right, the film looks good, but we don't know anything about the kid. But if he's looking at a second tape and it's like, right, we've got another tape, and this guy's from Bristol, and they know what Bristol is and what the system is the tape should obviously speak for itself, but it's got probably a higher chance of reaching that coach's desk if it comes through channels that they're already aware of. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I get that, but the issue that we've got in this country is, let's be honest, what age are these people looking for? Looking for like high school, college kids. What do we play at that age group? 5v5 and 7v7, 9v9. So this is why I was proposing the last time we spoke, like we having those little regional teams that play 11v11. That's where you're going to get your film. That's where the film that you're going to be sending over your highlight reels and stuff. You're playing the best people from other areas. For me, that's the next steps that we need to be taking as a country to get these kids noticed.
Yeah, like, definitely needs to be 11 on 11.
No one's getting
it needs to be
5-a-side.
100% needs to be 11 on 11 film, and it needs to. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that front. Like we need to be sending across essentially comparative film of what they're already seeing, because think about the amount of guys that they're seeing coming in high schools, like every single year, like the amount of high school players that are popping up. And if you're a college, you're not just recruiting from your local catchment area. You are looking to offer scholarships. You're looking to offer this. You've got your scouts across the entirety of fucking America, and then they're also looking at Europe as well. Like Europe has got and other countries, like I said, with Australia and things like that. So you need to be sending across equivalent film. Like you're not, like Adam says, you're not going to get someone noticed showing off on a 5v5 or a 7v7 or something. It needs to be the equivalent same sort of base ground that they're getting already for everybody else, and then that's when the talent's going to really show up.
Standardization, isn't it? That's how they
exactly.
This is a spelling error that Gav pointed out, but he said Tiggy. He meant to say Tiggy here. Went through the NFL International Player Pathway, so he didn't go NCAA route into it. So yeah, and then John said Alex Jenkins trained with the Aztecs under-19s alongside the Pride, and then went to UIW in Texas.
Didn't we played with a guy who went to Oklahoma State?
He's in the CFL now, but they've sent him back.
Is he a linebacker?
No, lineman.
No. So there was
Toby,
no. I'm not talking. No, Toby went to.
Went to the Toads, didn't he? Oh, you're talking about
Bradley Bansky.
Oh, Brad. No, yeah, I thought you were talking about Adam Rain. He's with.
No. So because Toby went to.
He went to the California.
It was no. I know the team. I'm pretty sure they were Div 1. But no, because I thought Bradley Bansky went to I don't know if it was I think he was just part of like their wider program or something. But he was with Oklahoma State for what I understood.
Oh, right,
not Tom Watt.
He's a good lad. He's a hell of a player.
I was thinking of a guy called Tom Watt.
Oh, Tom Watt. Yeah, he was a linebacker. I've
never heard of him.
Yeah, Tom Watt.
I was thinking of
before my time.
His old man was a Britballer, and he very like. So Coach Ellis, who's the head coach of Sussex Thunder, is friends with Tom Watt's dad. I think he played together, and he came quite close to getting Tom Watt to go and play for the Sussex Thunder, but he didn't in the end. But yeah, he posts pictures up of him every now and then. Hell of a player, Tom Watt was.
Yeah, linebacker. Sooners, so
Yeah, quality player. Toby went to TCU. Thank you.
Yeah, TCU. Yeah, he went to the old. That was what I was thinking of.
Horned Frogs.
Yeah,
like a purple.
Purple and white. Where Jalen Rager just came out of.
He went and spent some time with because because he didn't. I don't know his full story, but he didn't have a great time there, and he lost a lot of confidence. And he then went and spent some time with Steve Harrison in his Tampa Bay gym. Like he's got this whole like. So Steve Harrison's another ex-Knight linebacker, but played for like the Vienna Firebats. Was who else did he play for? So, but he was like playing, professional in Europe, and just an awesome player. Lives in the States now, and he's got this. It's him and a surgeon put this thing together. So basically the surgeon carries out like knee surgeries and stuff, and then Steve helps these athletes to rehabilitate in this gym, but he also does like personal training and stuff. And he spent specific time with Toby, and then Toby ended up going to the CFL.
Nice.
But Toby's back over now. He's back in the UK, so I might try and get him on one of these and just get his story. He's such a lovely guy. I played with his dad as well.
I love Toby, man. He's one of the nicest people that I've probably ever met in my life. Like he's so down to earth. He is literally the equivalent of a gentle giant.
Yeah, we've lost Wilkin, but maybe that's not a bad thing. So,
mate, you're probably close to losing me because it's fucking.
Yeah, I've got to go.
Let's just 12, and I'm hungry as fuck.
Go. I've
got one more quick point for us.
Hold on.
Oh, God.
So absolutely loads to discuss. Basketball, golf, soccer, women student athletes across the USA on a regular basis. John sent us a link, but I can't click on it because of the software, John.
Yes. John's just that's my old coach from Aussie.
Ah, right, he knows him.
Yeah.
It's also about the quality of the opposition on game tag. Absolutely.
Yeah, very true.
Brian said, "Yeah, 4 11v11, so they would not take notice of a player." Yeah, we know that one. But I will say this though: the fact there isn't accommodation for both NFL and Academy in Bristol does stop players being able to go stop being able to go. As with a player I had go, 3 other of my players who got in couldn't go as they couldn't afford it. Okay. Yeah, and
do they not take student loans out? I mean, I don't know anything about it.
Well, Adam can tell us more about this because
you can't take a loan out at that level of education, as far as I'm aware.
Is it because you're not classified as an adult?
I think so.
What level do they take them on at then?
Oh, jeez. So I think we've got to be like a level.
Not level. What
age? I think because you can go to university at 17. I think it's like 17, 18 age. I mean, John will be able to tell you more than I can, but I know that there's struggles. Like you don't get stuff for your housing until you're 18. So it depends if it's a housing issue. Like I know that's 18, and you can get like housing benefit or housing relief from the university.
How are players meant to make it in Bristol then if they can't? You know, has this got to be subsidised by parents?
So obviously, I don't want to comment too much on what they're doing because obviously it might be different for each person. But from experience of a player that we've had, like the parent has had, like we've done like different things to raise money for that player to be able to go. He's sharing a house down there. Like what he's done, he's in a house with a few other lads. One of the lads is 18, so he can have a house. Like they can rent it out together. And I'm not gonna lie, like we had something really, really strange happen. Like we had someone from the college actually phone his mom to speak and say like he's from like no, he's not from a wealthy family. Let's put it that way. So we had someone from the college phone up and like say, "Oh, we've never been in this situation before. Everyone's been able to just afford it fine and not had an issue." And they're now going to look into ways and speak to the government, etc., to see if there is some way that they can fund this situation, because clearly he's got the talent to be there. It's just a financial situation that's stopping him.
So before it was more of a haves and have-nots sort of thing situation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and now, like, mate, I'm not gonna lie, I can't fault them. Like, I can't fault Bristol. Like, they've literally helped him with everything.
Yeah.
Like, Like I literally can't fault them. They've helped them with everything, and then for the college just to phone up and say, "Listen, we're going to try and sort something out, and we're looking into it." It might not help your child, for example, but it'll help the next one. Like
The next level, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like that for me.
What is the level? What is the level of it? Because I still don't really understand how your guys' fucking schooling works. I'm not going to lie. Because you finish high school, but then you don't go to uni.
Yeah,
you do something else.
You go to college, sixth form.
So just look at it as post 16. So when you're 16, year 11, you finish, you do your GCSEs, you then go to AS levels or go to on the
BTEC.
work. BTEC.
Yeah, see, that's wild to me. Like we go to year 13, and then you finish your high school year, like your year 13 year, in fucking November, December, and then the next January, February, you're at uni.
Well, yeah, so it's the same. So like we finish at year 11, and then 12 and 13 is that postgraduate year where you get to decide if you want to go on to an apprenticeship or something, so you want to start learning your trade, or if you want to go into higher education, like that's the years where you can decide how you're going to do it.
I feel like that's probably a more efficient system, to be honest, because for us it's like people have to like drop out of school if they want to go do an apprenticeship or something like that. Whereas for you guys it's you essentially graduate high school and then push into options for trade and things like that. So I feel like it's probably a more efficient system, but it still blows my mind. It's like I'm just used to finishing school at the end of the year, and then pretty much what you're doing is in your last couple of months of your exams, you're speaking to like your school counselor and your like everything like that, talking about what you're going to do at uni and what your degree is going to be and things like that. And you finish, and then you have Christmas, you have your fucking summer holidays, and then bam, you're at uni in the January, February. As opposed to like having a whole different like school. Like, can you go to college wherever the fuck you want, or how does it work? Like, do you have to apply, or? So
you do still have to apply to a college. I mean, if you've got the grades from your GCSEs, you're more than likely to get in, but you're realistically going to go to a local college. Let's be honest, you're not going to travel to go to a college, apart from if you want to go to a specialist one, like if you want to go down to the NFL Academy, if you want to go down to Bristol, like to do something specialist. So these
NFL academies and these so is Bristol Pride? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so to go to Bristol or to go to NFL Academy, you have to have finished high school.
Yes.
And then these are interim. So is it just a 2-year thing before you go to uni for these two things?
As far as I'm concerned, I think you can do your degree now at Bristol as well. I'm pretty sure you can't. I mean, I think you can be there for 4 years or something in Bristol. I'm not sure about NFL Academy. I think you can be there for 3 to 4 years as well. They're probably going to offer the same sort of things. So you can do your college, like your A levels, AS levels, and then do your degree on top.
Your undergrad on top. Right,
yeah.
Okay. Crazy.
So we need to get clarification on this stuff. It'd be good to have someone coming on and running through it all. That'd be really cool, and to capture that information and have it available for people to refer to. I think it would be that'd be awesome if we could have that. So John popped up and said no longer able to apply for residential bursary, and he said that helped a lot of people. He then said lots of athletes in other sports do move and are funded by parents.
Yeah.
So is Bristol like just a full-on sports academy then? It's not specifically football. Not specifically football. It's just everything.
So Jamie Millman's popped up and said, do we have many youth teams to try and get younger players into the sport? Otherwise, it would be much harder in the UK. It'd be much harder to get UK players a scholarship in the States. I wasn't even aware my city had a team until I started playing uni ball and looking into the sport a bit more. So so we do.
There is lots of youth teams. Obviously, we start contact at 13 in this country. It's just what we do. To be fair, it's not really a bad thing. Some people would like to have it earlier. Like,
I just don't know if the demand's there to have it right across the country, though.
No, I mean, I think there's still plenty of things you can do. You can play flag earlier.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's a lot more teams that need to delve into that a bit more. Like, jump in, get a flag team going. It literally
starts at 7, doesn't it?
Yeah. But like
flag.
Like, if you can get flag going at that age, like, you are literally, I guarantee teams will not have a clue how many kids will turn up to play flag football. Like, it will dwarf every other team that you've got in your club. Like, you will get ridiculous amounts of kids turning up to play that.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you've got them hooked, they will stay with you. Like, they're not going anywhere. They're there. Then you've got them for your contact teams. You're going to get some that will want to play flag, and then you've got your flag team as well. And
I've been saying this years.
I wrote a story 2 years ago on it. Like, people kicked off.
I even think frisbee would be a good. Like
Oh,
flag
yeah.
and frisbee are like the gateway. They're like your gateway drugs into contact, right?
There's a video on the Buffer website, I'm sure it's still there. Ultimate football. Like, it doesn't even have to be like a line someone snapping. Ultimate football, there's 2 boxes. It's just like ultimate frisbee. You've got the ball, and you're just throwing it with teams to score inside of the box. Basic levels of throwing and catching. The problem that we've got in this country, kids are taught to kick a ball from an early age instead of throw and catch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
my lad can do both, all 3.
Yeah, so that's the thing. You guys, like, in terms of your competing audiences, are a lot broader. So for us, it's just rugby. It's rugby and rugby league are our two main primary. Like, don't get me wrong, people play soccer back home, but you can just look at summer. So it's like football is a summer sport back home. But in the junior level, it would be sort of a winter sport. But the reason they had to make it a summer sport is because they couldn't compete with rugby and rugby league. And they realized that the majority of people that wanted to play football would be people that were already playing rugby and rugby league. Yeah. So it's that. But it's like all we really need to have to compete with at a young age is Ripper Rugby, essentially, or Ripper League. But there's no real, I don't know about Australian, because I haven't been involved in sort of like their youth setup or anything like that, or even the build. Like, football's been going on in Australia for years, but where I grew up, sort of where I lived in New Zealand, it started at a uni team, and then they was sort of spinning it off into an adult contact team, and they're still at the point where they've got like a fully functioning competition, but they haven't got the numbers to play 11 on 11. So I think they play 7s or 9s, but they've got a full functioning competition of I think 5 or 6 teams at the moment. It's expanded from when we first started it in 2012. There was like 4 teams, and we played 5s, and we had like 2 subs, because we were literally the uni team that didn't want to have to keep traveling fly 2.5 hours up to Auckland if we wanted to play a football game. We were like, well, fuck it, why don't we just start a league down here? And it took like the first 2.5 years to be recognized by the national governing body. And then by the time they were just getting it off the ground and finally getting things moving was when I moved over here. And the leaps and bounds that they've made with it since have been massive, and they've just started. One of the guys, who's one of the founders, has had his 2 younger brothers come through, and they started by just running chains and things like that. And as they've grown older, they're now both a part of the team. But he's a qualified sports coach, and I'm assuming he does similar to what Adam does, where he literally goes into schools and will just run programs and stuff to generate interest. And then they run a flag tournament in Christchurch. There's a big fucking park right in the middle of kind of like what Hyde Park is for London. So it's just a big park in the middle of the city where it's got it's called Hagley Park. It's got about 20 or 30 rugby fields on it, and they will run a flag tournament in Hagley Park across like a month, so each weekend. And then that's how they sort of generate the interest for the sport, is because they have a centralized location. But again, I don't know what it's like for the other cities in the country. Like, I don't even know if Wellington's got anything for youth, and I don't think Auckland does either. It's whereas the guys in Christchurch are realizing that if they want to have this rollover, and if they want to have a sustainable system, that, like Adam says, you need to start it young, and you need to generate the interest at a young age, so that way when they get to the adult age, the passion's already there, and they've already got a rudimentary level of skill, or even more so if they've been playing since they were fucking 7 years old. Think about how good you are when you start playing. If you're someone who's like, for guys that I grew up with playing rugby, most of them went on to play like provincial. One of the guys who I grew up with, Tyler Blandale, had previously was the captain of Munster in the Heineken Cup. Like, it was, and we literally grew up and we played rugby every single weekend, and that was it. It was drilled into you from a young age, and that becomes it. So if you want to have these skills of these guys, you've got to start young. So I agree wholeheartedly with Adam, and it's weird.
That's number 3 for tonight. It's only took a forward. Well, 5 hours.
Guys, right, so we're going to need to wrap this up because we're at midnight, right? So let me just read off last few comments and then we'll finish up. But right, so John said we have 9 handball players who have moved to Loughborough College, not the uni, to join the academy. We have in conjunction with England Handball and the uni.
Loughborough's a bit of a sports uni as well, isn't it? Like they sort of dedicate themselves on being a big sort of churning out of sport.
They're a sports uni.
Yeah, Loughborough.
Yeah.
I love all. I love that both academies. Sorry, I love all that both academies do. But I feel with all the money both these academies get, surely accommodation can be sorted. Yeah, but yeah, I know. I don't know. It might be something.
I feel like they're not doing it to be a charity though. Like, yeah, it's they may be educational facilities.
SGS guys, SGS College is like the latest name for Filton. So he says they do offer a degree program, as do lots of FE colleges.
What's an FE college?
John just clarified. Age 16. These 9 handball players were, or are, and Ryan said I got into uni not with the grades, but with the experience. As I'm older, lol. As my grades weren't the best, as you can tell. My English grammar needs work.
I'm assuming you guys have a similar thing to what we have in New Zealand. It's like if you don't go to great uni at age 18 through your grades, anybody aged older than 20 and over can apply as a student as well. But you're obviously you start off on
you're going to a foundation degree.
By all accounts,
you don't have to have a foundation degree for us, but you're restricted on what courses you can apply for if you don't. So, like, you can't just go in and do like a Bachelor of Commerce or a fucking Bachelor of Science. Yeah. Well, you wouldn't get to med school, no.
John said he might know someone who's got a good idea of how post-16 education is. Yeah. So, yeah, we need to get John on talking about... Well, you need to get John on your show, Adam, talking about...
I know.
Yeah, I'm well up for that. Ryan has said, could even set up a weekly league with a venue like with soccer and football, soccer/football, but do it for flag football.
Yeah. They do that in flag now, don't they?
Yeah. Highland Wildcats run something like this. Yeah, Highland Wildcats are awesome. Various schools each have a team and meet up weekly for practice and games in January, February. Best players create the league team.
Yeah, Highland Wildcat is it's brilliant. They've got like four school teams.
Unreal. Like,
is that out of necessity though, because of where they're based?
No, mate. Can I just say they've got 4 school teams? I don't know
anything about it. I'm just questioning.
Trust me, if you don't know anything about it, look up their presentation. Like I think what's it called? It's got a specific name. It's like the Highland Awards or something.
They did loads of like videos and stuff to explain what they do.
Yeah,
and show their new facility, because they had a huge lot of money ages ago, didn't they? And they put it all into like their facilities. Yeah. It was awesome.
The website's amazing.
Yeah.
I need to find out what it's called.
Jamie, this is all stuff for your podcast, Adam. Like looking at youth and everything.
Yeah,
it's right up your street, man. Not that I don't want to talk about it. It's just I've got no point of reference. You know, like I'll just keep nodding my head, going, "Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, that sounds great." You know, like because it's exactly where we need to focus energy in the sport. And I'm all in with it. I think it's awesome. So Jamie Millman has said it's possible to go to uni as a mature student, but it's much harder to get in. It's the route I've taken.
Yeah, so that sort of ties in with what they mentioned about like foundation courses and stuff.
John said, also known as the Central Venue League.
Yeah.
And
Blitz Awards. That's it. I've just found it.
John knows everything, man. It blows my mind. Right, we're done.
I want food. I'm fucking starving. I'm starving.
So,
if anyone's going to take anything from this, go and look at the video of the Blitz Awards. Honestly, it'll blow your mind. This is for a youth and junior team. It's like a BBC production.
So, no eye black under eyes, or no eye black is our next one.
So no black under eyes. That's fine. Do the whole fucking face. Do a Ray Lewis.
So Oh, I've moved off of that now, right? Anyway, so we only got into like 4 or 5 of Will's.
I'm not doing it again.
And well, that's interesting. Well, what we might do then is next week do something different, and then wait for you to come back to continue the conversation, mate.
No, I think we should just slate him when he's not here.
No, because the next thing is talking about like finishing off with his post-its, and there's what another.
Mate, there's no point because there's only one, which is no under eyes. I think you're done there for my post-its.
Domestic camp, residential camp. Stop calling no wives.
I think we've done the rest, apart from concussion course. I don't know if you guys spoke about that.
Yeah, okay. So no eye black. What's your problem with it? Let's do that quick.
No, it's fine. It's late. I just hate it.
No. Let's do it. What's wrong with eye black?
This is pointless.
It is. I don't like it. It's an intimidation thing.
Agreed. You look like a prod.
I look at people with it like in arrows on the cheek.
Yeah, the ones where they do the warrior symbol, and you just want to walk up and just go, stop it.
You don't intimidate me. You actually make me think you're a prick.
And then when they go down because they've twisted their sock and they're crying and it's smudging all down them, and you're just like, you look like an idiot.
You know
what do you think of eye black?
In all the games I've played American football, which is probably in 30, 40 games, I've worn it once, and that was in a charity game, and that was it. I wouldn't wear it in a proper game.
I'm not gonna lie. The minute I see someone wearing it, I physically hate them.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hate it.
I'm not putting it in as mandated. It's always gonna. Well, I'm not even putting it on this because it's nothing to do with being a good club.
Do you know how you heard the players when they say, "Oh, wear it so the sun doesn't go in my eyes"?
Yeah, that was mate. People have been saying that for years, but no. Oz, what's your view on eye black? I'm pretty sure I've seen you wear eye black.
Absolutely love it. I've got some just on the shelf over there.
Do you wear the stickers or do you wear the
I have the paint, and generally I'm just one strip under each. But I have done the full arrows before. I'm not ashamed to say.
This explains it all. I hate Oz, and I knew he was an eye black person. I knew it like that.
I used to play football with a guy who used to use it to accentuate his tamoko. So if you don't know what a tamoko is, it's the traditional Māori face tattoo, and he used to use the eye black to accentuate the darkness of the lines of his tamoko, and mate, it looked like it. With that, it actually looked fearsome.
Yeah, that's all right. I can't argue with that.
It's
like face paint. It's like a cut. Like you might as well just draw like someone on your face.
The way I see it is the minute I'm coming against somebody who's wearing that stuff, I just think they're a tourist. And they're here for the profile picture. That's honestly my opinion of it.
I've seen decent players wear it. I've seen very decent players wear it.
I've seen decent players wear bicep bands on the calves before.
Oh yeah,
but I still think they're a pro.
Don't get me started on field fashion, right? Honestly,
look, you want to talk about training camp? You want to talk about training camps not getting you on the field? If you're not turning up with 18 bicep bands on each arm, eye black from your fucking eyebrows down to your chin, you're not playing a game for me ever.
Right, so guys, right, so we're done. We've actually finished our. Well, actually, we need to go into fans and clubs, so we'll wait.
Nah, fuck them. We don't need them.
There's much more to add to that.
We don't need fans or clubs. We don't need.
We're going to stick with this stuff. We're not going to go into that because I think we've gone into the next step. So, Will, when you come back, is that we're going to put it on. What we're going to do is copy all of the things up here, and regardless of where they are, we're going to paste them into this matrix here, which is how important they are and how easy they are to set up. So what we're all going to do is like drop all those post-it notes down in there, and then we're going to discuss that in our next one. Because the idea being that you should have like your low-hanging fruit stuff here, and that should give us an idea of, what this is the stuff clubs should focus on going out to the toughest.
Can I just say, if this video gets a 50 likes by 2 weeks' time, I'll come on in eye black.
50 likes?
Yeah.
It won't get 5 now. It's views. It will get thousands of views.
Yeah, well, people watch it and they get 5 hours into it and they see this.
If anyone watches this for 5 hours,
well
done. If it gets 50 likes.
So guys, we'll be back next week. Will won't be here. I don't know, Adam. You probably won't because you've got your new show, haven't you? Next week.
We've got a new show, but if you want us, I'm here. Like,
Yeah, well, I want to speak to the other lads and see what they want to do because I want to get other people to do stuff.
I just want to clarify. I'm happy for a midweek session.
Yeah,
anytime.
What about a camp? We're doing a 2-day show a week on Saturday.
Yeah,
it's my nan's birthday.
So we'll be back next week with a different format, and then the week after that we'll come and summarize this, which will be quite an interesting thing. Thank you for everyone. I don't think anyone's been here the whole way through, but if anyone has,
I haven't. I'm fucking starving.
Will you missed a bit?
It's now, it's now tomorrow. We've been going since 7 p.m. and it's now 10 past midnight, which is unreal. Thank you for this. This has been really good. Thank you to you three for your time. Like I said, I want meaningful stuff to come out of this, so I want to start pulling it. I don't have to go through 20 hours of bloody content to pull it all out. But
it's all right. But, yeah. You can cut out 2 hours of me and Will arguing about camp.
Yeah, and Adam was in there as well.
But yeah, it's been really good. And this whole thing has been a great way of kicking off this, this Gridiron Hub Live show. We got a few more things that we want to, loads more things to bring with to this in this format. And there's how many other people have we got to host? About 6 others that are going to join in.
Yeah.
I'm trying to step as the person that runs Gridiron Hub. I'm trying to step away from this stuff to let you guys the other guys step forward. Because quite frankly, I don't have the time, but I do want to dip in every now and then. And that will take us probably a few months to set up. So you'll be stuck with me for now.
Is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
I want to get Hatch on one of these as well.
Yeah, Hatch has started doing NFL tips. I definitely want to get Hatch involved because he's hilarious, man. So we got loads of stuff. John said, "Oh, look at John." He said, "Thanks."
I feel like John's been here the whole time, actually, as well.
Yeah, man, he's unreal. So yeah, it's just like wrap it up. Thank you and thanks everyone. And yeah, like this hasn't been in vain. Like I want to pull stuff together that's going to actually help clubs and can be referenceable. And enjoy your the rest of your evening.
I'm going to bed.
I'm going to go cook some tea. I'm not going to bed for like another hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm going to go have some food. Like,
take care.
Bye-bye.